doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good so far. I'm in the middle of getting everything set up and
Yeah.
ready to go. Looks good so far. In the middle.
I love that about your streams, that you spend some time at the beginning setting up. I really love it. Setting up. Find it very instructional.
Yeah, I try to
Setting up.
try to make it to where I can show the stream while it's being set up too. That way, I can test the audio and everything. Because I think that's what a lot of people. I have a big problem with it too. Is I don't test my audio before I go on. So,
Whoops.
Oh.
What happened to the volume? Am I still connected?
Oh, you're still there. Hold on. Let me back out and come back in. Alright.
Oh yeah, there we go. There you sound like you're back.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Or not?
Oh man. Let me see if I can send her a message.
No,
I think I can. I'm not sure.
not hearing.
Unmute.
I don't know what's gone wrong, guys.
Send
Can't hear you all of a sudden.
back out of Jitsi and come back in. There you go. That works. Never did that. That's the first time I've done that. That private message.
What private message?
Bob Dub came in and she lost audio and had to come back in. So,
Right, okay.
There you go. Okay,
All
so
right.
I can hear you again.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
What?
There's a bit of an echo. I think sure it was me.
Really? There's an echo. That's odd.
Oh,
An echo when I talk.
Oh, no, it's fine now.
It's fine
that's
now.
fine.
Yeah.
We're just glad to get you back in here. Can you hear me?
Oh, God. It's still right.
Can you hear me, Bob Dub?
Right.
It could be me. Let me back out and come back in. Okay. Yeah. I don't. Alright. Do this. And come back in real quick. Yeah, it's probably me. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it was. I had to come back in. I was the culprit this time.
Yeah. I thought it was you.
It's always my fault.
So it's
Let me see here. Now I'm gonna hide myself since we got both of your beautiful faces on camera, and I'm gonna go back and check all the stations, make sure we're all set up.
Okay.
So far, it's looking good.
Yay.
Okay.
Yep.
My clothes.
So we have Rumble going, Jitsi, or not well, Jitsi goes in here, but we have Rumble going, mine's going, and Odyssey at the same time. So
Oh wow.
we got that taken care of, and then I'll download and put it on YouTube. So it'll go to BitChute after that, and then back over to Rumble again as an upload.
that's right.
Gosh, how cool.
And I put it on YouTube on every Sunday. I always do it, my side of it.
Hmm.
So,
I've learned that's the best way to deal with YouTube, because I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but you get better views on streams, live streams with Rumble than what you do on YouTube, and then on YouTube it's the opposite. You get better upload views.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that. Oh, interesting.
Me and Mark were playing around with that and found out it was he's into this. These one guys that get on there and do the D&D role playing, where they go out there with the clubs and the axes and everything in the parks. And he had me.
Yeah?
He had me look at one of their videos and stuff, and I checked it out. So now,
I tried to listen to your first Tech Talk, Roger. It's
my
just
God.
too advanced for me. I just can't keep up, I'm afraid.
I
didn't
can't
know
keep
that.
up. Those guys are brainiacs. I mean, I'm just there as a pretty
You
face.
all are. No.
I'm just there as a pretty face.
I didn't know you were on TikTok.
No, it's
I
Tech
didn't-
Talk. It's Tech Talk. It's Tech
Oh,
Talk.
Tech Talk. Oh, yeah, Tech Talk. Right,
Tech
it's
Talk.
TikTok. What?
I have that same issue with Rapid. He always says TikTok when he says Tech Talk too.
Yeah.
So
I'm on TikTok, but I don't know why.
Are you?
Yeah. Got about 90 followers, something like that. 90 odd followers.
Wow. Really?
My game stuff, mostly.
Gosh.
It's not my other stuff. It's game stuff.
Mhm.
I should do my other stuff, because spiritual stuff on TikTok does really, really well. I should really do it.
Does
I
it?
just haven't got around to doing it. It does do really well.
Oh.
This
Well,
time,
I haven't been able to do it because it's the Chinese.
I think
And I'm
I'm gonna try to get on OnlyFans. Start an OnlyFans account.
really, Roger.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck
yeah.
with that. I hope it goes well for you.
I don't know what my gimmick's gonna be though, because I can't compete. You know, it's like
I don't know. Apparently, you don't need to be anything special over there.
the competition is kind of stiff. You know.
Oh dear.
We're on a roll. We're already starting off on a good step. So
Reggie.
Oh, no. It's gonna fall.
No.
Oh, it's gonna fall off there.
he got
Grabbed me
excited.
by his claws.
He got
Why
excited.
did you grab me?
Let me
You
go
see,
grab. Let me go grab my last cup of coffee before we start this. We got like 4 more minutes, and you're starting.
Okay.
You're gonna start, right, Bob Dub?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, Roger on OnlyFans, no, please no. Oh God.
Yeah, I know. I've let that all pass me by. I decided I was just too old.
Yeah,
I think it
don't
was
know anything.
Tinder. It was when Tinder started.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, Tinder
Yeah.
was sort of my son's age group.
oh yeah.
That was, yeah, and I was just like, no, it's
No, I
okay.
ain't bothered
Let
with that either.
let the children do what the children do. I just
Yeah.
can't keep up with you.
No, I know. I only went on TikTok because my partner's always on it. She hasn't got a page on it. She's always watching stuff on it. So I started.
All right. Yes. Yeah. My sister is too. She has 2, I think teenage boys or maybe tweenies or something.
Yeah.
And so they've sort of moved off YouTube. They were on YouTube, but they've sort of found their way onto TikTok. So she has.
All right.
But yeah.
I think that right there, they said it's got a lot of views, but like you got to kind of wonder what's going on there. Like they say it has insane amount of views on it. You can get on there and do one video and get like thousands of views off just one video.
Mm.
Yeah, I think I've had about 700 views on one of my the gaming intros. They used to do the funny ones. I think that's about the best I've done. I've never really,
Wow.
shared it or anything. Never really bothered with any of that.
Mm.
Oh, before we get started, I got good news too. John's volunteered to do a video game interview, by the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Well done.
Yeah.
Cool.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
This time tomorrow.
Oh.
This time tomorrow, he's going to do a video game interview. And Doug said
Share all my secrets.
Oh, yeah.
I listened to you and Mr. Robot, your interview with Mr. Robot, John.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that was cool.
It was pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah.
He's you can't shock that guy. You need to say something to him and you think, oh, he's going to be a bit like taken aback, and it's like, no, he just takes it in his stride. Oh my god. Nothing shocks him.
He tripped me out when he pretty much did an interview with freaking Jaffe, and he manhandled him. I was like, oh my god, dude, I can't believe it. Yeah, he just straight up manhandled Jaffe.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, oh my god. You know how Jaffe is. Like, Jaffe's real wanting to keep control of his interview and stuff, and next thing you know, he's like, we'll get back to that later. We'll discuss that later and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, he's just manhandling him. So
Interesting. Good. Well, he has medical training, so I think being a doctor, they teach you those skills, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Did you notice the bit? We're about to start, are we?
Yeah, let me do my countdown and we'll hit record. So 3, 2, 1, now.
Hey guys, welcome back to Old Men Talking. I am Bob Dub, and I am here with John and Roger, whose show it is. So I am the guest host, if you like, for tonight. And I asked if we could please today talk about reacting to hard times as older people. Because last week I was really fascinated by the way John and Roger were talking about their past relationships and how they'd had to face up to the toxic bits of their past relationships and how they had transformed their lives and they had made decisions which put them in a place of power and strength going forward into their old age. And I thought that was really, really interesting. And then I caught Roger on Jaffe's show, the pirate radio talk about the difference between addiction and substance use and abuse. And I thought that was also going wrong. And it really is, I think, a skill that you develop. I mean, obviously there are people who sort of just grow up with it, but there are also people who've come upon hard times and who've found things really difficult and have had to rise above. And so, yeah, I just thought that it would be really interesting tonight if we had a look at some of the sort of toxic situations that we've encountered and sort of look at starting over. I mean, there isn't really such a thing as starting over. It's always really continuing. But the benefit of age and experience, and if there is such a thing as wisdom. So, yes, welcome everybody, and thank you very much, Roger and John, for allowing me to come and share this time with you. I am really looking forward to it.
I'm glad that you're here. It's pretty good that you. I've always enjoyed you being with us on these shows.
Yeah, me too.
I've always liked it.
They're awesome discussions. They are awesome.
Now we got to decide which one has to go first.
Well, Roger, would you go first? Would you
Yeah.
say something about what you were talking about with the difference between addiction and substance use? Because I found that you didn't really get too much time to explain it.
Well, first of all, it's a concept that a lot of people really don't like to hear, and I say it before I even get into this conversation because, like, everybody is kind of brainwashed into believing something that's just not true. Okay, like back in the 50s and the 60s, you know, when kids got together and they threw a party, it was it was common for kids to come together. They had a party. There was no alcohol involved. You know, you had food to eat. You had stuff like that. And, like, families were okay with throwing parties for their kids or young adults that lived on their own through parties because it wasn't, you know, a sort of thing where freaking booze was accepted. Now, in today's world, you look at it, and if somebody says party, it automatically means that booze has got to be there. I mean, that's without saying, you know what I mean? Somebody's going to have booze. And the whole mindset of it is like a lot of people, they come to this idea that putting drugs and alcohol into your system is natural when it's not. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're an alcoholic or somebody who just abuses alcohol or drugs. That's what it is. It's abuse, because you're introducing a poisonous substance into your body. It's a freaking alien substance that doesn't belong naturally in your body, and it creates a reaction. Okay, and that happens to you no matter if you're an alcoholic or just a regular drug or alcohol abuser, you know. And that's the reason why people hallucinate. And the reason why they hallucinate is because their body has to adjust to it. And, like, if you've ever heard of people having blackouts, you know, the reason why they're having blackouts is because their body is feeling pain. Okay? And eventually it comes to where your body hits a threshold and you black out so that you forget the pain of what your body's going through. And I had to learn that stuff. So, and that doesn't mean that you're an alcoholic. It just means that you're taking a foreign substance and you're putting it in your body, and it's causing that effect. You know, now the thing that separates an alcoholic from a drug abuser or an alcohol abuser is when you take a look at what it does to them. Okay, like, something happens to me once I take a drink. That's all I think about. That's all that rotates around my head. It's the only thing I want. Nothing else matters. Okay, I can sit and talk to you for days, weeks, and months about all this and all that stuff, but in the back of my head, the only thing I want is booze. And I'll do whatever it takes to get that booze. And then I'll overdo it to the point where I'll freaking either pass out drunk, forget who I am, end up missing for a couple of weeks, you know. And you break out into spots when you're an alcoholic. It's called jails, institutions, and freaking alleyways, and, you know, stuff like that. So that's what happens with alcoholics. Now, with regular alcohol abusers or drug addicts and drug abusers, you know, what happens with the abusers is they party, and then they freaking figure out, okay, look, I'm done with it, I don't need no more. That doesn't happen with an alcoholic or a drug abuse or a drug addict. They don't see that, you know what I mean? At a certain age, most people who abuse drugs and alcohol, they say, you know, I'm getting too old for this stuff, and they leave it alone. You know, that's also another thing that separates them. And that's what I what I've learned about it, and that's what I know to be the truth. I've been away from drugs and alcohol for 20 years, okay, but I know exactly what moments in my day I would actually be drunk if I was still drinking. Now I know that sounds weird to understand, but like I can tell that if I was right at another time, I would have been drunk. For situations I've been in and stuff like that, and that's never gone away. You know what I mean? So, and I know regular drinkers don't experience that. They don't know that. 20 years away from alcohol, and I still have drunk dreams.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So somehow it's like a craving. Do you?
No, the craving's completely gone.
Okay.
Craving's completely gone. It just pops into my head when I'm asleep. Like, and they're different too from when I first quit. Like now, I'll have a dream where I'm in the dream and I got drunk, and I can't remember if I've been sober for freaking 20 years or if it was just a lie. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I forgot I drank this time, when I know I didn't in reality. But in my dream, I'm telling myself that. Just weird stuff like that, And it comes and goes every once in a while. Not like all the time. Like every once in a gray moon I'll have those dreams, but it's still there.
That's amazing to me. So I was thinking that you'd overcome this issue, but the way you're speaking, it's like every day is overcoming the issue.
Yeah,
it's not something that's in your past.
Yeah, you can't like you can't say that it's done and over with, you know what I mean? And they've got a saying that says, once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. And the thing is like right now I'm sober, but the moment I pick up any drug or alcohol, I go back to the same person I was when I was doing that. You know what I mean? I'll revert right back to that. So, and I have to make sure that I don't do that on a day-to-day basis, sometimes a minute-to-minute basis, but it's Robot even said it's really like alcohol and drugs are just a symbol. There's an underlying problem that I use that drugs and alcohol as to take care of, you know what I mean? So I have to take care of those problems in order to not want to drink. That's what I was basically getting at.
Yeah. So people say that I've been around a lot of people who've drank and used drugs. My second husband was always drunk, and so I've thought about it a lot. But people say that people use drugs and alcohol when they're already in a state. There's this perception that if you use drugs and alcohol, you'll wreck your life. But I've heard that your life gets wrecked, and then to try and cope, you turn to drugs and alcohol. Do you agree with that?
Not really. You know what happened the first time I smoked pot?
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened the first time I smoked pot? I found my best friend, dude. I loved alcohol and drugs from the very first time I did them. Okay. There was no, I had a problem, so I needed to get drunk. A lot of people use that as an excuse. Okay. But the truth of the matter is I freaking loved them the moment I had my first joint, or I smoked or drank my first beer. and that's the way it was with me, you know.
Mm.
So when it comes to that, I don't believe that.
It's so fascinating that you have these ideas when you're dreaming. You have thoughts of being drunk when you're dreaming.
Hmm.
Because John, you've talked about having spiritual experiences in your dreams,
Yeah.
which is just sort of like the other side, the other side of the coin, almost.
Hmm.
Yeah. So speak. Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, in that sense. We're getting back
Mm.
to the subject about alcohol and drugs. I would have been about 25. I had, what do you call it, blow or whatever you call it, with a few friends of mine, marijuana, whatever it was, a few friends of mine, never actually bought it in my life for myself. But in one particular week, I had it about 3 or 4 times. I went to see my auntie in hospital who had an operation, and she was on, I don't know, she was morphine or something. She's on some painkiller drip. And I found myself, even though I've never had it in my life, I found myself craving whatever she was having for a pain relief. And as soon as I did that, that was it. I left that hospital, and I never touched blow anything like that ever again. Never touched anything
Mm.
again. That was like a tipping point for me. And with drink, I was at the point. I was at the point that if I kept go drinking like I was, that I was going to become alcoholic. But I didn't stop. I just like pulled myself away and reduced the amount I was drinking. And eventually, like now, I've stopped for 8 years. But I wasn't drinking hardly
Mm.
anything the last few years before I stopped. I cut it right down, you know. But now I've stopped fully for 8 years.
Gosh.
But I was fortunate to be shown if you carry on like you are, you're going to end up alcoholic. So I drastically reduced it. I think I went a few weeks out drinking, and I just cut right down the amount I was drinking, and then eventually I stopped.
Mm.
But
Wow.
but to say, Roger, it's I totally get where he's coming from. You know, I understand it. You know, some people I think do use drink and drug as an escape. I do think that they may have had troubled lives. I do think in Roger's case that wasn't the case. No, in my case, I have used drink as an escapism. Yes, certain situations, because when I saw my auntie that time, when I said I was craving what she was, you know, drugs she was on, it brought back memories to me of my mother then, because seeing my auntie in hospital, and on the next 2 days I just got blind drunk. I just, to escape it, it was in my mind again. You know, someone's hospital, it was like, you know, bringing it all back again and stuff like that. But that's when you're younger. That's what it's like. You know, you've got scars with me of the hospitals. My mother was always in hospital and stuff, and I got also emotional scars with a girl. I said it before on camera. A girl I was dating who two-timed me 2 weeks after we got together. After 2 weeks after we got engaged, she started going out with her friends and stuff after that. And I'd been with girls before that. We used to go out with her friends. Didn't bat an eye. And never give her a second thought. But because she two-timed me, I was really insecure, and it really affected me. And and then even so, relationships after that, it affected me. I was with different girls, and they would go out. I wouldn't like show it so much, but in here it was affecting me. But as I've got older, it doesn't bother me at all now. My partner she's very rare she goes out anyway, but if she does, it doesn't bother me at all. Not even for a heartbeat now. But even now, I still can see myself when I see she's going to be going out, like withdrawn a little bit away from her before she goes out. I still do it now, and it's like how many years? It's 30 odd years ago since, you know, the events of you know, the origins of this pain was. But yeah, I still feel myself like, but outwardly it doesn't bother me at all. I don't even think about it now because I'm older, and why I don't, you know, because it doesn't. But it's still a little bit of me sort of like, oh, you know, pulls away a bit. I was conscious of it the other day, and that's why I wanted to share that to you today, because the subject was about how we view things like trauma, or not trauma so much, like toxic situations from years ago to like now, and that's how I am like now. So I'm like now.
Mm.
So
And see, I agree with him on that part. Where like the last part he talked about, where he freaking said that's what I was talking about. Like there's times where I know if it was another time in my life, I would be drunk right then and there. You know what I mean? And that's what I relate to when he says that, because like for him, he actually could recognize that feeling and he stopped it. You know what I mean? And that's pretty much the same exact kind of thing, you know. And like I like I said, it goes back to being an alcohol abuser or drug abuser compared to being an alcoholic and a drug addict. You know, going on binges when bad things happen is something that a lot of people who drink and do drugs do. You know what I mean? They do go on a bender, but like alcoholics are the ones that you don't want at a party, you know what I mean? Drug addicts are the ones sitting in a crack house, and all these other crack abusers are saying, "Look, dude, this guy's got to go." You know, you're pretty bad when you're getting kicked out of a crack house. And I've met people like that, you know, when I was in rehab and stuff. And drug addicts didn't even want them around, or drug abusers, I should say, didn't even want them around, you know. So like. That's the scale is basically what I'm saying. Like you can tell the difference, and it is a complete difference between the two. There is a difference between a drug abuser and a drug addict, just like an alcoholic and an alcohol abuser. And for me personally, all I'm saying is I never had that period where I was just abusing alcohol. You know what I mean? That's me specifically. So, and nobody can explain that stuff to you. Okay, I'm doing my best to, but I can't explain it to you. The best I can tell you is something happens when I put alcohol or drugs in my system, and nobody knows what it is. Doctors can't tell me. Psychiatrists can't tell me. Your church people or your pastor, they can't tell you. None of them know. They'll do their best to explain it, but they don't know the truth about it. I mean,
Right.
Nobody does. You know? And for like the dream thing, when it comes to the opposites, like with John and the things that he dreams about, you know, that are positive compared to the ones that are negative for me, you also have to remember one thing, you know, for every one of us. Well, actually, this is a good question to ask John, instead of me getting. Now, John, do you believe that for people, they can actually subconsciously lie to themselves?
Subconsciously,
Your
no.
mind, you think your mind can lie to you? Try to lie to you to get you to do something you're not wanting to do?
Your mind, maybe, but not your subconscious. No, your mind possibly. It's really hard. It's a really hard question, really. In what format do you mean? What way that you've been like? In what way is the life coming from? What sort of direction? What's
Okay. Well, not talking about alcohol and drugs. Say
Okay.
say you really want to go out and buy something, and
Right.
you know that you have to stick to a budget. But
Okay,
there's
yeah.
that thought in the back of your head saying, well, man, all you got to do is this, and all you got to do is that. You know what I mean? Lie to you so that you could actually cave in and do it.
Yeah, it's like temptation, so to speak. Yes, we all get that. Yeah, it's not your mind though. It's like sort of, how can I explain it? Um, we all inherit we are obviously in our minds and our bodies, in a sense, but we're like how can you say? So you know, you walk down the road and you see someone, and then you talk to them. Yeah, you see someone, and it's like that mentally. There's like beings all around us, spirits all around us, and occasionally that you sort of you like bump into them spiritually in your mind, so to speak. You bump into them, and they might not be so good, and they're the ones saying, "Do you want to? Do you want to? Why didn't you try this? Why didn't you do this?" It's sort of like that. It's like a maybe a subconscious, maybe it's a subconscious battle. I don't know. It's something on that lines. It's to do with say we're alone in our own bodies and our own minds, but we're linked to a greater world out there, and sometimes we sort of like stumble upon others in this world, and I mean they may not be the sort of best people around, so to speak, like the spirits, so to speak, and they're the ones maybe tempting you to do this, do that, because they want to see you fall, see you fail. I don't think it's actually yourself, your own, your actual inner being. I don't think it's from outside sources, but I can't really explain it very well. Because I've had really bad things come in my head, and I know it's not me, and then usually I see the spirit that's trying to do it. I see it, but not always. So this is why I think it's that, because most people will get these things in their heads or temptation, but they don't see what's doing it, whereas I usually can, or most of the time can. If that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
It makes,
yeah,
it makes sense.
We're in a battle all the time. It's a battle around us all the time. There's a spiritual war going on all around us. We don't see it, but it's there. And sometimes that war, they would be like a battle for our own souls. We don't even realise it. And this is why these little temptations come in, because they want you to go off your path. They want you to do this, to do that, go back drinking again, or spend money you don't have, or which will then lead you to a worse place mentally, because you go to despair or what have you. You know what I mean, or cause you to rob someone because you've spent the money on the item you didn't really need, but you got tempted to do it. Stuff like that. It's all. That's my perspective of it. Anyway, I've lost Bob.
That was good, actually.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fascinating. In what I've been learning with the Buddhist idea of it is, apparently, according to the Buddha, our mind is a whole committee. It's not just one train of thought. It's all these different things. And so he talks about all these little subtle tricks that the mind tries to play on itself. And one of the points of meditation is to observe your mind, so you can start recognizing all those different voices that give you those different hints. So it's interesting to me hearing you talk about it as being other spirits, because I also feel that things happen in my brain and I think, that can't be me. I'm not that person. I'm just not that. And yet it was in my head. So obviously I am that person, so it's weird.
It's again on the same sort of subject. We're all allegedly related. We're all like one with the source. So technically, from what you said about the Buddhist teachings, that's theoretically right. It is part of us. That spirit that maybe is doing this is technically, we're all related. We're all one, but he's like maybe on the other side of the coin to us. So technically, the Buddhism is right, because it's we're all like one. We're all like on a silver cord to the source. All of us are. We're living on this planet now. So technically, we're all. It's like it's hard to explain it. It's like umbilical cord for a woman carrying a baby. That's what it's like for us with the spirit world. We're accorded to it all the time, and we're sending for stuff from us. It's going to there and it's coming back to us. It's like a communication feed, so to speak. Amongst other things, of course. That's my perception of it. So I don't know. I got some really weird ideas sometimes,
It's pretty good stuff. The one thing that sticks out to me too, and I tried to talked with Karma about this once, is on a physical level. I think that everything is connected physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The one thing that a lot of people neglect to think about is the physical aspects. And like in the brain, okay, we have receptors. Okay. Now, Dr. Jung gets into the whole thing about the God conscious, and it's also been mentioned about the receptors that we have in our brain that connects all these thoughts and everything together, you know what I mean? Now, I've had the thoughts every once in a while about these receptors. Maybe they're capable of doing things far a lot more than what we know they're capable of doing. People, like for example, when they're debunking paranormal situations, they go in and they'll see what the carbon levels are in the house. You know what I mean? Well, that's the problem. You're not seeing ghosts. You've got high carbon levels. Well, in my opinion, I'm thinking, well, what if the carbon levels are actually inducing a situation where they're capable of seeing ghosts? You know what I mean? It could be the opposite as well. So I don't think that's a valid argument when it comes to carbon monoxide. You know what I mean? Because that could actually be causing them to where they're either hallucinating or they are seeing ghosts. Either way, I mean, you never know. So that's something I wanted to mention. That was a good.
That's fascinating. And you know, like life forms are made out of carbon. So if there's lots of carbon, then no wonder your brain or your perception interprets that as being a life form, even if it's a deceased life form. That's fascinating. I find that's really weird how people use words. They say you see a ghost, and then they decide what a ghost is. But you see a something, don't you? Yeah. You're not sure what it is, but you saw something impinged upon your senses.
I believe that. And like, have you ever had those moments where you see something out of the corner of your eye, and then when you look back at it, it was gone?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know?
Daily.
Yes. Yes.
But I get to the stage now where I see the things now. Just sometimes, anyway. Sometimes.
So.
Right.
Moment of clarity for me, okay, is one thing that I believe is important too. Like having moments of clarity comes more than once in your life, and I think that over time people have these certain moments of clarity where they can actually see things for real for that split moment. You know what I mean? So.
Yes. Yes, you sort of see with spiritual eyes, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it definitely happened to me with drink and drugs, definitely. It was like someone was saying, look at this, look. And it was like, see, look where you're at and look where you're going to go if you don't, you know. And it was definitely, wake up call, you know.
So I was on antidepressants for 20 years. And from the moment they gave them to me, I knew that they were doing me harm. They made me stupid. They made me not be able to think. I was always sedated. I used to sleep about 16 hours a day. It had huge negative consequences. So I kept on going back to the doctor and saying, these aren't working. And so they give me a higher dose or a different drug. And anyway, so after about 16 odd years, I found because I was trying to get off them the whole time. I found these research papers that were talking about how cannabis had been used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder. And so I started smoking weed, and it was absolutely incredible. From the first time I had a cigarette, a joint or whatever you call it, the very first time I felt things happening in my brain that hadn't happened for years. I felt ability to think and ability to perceive. And I have managed to get myself off all the psychiatric drugs that I was addicted to and that were really, harming me. But the negative part is that I now take weed instead of those. So basically, I've swapped one kind of drugs for another kind of drugs. And the interesting thing is, for me, was that no medical health professional has been able to help me with the right dose, the right thing, something that's been good for me. There have been some good parts of taking the medicines, but there's been a negative consequence at the same time. And I'm sort of at the place where I'm starting to think that the price that you have to pay is just too high. And it's just a pity that there isn't some way that you can get the help without having to pay the price.
Yeah.
Now, see, for me, I don't want to say, to anybody that don't go to the doctors. I don't want to say that, because there are some people who have some seriously bad issues. But when it comes to what you're discussing right there, I know that there are people who use drugs to medicate themselves. You know what I mean? But I also know what was taught to me. Now, a lot of people don't understand what they're hearing when they're hearing the word mental illness. Okay, the key word is illness. Now, mental illness is not a disease. It's not something that's uncurable. And a lot of people have been put in the mindset that freaking if you have a mental illness, you're going to suffer from that for the rest of your life. And that's just not true. Illnesses can be taken care of and cured. Now, if it was a disease, or there's certain degrees of disease, and there's some that you're just going to have for the rest of your life, but they're not saying mental diseases. They're saying mental illnesses. So in that aspect, there are solutions to it. And the one thing that I learned was one human being reaching out to another. Get with people who have gone through the experiences you've gone through, and just talk, relate your experiences with one another, become active. For me, I had to go on 12-step calls when it come to sobering up. I actually had to go to hospitals where people had freaking jaundice and their skin was turning yellow, and freaking sitting in a hospital bed, and too drunk to freaking leave their house and terrified. Go out to them and talk to them and say, look, man, if you want to come with us, we can take you to a meeting, and that right there is another thing. Get involved, try to talk to other people, if nothing else. Just the thing of it is it, no matter how much you say it, you need other people need you, and that's one of the best ways to take care of mental illnesses, drug addiction, things like that. Just reach out to be of service to your fellow man is what it is. That's one of the best remedies that you could ever do. I don't know if that's good or not.
It's brilliant. There's a fellow called Johann Hari who gives a really, really excellent TED talk that's called Everything You Know About Addiction Is Wrong. And he talks about his early experiences of trying to wake up a relative who wasn't ever going to wake up again, and how this has sort of shaped his whole life research, I suppose, into what addiction is. And he says that he says the same thing as you, Roger. He says that when they did all the experiments with rats in cages and cocaine, what somebody came along and said, but hold up, you're putting these rats in cages, and the only thing that they've got to do to entertain themselves is take the drugs. What if we put them in a different environment where they had a whole lot of other things that they could do and put the drugs in there? Would they still take the drugs? So they took these addicted rats and they built something called Rat Park, which had games and rats and entertainment of all rat descriptions. And they found that the rats just spontaneously stopped taking the drugs as they started getting involved with their little rat friends.
Mm-hmm.
And so he says what you've just said is that the answer to addiction is connection.
Mm-hmm. Now,
and he's
just what I've learned is there is a process. You hear the word process all the time, okay? And there is a process. And 12 steps is a good example. Now, a lot of people don't understand what those are actually about. It's honesty, open-minded, and willingness. Now, if you talk to a regular religious person, they understand what those three words together mean. I didn't understand it because I was stupid, you know what I mean? But you ask a preacher what that means when you put those three words together, and what it is remaining teachable, okay? You have to be honest with yourself first, then you have to be honest with the people around you, you have to be open-minded, and then you have to have the willingness to change. Now, change and remaining teachable is the important thing. That's the first thing you have to do, and with those three things. Now, this is where it gets tough, though, because then you come to the fourth step. The fourth step means that you have to take an inventory of yourself, okay? You have to admit to another human being your character defects, where you played the part in all these situations that you've had resentments for. So first, before you start doing all that, you got to freaking take a look at the things that you're resentful for, and you have to write them down. And then you have to turn around and go to another human being and tell these people, look, man, this is what I have a resentment for. And then this person, you need to trust them. You need to get their feedback, okay? So when they turn around and they hear this stuff, they're going to have to give you positive feedback to what you're telling them, so that you can go further and figure out what it is that you have to do. And then you have an inventory of all of the character defects you have. The people that you've done wrong is next, okay? You have to freaking look through these people, and they'll tell you, look, you don't need to mess with this person, but this person you need to go back to, and you need to get an amends from. And when you do that, what happens is you're asking another person to forgive you, so that you can get rid of the resentments that you're carrying around with you. You see what I mean? Because now you know what part you played in the situation. So instead of you know what I mean? Instead of you looking at that person and saying how horrible that person was, then you're stopping and say, hold up, man, he might have been in the wrong, but let's take him out of the picture entirely and look at myself. This is where I played the part. You know, and that's hard. That is hard. Gosh,
that is so hard. Roger, I have that when I first started looking for help. And it's here in New Zealand, which is very, very feminist country and socialist as well. And when I started looking for help, there was, there probably still is now, but there was a very strong message back then, was that one person in a situation gets abused, and that person is the victim in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
And it's taken me about 10 years to realize that that's completely wrong. Is that when you're in an abusive situation, you're both abusers.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, it was huge to realize that I had contributed to the dysfunction of my marriage. And that even though I had felt all these years that all this violence had been done to me, that I was actually a participant. And it was only when I got to that stage and I sort of like bucked the system and said to my psychologist, look, you're wrong. You're actually wrong to keep on excusing me like this. I have to face up to the fact that I lost my temper. I did these things too. I wasn't just this absolute saint. And
Right.
man, that was so hard. That was so hard.
Now, the key to that though is letting it go. I would suggest in situations like an abusive relationship, you just write yourself a letter. Write a letter where you forgive the abuser. Take it out and burn it. And when you burn it, you are done with it. You've forgiven that person, and that'll cause the resentments to go away. Just a suggestion, though. It's one that a lot of people I know in the
Really?
program have used.
Use that. Yeah.
Because you don't want to put yourself in that situation. It's called leading with the chin. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where it hurts you. So don't ever do that to yourself when it comes to these kind of things. I'm gonna shut up and let John talk.
I'm fine. Listen to you too. It's fine. I don't really have it. I've never taken anything like medication, like Bob has. I haven't been an alcoholic. I haven't been a drug addict. So it's really hard for me to sort of not understand, but to have any input into it. If you know what I mean. It's really hard for me to share anything on this because I don't really have any information on it. Because
Yeah.
I've got to be in that position.
But don't you agree, John, that it does take time? This is a conversation that we're having as older people.
Yeah.
Like, I would never have been able to get to this place, to get to this place of trying to rise above those issues without the time. It's taken me years.
Yeah. But as I said to you before, everyone's got their own time clock. It might have taken you years. It might have taken somebody else longer than yourself. Another person might have done it quicker. Doesn't make him any better or worse than you. That just everyone's got their own clock. There's no, so I think it's part of the good stuff of being older. You wisely, you learn from mistakes. You don't make them so much as you did when you were younger. I think it's all part of the process, so to speak. But the medication that you were on, it was you're taking it because it's supposed to suppress certain parts of your brain which cause whatever issues you had, depression or whatever. I can't remember what you said it was now. You know what I mean? But they're like a general thing for like a typical man, woman. That this is the typical thing that will help them. Everybody's different. Everybody's brains are different. Everybody's and you, as you said yourself, you knew it wasn't right for you, but you just didn't have any other way really out at the time, to find another solution. Can remember my ex-wife went on medication because she was suffering with depression, and I said to her at the time, no, it's no good, you don't need it. I said, don't need it. And she came off it, and she wasn't on it for long, and she did come off it. So there we go.
So what do you think that it takes, John? What do you think that it is that makes wisdom? Do you think it's just life experience?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Also, if you meditate, you can ask for wisdom. Sometimes you get it's a gift as well. You can get it from it, but you can also it's also a spiritual gift, wisdom as well. It's two sides of it. Much with me. Um, but yeah, experience is the biggest thing, of course. Yeah, it's got to be, you know. So to all of these problems we have, you know, there's the solutions like Roger's done to get out of his addictions, and he's done really well in all fairness. The solutions that you've done with your, you know, with getting off the medication. The solutions you found solutions, which is great. There's also, as I said before, spiritual solutions for this stuff as well. But that's you've got to be in the right place to even think about that. You've got to be in a certain place to even think about that. You can't think about stuff like raising your vibration when you're knee deep in drink. You can't do it. It just doesn't happen. You cannot do it. You know, you're too far away from your connection to do that properly. But once you get past if you get past your addiction to a degree where you're no longer so involved in it, then it's a different story. But even with Roger, with the fact now he has dreams about it, I still believe it's easier to say than to do it. But if your vibration gets raised to a certain level, you wouldn't have these dreams. The dreams or he'd see the dreams, and it would be like, oh, I don't need you anymore, you know. And they just push. It's happened to a neighbour of mine. I don't know the full details. He went through some sort of abuse when he was young. I don't know the full details, but it's affected him all his life. I've been trying to help him, and one day he said, there he was one night. He saw the dream in front of him, the dream he always has about whatever abuse he went through. Something told him, you can either go there and carry on dreaming this like you've been dreaming it for the last 40 years, or you can go this way and go away from it. And he chose, oh, I'm going to go this way away from it. And he said that was the first step, he said, that I've positively taken to get rise above that trauma. And that's what he's trying to do now. But for years, 50 years, I must have been 50 years, 70 now, he must have been 50, 60 years, not every night, every so often, stuck in that dream again, that trauma again, reliving it. And then one day, he said something's told him, you don't have to go there anymore if you don't want to, you can go this way. And he just switched directions. Mm-hmm. So, I'm just saying it can be done. I'm not saying it does for everyone, but it can be done, you know? And I actually, self-plug here, I got a good video tonight about trauma as it happens, and my perception of it, similar to what I was just talking about now. Pure coincidence. I think that's the one I got coming tonight anyway. And yeah, so I'm just saying I know that you can, even if you've been stuck in a repetitive cycle for years, for half your life or 3/4 of your life, you can get out of it. It's never too late. Just say everyone's got their own clock to do this. And it can be done, because raising your vibration, and I'll keep saying about it, it basically raises your mind, your mental outlook. It's hard to do it. It's hard to get when you get there to stay there. But when you do it, it raises your mental outlook. So all little things that used to bug you when you were younger, little things like little fears, I think, was he talking about me, or what, did I upset them, or you get to a point you think, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It may sound like aggressive, or you just don't. They don't matter. I got shown that ages ago. It just came to me one day. I was thinking about something, and I messaged from the other side. It doesn't matter, and I got shown it. But you don't tell you. They just show you these things, and they show you. It don't matter, and it's like, wow. Totally right, and it doesn't, and they don't bother me so much now like they used to, But that's just my perception. I'm lucky to be the place I am, and I've had such difficult lives as you both have, so that's I'm in the position I'm in now. But doesn't mean that I can't help people, you know what I mean? And I do when I can. So.
Well, when I hear you talking right there, I hear change. You know what I mean? Everything that you were just discussing has to do with change. And I mean, that's, I think, what a lot of people have a hard time with. Like, you know, when you were talking about your buddy, I knew an old story. It says you got one dog on your left shoulder, or a good dog on your left shoulder, and a bad dog on your left shoulder or right shoulder, whichever one.
Yeah.
And you get to choose which one you want to feed. You know, and that's really what it comes down to. But like I said, I mean, those dreams I have, they're not every, you know, they're in a great blue moon, you know, really far apart.
That's good anyway.
The situations when I go through them and they get like overwhelming and stuff like that, they cause that to happen usually with me and stuff like that. But and it's moments when I'm at my weakest, when I'm asleep, and you know, things like that.
But Roger, next time you see this dreams in front of you, look for the way out.
I've actually done that a couple times.
Yeah, good. That's the major step to stop having them. Is look, there's always a door out. There's always a way out. You don't have to. You just look for the doorway. Just get out of it. You know, just get out. So, and you can say you've done it anyway, so you know. I don't have to explain it because you already know that. Then, so that's cool.
Now, the one thing that helps me too is, like, I don't like the thought of other alcoholics calling me a dry drunk. You know, that's a sign of being a dry drunk, is when you start having drunk dreams over and over again. So if you start having drunk dreams, it's time to change. It goes back to change, you know. It's something in your life's got to change, because if it doesn't, freaking, it's going to end up bad. So I do appreciate that.
I like how you say it's that the answer is spiritual, John, because Roger, isn't the first step to turn to the spiritual realm? You
have to admit to yourself that you're powerless. That's important. Yeah, that's what kicks people in the butt. They think they got control, when in reality they don't. Like we were talking about the bus, you know what I mean? Like, you're sitting at a bus stop and the bus always shows up 10 minutes late or 10 minutes early, and you get pissed off because that bus never shows up right on time, you know. Well, what power do you have? You can call the bus depot and make a complaint about it, but it still doesn't guarantee the bus driver is going to show up right on time, you know. So for me, that's the best way I've been able to describe it. It's kind of like somebody going to a drive-up in a fast food joint, and they get up there and they freaking are in the drive-thru and they make their order. So when they get over there, they're getting frustrated because it's taking so long for their order to get cooked and sent out to them. But when it finally does get to them, people working there are rushing them, wanting their money, and pushing all this food at them. So now it's gone from being not getting their food quick enough to, hey man, you're rushing me. Well, you got to make your mind up. Do you want your food now, or do you know what I mean? Are they going too fast, or are they going too slow? That all has to do with people thinking they have control. It causes frustration. You know, causes you frustration and misery.
There was
fascinating.
There's long time ago, after my mother and father were divorced, there was a chap my mother was going out with for a few years, and they broke up, and he was homeless. So basically, my mother, being the good person she was, she let him and his new partner just stay, sleep in the living room. It's just to sort of, so they had a roof over their temporary till they found somewhere to live. And I'm not sure what happened, but I basically woke up because I heard like arguing and shouting, and I saw this person, my mother's ex, then hit my mother in front of me, And I've relived that memory so many times until the last time I relived it. When I went in there, even though when I was only like I was 8, 9 year old, I was terrified of a little kid, you know. I went in there and I just went over to him and I said, "I forgive you." I never had to dream again.
Wow.
Never had it again.
Wow.
Never had
Okay,
it
I
again.
was not expecting that,
Yeah,
John.
I never had it again.
Incredible.
I basically took the power away from him in my dream. It didn't happen in reality because this was like 40 years later, 50 years later. But in my dream, or on reflection of it, I just took the power off him, and I
That's
forgive you, and I've just never had it again.
that's what it's about. Because see,
Yeah.
when you have a resentment, you're allowing that person to rent space in your head. So when you, the opposite of being resentment is forgiveness. Two things can't or two opposites can't occupy the same space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
It's part of the process I have to go through as a healer. To be a healer, you've got to be healed as much, probably more than a normal person, because you can't go too far as a healer if you can't self-heal. You have to self-heal, and that was one of the things I had to do. It just happened to come my way, and I knew I had to do it. So that's why that probably happened. Perhaps it would have still been in my brain for the rest of my life. Otherwise, who knows? I don't know. But yeah.
that's
So
good.
yeah.
So after you've forgiven and after
Yeah.
you've forgiven everybody, what do you do next?
I just move to the next situation then. If there's any more, just move to the next situation. I suppose, because it's not something you're really conscious of. It just sort of happens. You just don't really think about it, you know. It just sort of happens. Basically, all the trauma I had when I was young, I've dealt with it all in various forms. Of my mother's death, she died in front of me, and this stuff like this, which has emotionally scarred me. I've dealt with it all, even down to the level of grieving for my mother. It's virtually, because she's shown herself that she's still around to me. It's virtually, not to say zero, but close to zero as will ever be. Is I got virtually zero grief now. Whereas up until I had a sign for my mother, and the sign, various signs I've had over the years now, I had a lot of grief, which I held on to for like 30 odd years or more. And like now it's virtually gone. So it's, again, it's just this fact, because you're a healer, you got to do these. You don't have to, but I think it's just important to do this. How can you heal people who are going through like something and you can't do it yourself? And that's the answer I get. You know what I mean? How can you tell people that they can not get over grief, but they can make it so grief isn't so painful to them as if you can't do it yourself? You so I mean, and like Roger's saying about how he's turned the corner from where he used to, the drink and drugs, because he's done it. He can talk about it to other people maybe out there who are in the same situation, but they're still in it. And if he stops one person, if he turns one person's life around, my God, that's so rewarding. That's what it would be for me anyway. And I bet he already has. You know what I mean? It's like that's what we're here for, isn't it? We're here to help other people, because we're all we're all here together, so to speak. You know, if you can help a fellow person, as I said to you earlier about that little boy that I helped the other day, it was so touching. You know, he was so you know what I mean? It's like what you're on the earth for. You know what I mean? It just makes it worthwhile. You know what I mean? It's just thinking, wow. You feel like you're making a difference, like, you know what I mean? It's just little moments like that really make you feel, okay, that's good. You know what I mean?
And see,
It didn't inflate it, or it didn't inflate your ego. It just made me feel humble, which is
yeah,
good. In the old days, like my ego be up here, but not anymore. Just I feel humble. I feel, great by it. Sorry, where do you go?
now that's the last part that I had to learn, is being of service to your fellow man. And that's what John's doing when he's going out and healing, being a healer. With me, it was about service work, and that's really where it counts. I have to be of maximum service to my fellow man. You know, there's a story that I can tell you guys, and it's the best way to do it. You know, the guy's walking down the street and he sees a hole in the middle of the street, and this guy's down at the bottom, and he looks down and he goes, "Hey man, you need help?" And he goes, "Yeah man, throw me down a rope or something." You know, the guy hears him say that, and he just jumps down in the hole with him, right? And the guy goes, "Man, why'd you do that? Now we're both stuck down here." And he looks over at him and says, "No, we're not stuck. I've been down here already. I can show you how to get out of this hole."
Oh, how
brilliant.
cool. Oh, I love that.
It is.
You
Oh,
know,
I love that.
just
No, I
So-
can't be of service, I have to say. I've managed to work through most of the forgiveness. I can't think of anybody else that I can forgive. I've managed to settle a lot of those things, but trying to be of service, man, Roger, the thought of that is just terrifying to me.
I'm getting
Terrifying.
the message to you from the other side. Not yet.
Oh. Phew. Thank you, other side. Thank you.
Doesn't mean you're not going. Doesn't mean you're not going to. You know, I'm not. I know
Okay.
you probably are already, but it
Okay.
means that just because
I've
it's not
got
happened
time.
yet doesn't mean it's not going to.
Okay.
Seriously, it just came to me now. Not yet.
take
doesn't mean
baby
you-
steps.
Baby steps, as I keep saying. Yeah, baby steps.
Baby steps. And like right
And you-
now, I mean, look at it. We're sitting here having a conversation. You're helping somebody. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
just baby steps.
Hmm.
So,
Yeah, it is.
well, I think we've come to the hour, man.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Oh,
we
very
have.
enjoyable that was.
We have. That was so interesting.
Yeah.
It was so interesting.
It's just the same as last week's subject. It was like, what are we going to talk about for an hour? And yet, suddenly, the same as this week. I thought, oh, I only had a little bit to share, and it was like, what are we going to talk about? You know, and poof, it's gone, isn't it? Yeah, I was
dread
gone
it.
again.
I dread these every minute because, like, you guys come up with all these these topics, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to say more stuff about myself. That's just insane. And then,
Oh, Roger, you are so interesting.
So I think next week's topic is Roger gets spiritual. I think it's next week's topic. I think.
no. So you started us out. You're gonna have to end it, Bob Dub.
Oh, I'm going to have to end it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay, now that was springing something on me. I need an hour to prepare. Okay, well, that was a fantastic talk. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Roger and
yeah.
John. I mean, my brain is buzzing. And so thank you everybody who's joined us, and we will be back again next week with another really interesting discussion which will occur to us during the week.
Yeah.
So thank you all for joining us, and thank you also, John and Roger. Thank you so much for your wisdom and your compassion and your insight, and for jumping down here in the hole with us. It's very cool of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye now.
I talk
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today, I am doing Roger's real-time talk show event, and I am wanting to bring up the topic of the judiciary system, mostly here in the United States. Now, the few things that I have the topic of I've listed in my description, I believe, but let me double check on that with my yeah, here it is. It's in the description for Rumble. If you guys want to check that out, you're more than welcome to. I've also posted it on Discord and in Minds Chat, so you guys can come in if you want to and you're more than welcome to join me. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and send out some invites to. I think I already did. So, if you guys want to come in, you're more than welcome to. And I can post those in both Minds and in Minds chat and in on the Rumble in my chat there too. So you guys are more than welcome to show up. So just click on that link and you're able to get there. Now, the judiciary system, or the judiciary, which it's also referred to, is the system of courts that interprets and applies the law in the name of the state. Now, that's one thing that I want to point out. It interprets and applies the laws in the name of the state, not the people. Okay, it has to do with the state, and that's it. Excuse me. It's supposed to be we the people, don't get me wrong, okay? But you need to understand that they're talking about the state and they're talking about federal governments when they discuss these things. So when they interpret the law, they're interpreting and applying the laws in the name of the state, okay? Now, that's something that I did want to mention and bring up because it's very important to know. And that's what I wanted to say before we get going, okay? Now, with that being said, the judiciary also provides a mechanism for the resolution of disputes. That means whenever you have a dispute with another person or the government has a dispute with you, it provides a mechanism for the resolution of that dispute. So you can go into court, you can make your case against any person or the government. The government can do that with you too. Now, that brings me into the next part of what I want to talk about, and this is the separation of powers, okay? Now, under the doctrine for the separation of power, the judiciary generally does not make laws. They don't make laws. That is a plenary. That's a plenary fashion when it comes, or that's done in a plenary fashion, which is done by the legislature. Okay, and that means Congress. Our government's split up into three branches. That's the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. So what you have is the judiciary that interprets the law and they apply the laws in the name of the state. Then the legislator, which is Congress, is the one who makes the laws. So you have the separation of state that's going on there. All right, that is also an important subject to bring up. All right. Then after that, what you have is you have the executive branch, which is the president, the White House, and the executive branch of the government is the branch that enforces the law. Now, it's important to bring all this stuff up because you have to understand that this is the way that the government works. You have those three branches, and when it comes to making laws, it's the judiciary's responsibility to interpret and apply the laws. To create the laws, it has to be through Congress, okay? And then after the laws are created and they're interpreted and applied, it's the White House, the president, and his cabinet's responsibility to enforce the law. All right, so that's basically the way it works here in the United States. Now, over in England and all these other countries, I have no idea how they do it, because their parliaments are a lot more complicated than what they are here in the United States. They have different, they have more parties for one thing. Here in the United States, we only have two. We have three, actually, if you think about the Libertarians, or four if you think about the Green Party, but those two don't have any like major seats within the Congress, and they can't even be in debates during elections because they can't get the amount of support that they need. So you do have those, but they're smaller. Now, let's see here. Now, like I said, the executive branch is the ones that are responsible for enforcing law. Now, this brings me to the next thing that I want to bring up, and it's the economic rights when it comes to laws that are being passed according to the Constitution. Now, the thing is it's like the other day we were in chat, and somebody brought up something that was very important that I thought of mentioning, because they mentioned a video that's out. It's called Law of the Land, Know the Corporate Laws of Contracts. Okay, and it was done by David Icke. Now, whenever you go into this kind of topic, you hear David Icke talk about it, and you hear a lot of other people talk about the contract, and how people are just basically owned, you know what I mean, like we're possessions and stuff. And it's hard for people to understand that. And in politics, they call it the straw man theory, or the straw man fallacy, I believe, something of that sort. Like we're just straw men, rather, basically. But the same people who say that don't really do the research and understand that it's more than that. We are actually defined as a person, and under the law, they do have an interpretation called, you know what I mean, which is the law. Hello, how you doing? Can you hear me? Hello. But yeah, they do. All right, can you hear me, Mark? Yeah, I think he's on Jitsi, but I'm not sure if he can hear me or not. Let me see here. All right, can you hear me? Mark, can you hear me? Let me see real quick. Alright. He's muted, I think. Yeah. Can you hear me, Mark? Mark. Yeah. Okay, so basically what it is like you have the whole thing with the Supreme Court and things of that nature. Now, I put references into my post that I did the other day, which kind of goes into this, and it has to do, the first one that I made has to do with the Indian reservations and laws that were set down pertaining to Indians and their laws on the reservation compared to that of the state, which is where the reservation resides into. And the question in these cases was brought up because what it concerned was two Indians getting into an argument, and both of them ended up getting into a fight, and one killed the other, and they were on Indian reservations, or on an Indian reservation. So the question is does the Indian who killed the other one, does the laws of the state pertain to them, or is it the federal government that has jurisdiction over that case? As well as the question of can the Indian reservation, as its own sovereignty, basically try this Indian for the crimes that he committed on their property, and when it came down to it, I was reading through that, and I've read this before. It was a while back, but I didn't catch on to it the first time. They interpreted it pretty well, where as you read down through it, you'll see where it says that for the Indian reservation to try this individual by themselves, it has to go according to taxing or taxation. When it comes to Indians paying taxes, then they can be on a board or they can be involved in the judiciary system where they can try this individual. If they are exempt from paying taxes, then they don't qualify to be like in a jury or being a judge or anything like that. And I found that pretty interesting. So it kind of got me thinking about that. That's actually a pretty good topic, whenever I stopped and thought about that, I mean, on the reservations, well, especially in today's world, you'd think that they should have the right to freaking try their own criminals, I don't see where the federal government has to step in and do the job for them. It just doesn't make sense to me on that fashion. Now, I can understand maybe back in 1880s, back whenever their laws came into play, but today I don't see that as being, an issue. They should be able to do that. So later on, I do want to get more in depth on that when it comes to the reservations and finding out how the laws have changed, if they have changed whatsoever concerning that. And then again, it also comes down to if the reservations even want to have their own court systems because of the size of it. I found it also interesting too that they made it to where it's basically hands off when it comes to reservations and concerns with the states, because the majority of enemies that the Indians did have was at a state level. It was usually the white man in that surrounding area that basically were considered the enemies, to the Indians. So I do understand that, keeping as much control out of the state's hands as possible when it comes to these reservations. So I did see that as being something that was important. it also made me think of other territories that are controlled by the United States. Like we have the Marshall Islands, we've got Puerto Rico, and I think there's a few others that we have control over, and it makes me wonder what's going on there too, because like especially in the Marshall Islands, if anybody knows anything about TJ Maxx, them and Marshalls, they're two big grocery or shopping chains that are here in the United States, and Marshalls and TJ Maxx are ran out of the Marshall Islands. Now, it's weird how you hear a lot of people talking about how labor is in these third world countries, and how sweatshops are being set up to sell things cheaper. It's weird hearing that when you know about Marshalls and TJ Maxx, who's actually got their factories and warehouses set up in the Marshall Islands, and they're doing the exact same thing on an American territory, on the soil, American soil, which, believe it or not, they are a territory of the United States. So I do find that kind of odd. When I read through that kind of got me thinking. And it's gotten so crazy with Puerto Rico to the point where they actually are thinking seriously about becoming their own country and breaking away from the United States altogether. So those are some things that I think are important to discuss, when it comes to the court systems and things of that nature. Now, the next topic that I do want to talk about is like the budget of the judiciary. Okay, now in developing countries, the budget of the judiciary is almost completely controlled by the executive branch of their governments. Now here in the United States, it's not as bad as what it is in most developing countries, but we do have a certain amount of corruption when it comes to that. Now, whenever I'm talking about the budget of the judiciary, I'm talking about proper national wealth distribution and government spending, and basically constitutional economics. So, according to the Constitution, they're supposed to do things in a certain way that goes according to the Constitution, and that's pertaining to wealth distribution and government spending, how much the government's allowed to spend and how much they're supposed to distribute. So that's one thing that is a way that a lot of politicians are able to corrupt our government. Corruption of the judiciary, especially when it comes through budget planning and having various privileges for both state-ran organizations as well as organizations that are in the private sector. When you look at the IRS, okay, the IRS is not a governmental organization. It's actually a non-governmental organization. These are basically henchmen that go out and force people to pay taxes voluntarily, of course, And even with our tax system, they say that it's a voluntary tax system. You voluntarily, pay your taxes. It's up to you if you want to do it or not. Now, if you choose not to be if you choose not to, wait a minute, I just did a test live stream today. Okay. But yeah, if you choose not to pay your taxes, then the consequences, that's no longer up to you, see? But you voluntarily choose to or not to pay your taxes, okay? But you don't have any say over the consequences if you choose not to. So that's the one thing that got me, I get a kick out of the whole term voluntary tax system, because it's pretty much a joke. The Federal Reserve, that's a non-governmental organization. That's not government whatsoever. A lot of people don't even know that. This is an organization that basically runs the economy of the United States, but it's a non-organizational or non-governmental organization. They set that up like that, just like with the IRS, because both of these organizations are unconstitutional according to the laws of the United States. So they created loopholes to where they could get away with this and be able to set up organizations like this. And it gets even more trickier when it comes to Congress too, because they start taking advantage of their plenary powers. And you need to understand what plenary powers are, okay? The plenary powers are basically given to people which grant unlimited power whatsoever, okay? Like the president, he can grant pardons for people, groups, corporations, entities, anything he chooses, all right? That's plenary powers. So you got the president who has it. Then Congress has unlimited powers to pass laws, levy taxes, they can wage wars, and they can arrest anybody they want. All right, they have unlimited powers to do that. Now, they also have plenary powers when it comes to judges. Now, I found this out later on, but like when a judge sits at the bench and he has that robe on, he can make any decision he wants to as a judge without any consequence whatsoever. And how that's established is and how that's important is the fact that, like, while he is portraying himself as a judge on the bench presiding over a case, he is exempt from any kind of lawsuit, okay? And now you can try to sue him, but you have to petition the state or the government to do that, and they have to say that it's okay for you to do it. But if the state or the government doesn't feel that you have the right to sue this person, then it's done, it's over, okay? So that judge can sit behind that bench and make whatever decision he wants, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't sue him for it, you can't do anything like that, because he's acting as a judge. That's another form of plenary power. It's pretty deep, and I don't want to get too much into that as much as what I want to about these entities and corporations and groups that they give extended powers to, okay? Now, Congress can create charters of duplicity, and that means that what they can do is they can extend their plenary powers to organizations that aren't a part of Congress, and they're called entities. organizations to corporations. They can extend their plenary powers, okay? So they can extend their powers to freaking pass laws. They can extend their power to levy taxes. That's where the IRS comes from. And they can also extend their powers to arrest people. That's the ATF, groups like that. So instead of them actually doing their jobs, they're sending their work out to these private sectors and allowing these people to do the job that they're supposed to be doing. And they're also handing them over plenary powers. It's just like what we were talking about the other week with child welfare laws. Okay, like these groups, which are non-governmental, are given plenary powers to investigate families. Now, this goes pretty deep because, they go out and they investigate the scene. Sometimes they have people with cameras who go around and they'll take pictures of your yard, they'll take pictures of the neighborhood and stuff like that. And if you have a problem with that and you try to sue them for doing that, you can't do it because they are covered with these plenary powers, which prevents anybody from suing them while they're doing their job for this non-governmental organization. Okay, and those responsibilities that, again, the court system is supposed to be responsible for, they're pushing them out to the private sector, to where Catholic social services are involved, all these organizations that have counselors and people that'll drive the kids to visitations and back, stuff like that. All of these people are being they're given these plenary powers that the judiciary has just because they're doing these jobs. So it gets really, really intense when you start reading into this. You start finding out that there's people in our government who freaking have the power to ruin your life, and there is absolutely nothing you can do to stop them. There's been cases where people who have businesses, because they haven't paid their taxes, have literally had freaking SWAT teams come in and raid their homes or their businesses, and they've been put in jail because of tax problems. You know what I mean? And you can find it all over the place on the internet. If you don't believe me, just check it out. It's pretty amazing. And all of this is because Congress and the judiciary system and the executive branch, they can create charters of duplicity and allow these entities, organizations, groups to share their plenary powers, and they can also set rates and prices for us when it comes to paying our electricity. The Department of Energy, they extend their plenary powers to them to where they can just set any price they want and you can't complain about it. So if you've got a high electric bill that's getting outrageous, it's being done by an organization that has complete and absolute power, and you can't contest it whatsoever. They have complete say over it, and they're exempt from review, which means that Congress doesn't even do a review on them. They're just exempt from it. So they just do what they want and Congress doesn't even review them to make sure that they're doing their jobs or they're not being excessive, that the numbers match up, So for me, I think that is some of the stuff where our government is overextending itself, and I seriously, to this day, think that when it comes to our government, we have a misunderstanding of our relationship with our government. All right, our government is not our friends, guys. They were never intended to be our friends. When you go and support the government and try to say that the government is your friend, they're there to take care of you, what you are doing is giving up your rights. You're giving up your power. The more power that the government has, the less power you as an individual have. Okay? And it's vice versa. The less power that the government has, the more power as an individual you will have. So it's really good, to frickin' have a government that does everything for you, so you don't have to contend with it. All right? You can turn around and you can just say, well, that's the government's job. I don't want nothing to do with it. It's too complex. It's too tedious. I've got so much stuff that I need to do. Well, just understand that next time you have issues with your taxes, or you have issues with your utility bill, or you have issues with anything of that nature, you're the one that caused that problem. Don't go around blaming everybody else because you're having a bad time when it comes to what the government's doing. Because if you don't stand up for yourself and you don't start trying to do something, then you are the cause of the problem. It always ends with us. Okay? It's our responsibility. We are the sovereignty. That means we are the ones who are the bosses over the government. It's not the government being our boss. We are their boss. We tell them what to do. So if we don't tell them what to do, they get to run rampant and create laws like this and manipulate the Constitution so that they can get away with things that they really aren't allowed to do. But yeah, for me, I'd like to say, check into plenary laws. It's really important to check those out. Last week, I tried to get into child welfare laws, and it really wasn't the direction that I wanted to go. Don't get me wrong, I got two really good interviews out of the deal, but my intentions of doing that episode had absolutely nothing to do with being, upset fathers or non-custodial parents who basically it had nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? I was wanting to talk about serious matters that involve these laws that are basically ignored because, there's a lot of bad stuff that happens out of that situation. Nobody wins when it comes to custody battles at all. You don't win, your spouse doesn't win, and definitely the children don't win. People get hurt, all of them do. And the only ones that benefit from that whole situation is these organizations that make money from it. The counselors that get paid, the people that are responsible for supervised visitations that get paid, the judges that get money from the federal government so that they can create more problems for families. They get paid for it. All of these people in the court systems that are doing this illegal activity that they can't even do themselves because it's constitutionally illegal are the ones who are making money off of it. They're the ones that are benefiting, you know, and we are the ones who are getting screwed by it. I mean, there's lives that are literally destroyed because of these organizations, and it just keeps going on, and it keeps going on. And the reason why it keeps going on is because we allow it to happen. You know, we allow these people to happen because, you know what, nobody wants to see the ugliness of that stuff. They don't want to have to deal with it themselves. You know, the police force, they love this setup, you know what I mean? They don't have to worry about domestic disputes or making sure that frickin' kids are properly taken care of. They can just kick that off to some social service to take care of their problems for them. You know, make it easier on them. And, you know, when it comes to government, things shouldn't be easy for these people, okay? Like, I'll watch decisions that are being made in Congress, and everybody gets upset because it's been postponed or the decision has to be made later. And they get frustrated by that, but they don't understand sometimes that's a good thing. You know, some of these decisions shouldn't be made right off the bat. There's some decisions that should take years to be looked at and accepted or rejected. You know, there's nothing wrong with setting something over to the side and waiting and seeing if it's actually valid or not. You don't rush into a lot of stuff and try to hurt, you know, people because of your consequences or because of the consequences of your decisions. So I am running late today. I apologize for that. I was supposed to do this at 10 o'clock, so I was even debating on if I even wanted to get on here and do this episode. I apologize for you not being able to get on here, Mark. I noticed that you tried to get on. I don't know what that was all about. Later on we can straighten that out, but the reason why I finally did it was because I was just talking to Bob Dub the other day, and you know, I was told, you know, it doesn't matter if you're late, you still need to show up, you know. And I'm really wanting to work on being consistent, and being late was bad enough, but not even showing up would have been even worse. So after debating on it for like about a half an hour, I finally decided it was time to get on here and or do the stream. And like I said, I apologize. This is usually supposed to happen at 10 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. That's 11 Eastern Standard Time, and over where Mark is at, that's in England, that's what is it, 4 p.m. General Motors time. So we are running quite a bit late. I've been having some issues with taking care of my mom, so my days and nights aren't really all that straight, plus doing this stuff. So I'm having to kind of deal with personal issues as well as doing this stuff. So it's just a balancing act, really. And I just wanted to let everybody know that, and to tell you that I did not have any intentions of skipping today. We did skip last week because it was Thanksgiving here in the United States, and I was okay with that. Now, on these holidays that are coming up, Christmas and I think New Year's too, I'm not positive, but I can check. Yeah, on New Year's, New Year's Eve is going to be one of our episodes, I believe. And I can do that because I'm not Mr. Partier. I'm not out drinking, acting a fool. Not anymore. So I can do that. And I can skip the Tech Talk because Tan and Mark might want to go out and do something. So I do have everything set up mostly for the holidays so that nobody has to deal with it. I did the last of my history videos, and this next video that I come out with for gaming, I believe I've got one more video before I call it quits on that one. And none of this pertains to my interviews. When it comes to all the topics that I've done, if I can get interviews for them, I'm still going to do them. I'm still going to stream them and put them on. But I'm talking about like the shows where I get on right here by myself and I go through a topic. Those are going to come to an end, at least until June of next year. They're going to come to an end just for this year, not permanently. So I'll end them now, but they will come back in July, most likely. Yeah, 6 months is July, and I'll start it up again. So that's definitely going to happen again. Besides that, I also am coming out with a new idea for my streams on strangeness and on conspiracy theories. I'm going to start a new series. It's going to be called Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson, and it's going to basically be a mix of all that put together. And the reason why I want to do that too is because I want to get more into like the esoterics, and I mean the teachings out of the text. There's a whole history of esoterica, and I'd love to talk about things like alchemy, and secret organizations, and the schools, so the mystery schools, things of that nature, and kind of go through that, as well as some weird science. Like, we've got a lot of weird science out there, so that's another topic that I do want to bring up, without having to get into the paranormal or anything, just the weird scientific stuff that's going on in the world. And also parapsychology. Everybody is always big on wanting to hear about paranormal, but not too many people know that there's parapsychology as well. I watch a series that's been out for quite a while, and it's called New Thinking Aloud, and it's one of the best video series that I enjoy. I enjoy it. It's a really good show, and that's basically what he does. He goes in like I'm doing right here, and he interviews interesting people, and he has discussions about this stuff. So and that's the kind of stuff that I want to do too. I want to be able to have good conversations and learn what other people's stories are and tell them. So that is all the stuff that I have to say to catch up on what I'm doing now. Now tonight I am going to be doing Tech Talk on Discord. I will be interviewing a content creator by the name, his gamer name is Darker Things, and we'll be talking about editing audio and video, setting up our own videos to stream and to upload onto platforms, things of that nature, how he does it. So it's his interview with that, I'm going to have two of my friends with me, Rapid Glitch and Disney Magic Zach. They're going to come in and be a part of the panel with me to drill them and get information so that we can figure out how cool it is to edit video and find out actually how hard it is too, because I think a lot of people get a misconception about it. Like, it's really hard work. It's not just, get on here and hit stream or record and be done with it. There's people who really do this stuff get involved with their streams, and they take pride in their work, which, I'm not big on pride, but at the same time, I can see where they're coming from. It takes a lot of time and effort to do it. So if you guys are interested in that, you are more than welcome to show up. That will be at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 11 p.m. General Motors Time. So I am going to just end it there and say thank you if you actually watched this. If you didn't, thank you for actually not watching this, because I really hate getting thumbs down. And I will talk to you guys later. Now,
welcome everyone to a recording of an interview with Darker Things. We're talking all things Tech Talk here live with Roger Hanson. You're here with us. You're here with us. Welcome everyone. Welcome Doug. Welcome welcome everyone on the panel. How are we all doing tonight? How are we all doing?
Doing fabulous, Zach. Doing fabulous. Thanks for that kind intro there, Roger. Thanks for having me.
I'm glad that you're here. Now, before we get started, I'd like to say that we have Disney Magic Jack here.
That's me.
We have Old John, or the Wonderful World of Weirdness, whichever you want to call him. I like to call him Old John. It's kind of stuck to him now, so he's Old John. And also we have Darker Things, which is Doug, and Jen, which is his son. So with you guys, you want to say hi?
Hello. Good evening.
John, you still there?
Hello.
There he is. Okay. So now, with that being said, I'm going to hand this over to Darker Things, aka Doug, and we will have him give us a little bit of a background on him and his son's work in editing. This is all about Tech Talk. So this is what our conversation is going to be, is about the editing, about the content creator aspect of making videos. You know what I mean? We can talk about video games too, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to get your guys' take on what you do, the process you go through, and everything, so with that being said, I'm going to shut my mouth. I'm going to hand it over to you guys. I'm going to let both of you give your backgrounds too, by the way. So, Darker Things, you first, and then your son. Oh,
Okay, great.
Look at his face. He just got stoned. He's like, I've got to say something.
No, it's not that. I'm in the background.
Yeah.
It's normally who I am. Not a quiet person.
Okay,
So, Darker Things, Doug, 52 years young. And if Jack of many trades, a master of probably maybe one, which was theater arts, performing. Did that since 4th grade. Was actually selected as one of 50 high school students to go to Ashland, Oregon Shakespeare Seminar, which is a regional theater in Ashland, Oregon. We pick high school juniors every year. I was one of 50 in the United States selected to go study professionally with somebody there. That was kind of cool. And that was kind of what I thought my direction my life was going to take. but life happens, and mom got sick with some Alzheimer's and some dementia. I'm the youngest of 7 kids. I opted to take care of my mother. Met my son's mom while I was doing tech work, networking, computer networking, and never got back to doing community theater or professional theater or anything like that. I always still had that acting bug in me. Flash forward, my son's turning about 14, 15 years old, and he's been doing choir stuff, and he's liking live skits. There was a Good Mythical Morning on YouTube. He was vibing with those 2 individuals there, and he's like, "You know what, Dad? I'd like to try my hand at being a YouTuber, but I'm really shy." And I said, "You know what, son? I'll support you. I'll help you edit your videos, and if you need me, I'll just come on board with you. We can do this together." And so we started off with a gaming channel called Old Gen versus New Gen versus Worlds. And that is kind of where the first channel that we even did took off. I did branch out briefly while we were trying to, before we niched down into just video games. We were doing food fight type things, like which is better, French fries and onion rings, who reigns supreme and burgers type thing. And I even did like a different channel called Dad Meets World, kind of playing with the Boy Meets World, Dad Meets World type thing, which was kind of darker content in a way. Yeah, and then my son kind of got burnt out. Wasn't really wanting to do the YouTube thing for a while. And I was still all about it. And so I decided to do darker things. And my son saw the content I was producing there. It's like, whoa, Dad, that's like different from anything we've done on the gaming channel. And it seems to hit differently. And I like it. I want you to keep doing that. Don't stop doing that. And we recently come back together, start doing the gaming content again too. So I'm looking forward to always working with him. He's not just my son, he's my best friend. And I really enjoy working with him. So I'm gonna let him talk briefly about himself now.
Oh, hi, my name is Trace, also known as New Gen. I don't do a lot with Darker Things other than helping him with sometimes his thumbnails and script. I also come from a background of, like my dad said, choir, but I've also done a little bit of voice acting, and I'm trying to become an amateur mangaka.
Nice. That's very cool. That's very, very cool. I don't know. Where's Roger?
Yeah.
Is he there?
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
here.
if he's got any more questions before we all jump in.
I'm here. It's just I'm kind of stunned by that. What exactly
Yeah.
is that last? What is that last thing you were discussing there? That's interesting.
I draw anime, and I'm trying to make my own manga.
Oh, manga. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I get that. Yeah, I've actually seen some good stuff there. All right. So before we get started on the technical stuff, there's some good things that I do want to go through and kind of mention with both of you. Well, first, I want to talk about, you mentioned a niche, and we were talking about that the other day, and I was wondering in the area of setting your own niche, what have you guys come up with? What do you find as your niche when it comes to making videos?
Well, my comfortable spot is doing what I do on Darker Things, discussing the serial killers, the cult leaders, disturbed minds, urban legends, things like that, just because I'm fascinated by all that. And I can go down a rabbit hole of research. And I think because of that, I find things that a lot of people miss sometimes. There's things that'll stick out to me, and I'll share them. And I get to hear back that people are like, oh, I hadn't heard that before, or I hadn't heard that. And so that's encouraging. That tells me I'm doing something right. And then I just think I'm able to express myself through the thumbnails, the way I do the editing of the videos, the art style, stuff like that is a form of self-expression. It might be darker content, but that's what I find with that. And then, of course, the channel that we work with together, it is basically a video game channel, but we're gonna get back to doing what we originally conceived with that, and that is where he's gonna be tasked with playing old school games, so old gen games, retro style games, and he's gonna try to get me to come up to speed and play some of the newer games. And we're gonna give each other challenges. So that's where we're going as far as the video game channel goes.
Okay, so what are some of the challenges that both of you have in that concern? Like, first of all, we already know a little bit about darker things, but what about young Jin there? What's one of the challenges you find that's going to be challenging on these retro games?
So with the retro games, I'm still not very used to the PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64 games. And I'm having to get used to the control schemes and the floatiness. One of the biggest problems I'm going to probably find is with modern games, they kind of hold your hand, where old games I'm going to have to read and pay attention to a lot more.
Yeah. Now, do you find the older games more annoying?
No, I don't. I find them more appealing. I've been playing through Silent Hill 1 as of recent, and it's been a real fun experience.
Okay. Now, are you getting familiar with like emulators and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'm currently getting familiar with an emulator called Zebra.
Okay. And how's that working out for you when it comes to the technical side? Like,
The hardest part for me was figuring out how to format my drive.
all right, so you have to format your drive to do it?
Yeah, I had to format a drive and get files for a BIOS and set it up completely.
Yeah. I had to do that with Xbox. It's a Zemos. And I ended up having to go to the Xbox website and get one of their BIOS and everything like that. So did that work out good for you? Was it like a challenge for you, or?
It was challenging at first. After I figured out what I needed to do and broke it down into sections, to smaller tasks, it became a little easier.
Okay.
Probably wasn't easy for him either because, I'm a helicopter dad when it comes to tech, and I'm like, don't do anything that's going to wreck the machines.
Yeah.
Better not wreck the machine.
And I had to tell him that the emulator sites that I go to find this stuff are all safe.
Yeah.
The ones I use, I make sure I do my research because I don't want my hard drive or my computer to fail. These things are expensive.
Right. And on
'Cause I've already
on my gaming videos, I always make a point when I'm talking about emulators: be safe. Don't just go on any emulator website thinking that it's a good website. So I want to put that out there to anybody who's watching, that you do have to be aware. Like Jen said, do the research. So. If that's all you need to say, we need to get to the old man now. We need to see what his challenges are.
So a lot of my challenges are my videos when they're finished usually look pretty polished, but to be honest, I'm a noob. I'm very new to video editing. I'm much more used to being in front of the camera on stage and just being the talent. Research is not the hard part. It's actually doing the editing. I'm not one who normally reaches out for help. So I found myself networking and reaching out for help, and that's going to help me a great deal, I think. But it's the sheer amount of time it takes me. It might take someone who's more experienced in editing sometimes, or let's say an hour long worth of content might take them, maybe 2 hours or 3 hours. And for me, sometimes to get 30 minutes of content, it probably took me maybe 24 hours, 30 hours, maybe 40 hours of editing in front of the computer because I'll make mistakes. And there's not always an undo and I don't always have my I'm learning now to have copies upon copies of my source files, because sometimes when you're not able to undo, then I've got to go through now re-render something, which puts me back further.
Yeah.
That's probably my biggest takeaway, is to make sure I have duplicates upon duplicates, kind of like arrayed, so to speak, of my B-roll footage or whatever my source files are, so that if I do make a mistake that I'm not able to recover from, I don't lose so much time. Another challenge would be not every program I work with marries well with another. So if I'm using more than one program, like Adobe, all of their programs seem to work really well together. But sometimes I'll render a file, and if I don't make sure it's in a certain format, and I try to move it over into another program I use called Descript, because we don't recognize that file format. Well, it's not as simple as changing the extension at the end and then expecting it to import over. I have to go through, re-render it into that format that the script's going to recognize, and I'll be able to use it.
Now, just so I can clarify it with the rest of these guys, the panel's open. If you guys want to make comments or ask questions, feel free to. So, starting to feel lonely here.
No, I mean Doug's the star of the show, man. I do have a couple of questions in regards to editing and things like that. Obviously, like your Darker Things channel, I've been watching that like since you started. That I have really I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff. I love watching like crime documentaries. I love all that kind of stuff. A couple of questions for me in terms of editing. Obviously, I know you use something called Descript. I've seen that through. You sent me being a creative consultant on your recent video, which I appreciate. I've never seen that program before. How does that work?
So, the script is really more, I would say, the script is to video editing what Windows was to DOS. It's more plug and play. What you see is what you get. So it's more intuitive also. Now, at risk of offending some people, I think Apple, in many ways, when it first came out with its phone, its platforms, its apps and everything's, the phone was much more intuitive than the Android. You had to be kind of tech savvy to use the Android, not so tech savvy to use the Apple. Things were just kind of intuitive. You could figure it out.
Yeah. That's
really kind of, the script is kind of simplifying the process.
Okay.
And you can see everything on your timeline. You're not having to do like edit this, edit that, like all these little tiny edits and layers and stuff. There's still layers involved, but it just kind of uncomplicates things.
Okay. Cool.
One of the features I find that helps me in Descript, it's kind of a cheat, in that it is kind of AI, but it's not, I think, in the realm of overuse of AI. I'm good at memorizing things, but at the same time, if I'm writing something, researching something, and trying to get something to produce fast, the way I'm kind of overcoming one of the hurdles is I don't have to memorize right now so much. I can read what looks like a teleprompter, and like, for instance, if I'm off, my eyes are not tracking 100%. There's something in Descript which make it look like my eyes are never losing contact with the screen. It's fascinating. It's amazing.
That's so cool.
I love it.
Oh my gosh,
so
I need that.
If you've already seen my videos, you can't tell that I've looked away.
Yeah, wow, that's so cool. I love that. That's so cool.
And it's one of the little features called eye contact. You just apply it to the section of video you want, and it does it for you.
Nice. So I use DaVinci Resolve. I use that to edit. And like you say, that's to be fair, that is I had to teach myself. I started with something very, very simple, called Shotcut, I think it was called, like way back when I started. And I was like, right, I researched, like it wasn't challenging me enough. It was very, very simple editing. It it wouldn't let me do as much as I wanted to do. I was like, right, I need something to push myself, to push the editing, to I want layers on layers on layers of like videos. If you see in the video where there's like 3 of me here on this sofa, that's 3 separate videos, like shrunk together to make it look like I'm having a conversation with myself. It was insanely cool, but that video took me like a week to edit. I couldn't have done that on like the Shotcut like editing server or whatever it was. So I looked at DaVinci, and it's essentially just a free version of Adobe Premiere or like Final Cut, and it's that same level of like quality that a lot of I did a bit of research on it before I did it. A lot of like movie producers use that, and editors that work on like TV shows and movies and things like use DaVinci, and I can see why, because it's so powerful. Like it's a great tool. But yeah, like I said at the beginning of this stream, like I hated editing to begin with. I just couldn't be bothered with it. But I've learned to love it. There is another thing, the way that you do your artwork on like your B-roll and things like that. Is that an overlay? Is it an art? Because it looks like it's been drawn. It's very cool.
So, it's a process. I use Photoshop to my advantage.
Okay.
With that. Yeah, but I also use After Effects. So it's a combination using After Effects. You apply an overlay on After Effects on the video, and then you import it as a video into a clip into Photoshop. And then I'm able to go through a process of really kind of converting the entire video into what's a smart object, so that the entire video, that little clip of whatever it is I'm using gets impacted by whatever change I'm making. That was actually one of my challenges at first, because before I discovered that I had to convert it to a smart object, I was having to go frame by frame to apply the effect. No. And it was so time consuming.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's gotta be an easier way for me to get the same result.
Yeah.
And then there was a program I was looking at, and I was like, but that doesn't have the same art style. That's not got the same vibe. I get this accomplished. This looks like a knockoff. I don't like it.
Yeah.
And then my friend's like, well, when you're trying to do something in a picture, sometimes you have to convert the picture to a smart object so that
there you go.
So that it's impacting not the rest. It's like, why don't you convert it and try? So I tried it, and I was like, oh wow. So as long as I take whatever clip it is, I convert that to a smart object. No matter what I do to the photo, the video clip, it's gonna make it across the entire clip. Nice. So that saved me eons of time.
I bet, yeah. That's so cool. I love that. I love that art style. It just reminds me of kind of like, it looks like it's been drawn. It just adds so much like to it. It's just very, very cool. I love the way. And do you write the script yourself, or do you use AI generated? Or
I'm not a big fan of having AI do all the work for me. As a matter of fact, I feel like if I have AI write the script, it's not my voice, it's not my personality. So what I might use it for AI for is to help me with an outline.
Yeah.
And then I use that outline and I go and do my research, and then I write my script. But I don't use it to write my script for me.
I agree with that.
You brought that up in a previous interview that we did, and I wanted to kind of discuss that with you and let you kind of elaborate on your feelings towards AI. But as well as you, I'd like to hear from your son what his thoughts are about AI too. So both of you.
Let's let him chime in first, because he'll be quiet if we don't have him talk.
With AI, I come from the side of it with art. As I draw it, I see AI with art as not a good thing. It's taking over a field where we're going to be losing work. Because AI is taking our images and copying them and learning our art styles. And it makes it hard.
On the flip side with that, though, like there has to be artists. The AI works strictly from search engines and coding and all that kind of stuff. People need to be creative in order for it to continue to work. So if there's no artistry, there's no imagination, the AI has got nothing to copy from. You know what I mean? Like, It should. I feel like it can work in some ways. Like I'm a strong advocate against it. I don't use it. I don't use it. I do everything myself because like Doug said, it takes away your voice. It takes away your originality, your kind of like conversation that you're trying to convey through a video or through a thumbnail or whatever else. But like I can see if people want to use it, fair. People want to use it, fair. But people need to be creative in order for it to work as well. And if people are not being creative, then it's just gonna stop. It's not gonna have nothing to grasp its answers from, so to speak.
And I'm guilty of using AI when it comes to my thumbnails. Since I'm not extremely artistic, I have artistic vision. I see something in my head, like you say, Zach.
Yeah.
It's creative, but I don't have the skill set to my handshake or whether to do the design that I want necessarily, like a full scale thumbnail.
Yeah.
So, but I do know, hey, I want dramatic lighting. I want it to look like it's paper cut, like lino cut, or beveled, or I can tell, like I want it shot from above, or I want it photorealistic, or I want it to look like this art style instead. That's all part of the creative process. So you're not just in that respect, like you said, you're still part of the creative process because you're having to give it all these details. Yeah. And the concept of the picture is still yours.
Yeah.
And then it helps render it. Now, sometimes what I'll do when I'm making thumbnails for darker things is it'll render something and I'm still gonna go and I'm gonna change it. Yeah. It's gonna help me with like something base. But I'll still go in and completely change it and make it my own afterwards. But it gives me something to work with. Kind of like clay. Yeah. You know?
Yeah.
You're given the clay, and it's someone has some kind of mold, and you come in and you're kind of trimming things off and putting the fine detail. That's what I kind of do with my thumbnails. So I like that you said that. You gotta be creative with it. Yeah. Being someone who's an artist, more of a performance artist than anything else, but now I find this medium of editing videos has given me another outlet. You have to be true.
Of course.
And so I think if you rely solely on AI, to be honest, I think people want a connection with people.
Yeah, of course.
And people, if you come across non-genuine or like you're just reading from a script and there's no passion or no personality, people aren't going to connect with that.
Exactly.
And people are going to tune out. So I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, use it for my outlines, help with my thumbnails. And one thing I have used it for in a couple videos is virtual set.
All right.
So I had a David Koresh video where I was, it was a virtual library. There was a bookcase in the back of me. Yeah. I had a picture of David Koresh and
nice
timeline type thing. That, you know what I mean? But other than that, I haven't really used a whole lot of AI, except for, like I said, the whole eye contact thing in the script. That's a form of AI.
Yeah.
And again, that's not taken away from creativity, or I think that's just kind of a cute little cheat. It helps me read.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. I mean, I personally I don't use it, but like you say, I can see people getting the ideas, like you say, getting the outlines and then making it your own. If you've got the, like you say, you've got to put the ideas in to get it out. But
yeah, even with my outlines, I say, help me create an outline covering John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
Focus on his childhood, his estranged relationship with his father, feeling like he proved himself to his father all the time.
Yeah.
And his mother being an enabler, and his trouble with the law as a child or early teenage, and I'm giving it lots of details to help me research.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Kind of doing the outline too, but it's better if I do it that way, and then it puts it in a linear form for me.
Yeah.
Because I'll be off into the races. I kind of have ADHD when it comes to things, so if I don't have a linear path, I'll be like, well, John Wayne Gacy, and I told him don't talk about his child, and then I up all the way to his suggestions. Like, well, wait a minute, where was the middle?
Yeah, 100%. Fallon's just said, a script can help clear up your thoughts for sure. If you don't believe what you were saying, other people can read that. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it goes back to what I was saying. People want to connect with you.
Yeah.
You're going to come across as disingenuous.
Yeah, very true.
If it's not your words. So if all I was doing was reading from something that was totally scripted, and I didn't write the script, it's going to come across fake.
Also,
100%.
If you don't actually have any love for the project that you're making, it's going to come off fake.
Yeah, that's it. And I can attest to that. This, hands down, this is my 4th channel that I've done. Disney Magic, it's the 4th channel, and the only reason is because I get so involved that I'm like, right, people need to know what I'm doing 24 hours a day. People need to know all my hobbies. People need to know da 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 da. And it's like, no, nobody needs to know. You need time for yourself. You need time to do what you're doing. I never scripted a video previous to this channel. I think, and I tell a lie, I think I did it twice on my original channel, and you could tell I was reading from a script because I was looking at the screen. I was like, ugh. But now, you can still tell I'm reading from a script a little bit. I'm getting a little bit better with it, but I make the script, I outline it. The passion is there because obviously I'm a huge Disney fan. I could talk about Disney for hours and hours and hours, and it's clearly obvious. I have a podcast with over 16 hours worth of videos, including the videos as well, probably over 100 hours of content there, maybe, and more. Roger's streams that I've been on previously, most of them have always come somewhat circled to Disney with stuff like that. But you've got to be interested in what you're doing. If you're just doing it for the sake of it, they always say YouTube is a hobby and it's a passion. If you want to do it, you've got to have that passion. You've got to have that that gumption to do it. And if you're just doing it for the sake of it, if you're just doing it for fuck it, I'm gonna start YouTube just because I'm bored, people are gonna see that.
Yeah.
If you've not got the motivation or the determination to, if you're doing it for money, I feel like a lot of people now, a few people that I've spoken to in the past are like, why are you doing YouTube? They were like, oh, I want to make money from it. I'm like, that's not the reason why you start it. It's not the reason. You start it because you're passionate about it. Yeah, you're passionate about gaming. You're passionate about talking about some of the most disturbed minds in history. If that's something that you can feel yourself talk hours and hours and hours about, and you're passionate about it, do it. I feel videos nowadays and things like that, and I can attest to this. If you were just to make probably a raw unedited video and just upload that, I mean, maybe it'll do well, but it's the editing, it's the story. Through editing, I feel you're telling the story more than you would do just recording it. Do you agree with that, or?
I do. I'm in complete agreement with you. And it comes back to that being genuine.
Yeah.
And that you can't do something just money can't be the only motivator.
Yeah.
Getting back to kind of what wanting to add on to that, I would advise anybody who's thinking about becoming a YouTuber, you better be ready to be your biggest fan.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay? You gotta be your biggest fan. You gotta give yourself the pats on the back, because even people you think would care about the work that you're doing, they might support you and they want to see you do well, but they don't want to watch your video. They're not going to look. So I think for me that was actually
hold on a minute. I want your son's take on that. What your dad just said. What do you feel about that?
Well, I've talked to my friends about them trying to help watch my channel and with my feelings towards it, it's true. You have to be your biggest fan, because if you're not, like, my biggest motivator to do videos pretty much anymore is myself.
Right.
I have to be behind myself to actually put out that effort and have that goal in mind that I want to do this. It's not because I don't.
Now, see, that is an important question right there, because I get annoyed with YouTube because of certain things they did, like in their creator studio. Whenever they would come out with the best way to freaking do a YouTube channel, they would always suggest, "Oh, go to your friends, get your family," and you know, and
It doesn't work.
it does not work. It's that is the worst advice anybody could ever tell you. You know what I mean? And
it might have worked years ago, like when PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, when they were all starting up 10 plus years ago. But nowadays, even though it's more well known, like I tell people at work, like, yeah, like, what you do for the weekend? Oh, I'm recording an episode of my podcast. I was like, oh, you do a podcast? So I was like, yeah, feel free to check it out. People are like, yeah, send me the link. They never check it out. They don't, because they're like, oh, we'll send that moral support in a sense. We're like, oh, that's cool, fair enough. I'm going out doing whatever I'm doing. I'm like, yeah, fair dues, you do you. I'm going to do this. It gets, even my mum, she, bless her, I love her to bits. She's like my best friend. But even she doesn't watch my videos unless I physically put them on. Like, and she's probably as big as a Disney fan as me. I'm like, I mean, granted, she likes her own stuff, fair enough. She doesn't really watch YouTube, but like, unless I physically turn the video on and be like, oh, this is my new video, or oh, I think you'll like this video, do you want to watch it? She's like, yeah, I'll watch it. I've got to physically turn it on. She won't, like, watch it on her own back, but like, fair enough. I've always said I don't expect people to watch my videos. Like, I've always said that. Like, I like you say, you've got to be your biggest fan. And, like, I don't know. I'll turn it back to you guys. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going.
No, I do.
But yeah,
have
you've got to be your biggest fan. Like, you've got to be, because at the end of the day, you've got to push yourself to do it. And if you don't enjoy it, don't do it. That's one of the reasons why I took a break for a few months, was because I wasn't enjoying it. It was making me depressed. It was making me feel anxious. It was making me feel like I had to do it just because. Yeah, burnt out, just 100% burnt out. And it was like, man, and it was getting to, like, obviously on that channel I was playing golf and things like that. I was like, I'm not getting out playing golf as often. I'm not, I don't know what to do for Disney content. Like, I'm stuck, really stuck.
I followed you on that journey, so it kind of like from when Zach does things, like Zach's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Where's Zach?
Yeah, exactly. Zach was doing nothing. Zach
didn't look like he was having fun when he drove that ball. So I totally.
Yeah, exactly. But
now,
that's the thing. Like,
Fallen has some comments that he wants to share with you guys too. So
awesome! I love to hear from Fallen.
Fallen says, a script can help to clear up thoughts for sure, but if you don't believe what you're saying, other people can read that. And then he goes on to say, I don't know. Communication brought us together. We are friends, and I think that is part of the reason, at least, why I have as many views as I have. Communication is a big factor. I don't talk to a lot of people, but the ones who actually view my stuff make it worth the while, because it is what I am up to, it is what I am doing, so you seem to be generally interested. So yeah,
I would have to say I am. I believe wholeheartedly, and I have expressed this on multiple forums. I think it's just kind of the way I was raised. If I'm friends with somebody, as long as what they're doing isn't harming somebody, it's legal, and they're passionate about something, I genuinely want to see everybody succeed. I want to see them happy. And that goes even with, YouTube. I have got a whole new set of friends that I've networked with, I'm bonded with, I would say over the last 3 or 4 years, really since I've been on the platform, that I didn't have previously. And they have been more to champion my success on the platform than people offline. And that's encouraging. And I try to be that same individual. I try to lend support via watch time, or I'll say, hey, do you want help with, I can help you with thumbnails or mock-ups or virtual set, whatever you want. I've got this kind of skill set and this is what I can help you with. Or I'm willing to watch your video, and if I can see something that needs to be tweaked, I can let you know. So there's a sounding board sometimes. I know I've provided watch time to a great number of people. And sometimes it might not even be a subject that I'm particularly interested in. I got one friend, he does like these gardening, like he calls himself, and I love him to death as a person, but he like cactuses and plants that don't require a lot of water, and he like drops water and paints on them and stuff like that. It's visually appealing, but that's not my passion, but it's his, and he wants his channel to get monetized, right? So I'm going to watch my friend Robert's video because I want to see him succeed. And it's, I try to do anything I can to help anybody out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I get help as well, and it's a wonderful community. When you get that sense that look, I'm going to appreciate anybody who takes time out of their day, out of what they're doing to contribute to something that I'm doing. That's priceless to me. You don't get time back.
Yeah.
And so I'd have to say there are people right now in this forum that we're talking about that have encouraged me, have done things for me. My intro would not be what it is right now if it weren't for Roger. Roger helped me a great deal with that. I conceived it. I didn't have the skill set to bring it about.
Yeah.
And he helped me with that, and it's just things like that. And I get people who watch my videos religiously, Colin being one of them, Doc, you being one of them. So,
yeah.
I think that's important. So, yes, you start off being your own best friend, right? Your biggest fan. And then you build community.
Yeah.
Because I will say one thing. Having you guys help us with our channels and the little ways you guys do, even with the comments, it helps. It makes it to where we want to produce more content and continue going.
Yeah.
Because without it, it's kind of hard.
Yeah. I can agree with that, because like you're saying, that was one of my issues. Like when I did my old channels, that does things like Golf for Gone Disney, now defunct. It was a case of it felt like nobody was watching the video, and this was way before like pandemic. This was way before like 2020. This was like pre-pandemic, pre-everything. This was like 2018, 2019, I think. And it was just like nobody was watching the videos at all. And it was like, I put in this work in, why am I even bothering? Like, what's the point? Like, you need that to succeed. You need that connection. You need that. Like Doug says, I've met some amazing people. Most of you, you guys are here now. That me and a couple of others, Sammy and Chris, are like some of my closest friends online. Shut Your Gob, Rob. He's another one who I absolutely love. We've actually made plans for next year to meet up. He's coming up my way, so we're going to meet up next year at some point. But you just need to connect, and I feel like that helps with that success on YouTube. Especially now with like people diss like doing the threads for like the watch like comment kind of stuff. It's like some form of like sub for sub. I don't agree with sub for sub. That doesn't work because you can get your channel shut down and things like that. But the watch like comment, if you're generally watching and enjoying the video and not just doing it for the sake of it, and like you're watching videos that seem appealing to you, like in the one that the one that we're all in. You only have to watch one video a day. So long as you post one, you watch one. You know, that's what it's always how it's worked since I started when Sammy had the server. And then when she gave it to me, she was like, "You can change it, do what you want to do with it." I was like, "I'll keep it," because you watch one, you know, and you build those friendships. Like when you guys first joined, like Doug and Roger and Fallen, I think you guys joined. I think you guys joined after me. I think I was there before you guys, a few months.
You were there before me.
Yeah. But like you guys started and was like, oh, I generally like these people. These these guys are good. They're good people. You can tell in the content that you make. I'd say like if someone was to make a video of like, welcome back guys to another video. Today we're gonna play. And you're not seeing the enjoyment. Like when you did your gaming channel, I could see the enjoyment. The arguments you two had was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
The banter is just off the chains. Like honestly, so good. You know, Roger talks about fuck knows what Roger talks about, but I'm there for it all the time. It's a good time. Like Fallen, his whole aspect is him being like having detective files because he's a detective in his games. I love that twist. Like it's not just a gameplay video; it's an investigation. I love that. I absolutely love that. And if you've got that spin on it, then kind of like with you guys, your spin on like the stories that you tell, Doug, have been told millions of times. Like people know them like the back of the hand. But you're finding new evidence, you're finding new information that, like you said, you brought it up earlier. Oh, I didn't know that before. I was watching was it the Ted Bundy one? I think it was the Ted Bundy one I was watching. And some of that information I didn't even know. And it's very, very, and I've watched documentaries, like I watch them out the wazoo. I love that type of stuff, like I say. But to find new information, like it's so cool to just see the information, just see the again, it all comes down to passion, it all comes down to communication, and it's just yeah, there we go. I feel like I'm talking way too much here, guys. I'm generally
I
excited.
like the exchange.
So just to clear this up too, before the recording started, people who's watched the streams will know what was said, but everybody who's watching the recording later, just understand I told these two to behave themselves. So they're actually on good behavior today. So
Elder abuse. Okay.
And the one thing I have to go even further with what you said, Zach, because I don't think I would have still been doing this if it wasn't for the networking part of this stuff. If it wasn't for you guys and being on Discord and networking, I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't have.
No, I mean, to be fair, I remember you saying that you was looking at packing it in the end of this year, like, but I'm glad that you decided to change your mind because, we'd miss you,
The thing that gets to me is it's like the environment that YouTube creates, I don't agree with. I don't like the climate that it's creating and the mind thought, the mindset.
Little ageist.
Yeah. But on the other hand too, I enjoy the people that I'm doing this stuff with. I enjoy you guys, and if it wasn't for the networking and doing, a home away from YouTube, and even when I think that's where we all came from, was with old John when he had his WLC, and then we came over from there because I don't know, Darker Things might have been on here before we got here, but
was just a little bit.
But I until I came over there and met you guys, man, I was always against wanting to talk, you know what I mean, on my videos. And that's what Zach's talking about. I even today I have a problem with talking on my gaming videos because I feel, and it's probably a little bit extreme, but I feel that it actually ruins the content, you know what I mean? Like, I'm into storyline when it comes to video games, and when I play a game, I want the storyline to be more important than my voice. And I've had people kind of help me out with that. Like Rapid keeps forcing me to use a microphone and talk, and now I'm doing an interview with somebody and talking. So I am getting better at it when it comes to that stuff. But I still do feel that, like, because like when I edit, there's cutscenes. You know what I mean? I have there's perfect places where you can make a cut in a video. And if I'm running my mouth, that complicates it, because then I have to look for the right cut that goes along with my big mouth running. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because I'm talking, there's a part where I could have had a perfect cut scene, but I was too busy talking. So those are the reasons why I didn't talk in my first ones. Here lately, I started talking more, But I do want to get more into the topic of audio with you two, because I know that's the most annoying part. So if you guys can cover just audio and how you deal with it and the things that you find interesting about it, go for it.
I think for me, that was actually audio, come to think of it, Roger, was my biggest challenge initially. Not with the video game channel, but with Darker Things. It certainly was, because I almost needed someone else to watch it before I would upload it, because I wasn't noticing that the background music that I was using, which was just supposed to help start a nuance and not be the star of the show, at times would be more prominent in presentation over what I was saying, so much that I was getting drowned out. And the video would already be uploaded, and I would get the feedback, and I'd be like, uh-oh, it's already out there. So with you and Zach, like, one of you suggested, hey, have you invested in a microphone, it won't sound so hollow. That helped a great deal. One of the things I use in Descript, which helps me, getting back to what we use on the production side of it, sometimes even with the mic that I purchased, I'd still get like a pop or a hollow sound, or I mess around with reverb or whatever and try and tweak it. Still wasn't happy with the sound. There's a button in Descript, and you can do it clip by clip. It just says studio sound. You click it, it analyzes it. It removes all the background sound, the fan from the laptop, any music that might be playing. It's a very valuable tool. It helps me a great deal. I've used Blender to help me with sound. I believe it was Blender. I think it's Blender. Something Roger referred to me to start using. And then I noticed also, from an audio perspective, with Premiere Pro, I believe it was, you can click on the click and you can actually unlink the audio. I had no idea I could do that. That was a big discovery for me. I could unlink the audio so that anything I did with the audio was independent from the video. That was huge for me. And then I could do audio gain up or lower if I put it into smaller segments. But I used to treat it, just the video, as one big piece of footage. And then I'd go in and dice it, and try to make sense of it that way. And I changed my approach. Now I get the footage, but I go in and I make dice, and I'm treating each piece of footage as the star while I'm working on it. Audio, I do completely separate now, pretty much, except for my narration. Like when I'm adding a sound effect, I'm looking for that sound effect. I'm overlaying it just to that segment. And it might take me a little longer, but I'm finding far better results from that, because then I hear it in real time. I'm like, oh yes, that works. I can still hear myself, and the sound effect is there, but it's not the star. I learned to make things set a nuance with sound, as opposed to it being overbearing. And getting back to something you said, Roger, because we talk a lot in our video game channel when we're streaming. But it's our banter, kind of pain and panic. But we do also try to stop long enough when there's a monologue or a dialogue or an intro. We do our best not to talk over those moments, because when we're playing video games, yes, we recognize our playthrough is part of what people are going to come from, but the game is also the star of the show. We're players in the storyline, and I think that's the way we approach it, don't you?
That's the way we approach it. But with my problems with audio is I was at first, like he said, I was doing audio and the video game all as one track. I wasn't able to do as much sound editing as I wanted to. So I had to kind of force myself to learn how to separate the audio tracks. So if I wanted to add in a sound effect somewhere in the middle of the video, I could.
Yeah.
It was a huge problem for me because editing in general, I get overwhelmed looking at it.
Yeah, it is overwhelming. It really is. And this is one approach that, obviously, going back to the way you guys do it, I use DaVinci, like I said, and Adobe is kind of like Adobe's very similar to DaVinci and how it works. The way you can split the audio. So with videos that I do, I have my microphone separate, which records through my laptop. I have my camera separate, which is my phone. I use my phone for a camera, and then I've got to sync it up, and that's a pain in the ass as well. Like that's a tough. Like there's a couple of videos that are mine that like no one will notice it unless I say it. My Sky High video is like 1 second out of frame with the audio and the video. I'm like, fuck, it's so annoying. But like, because I did it, I'd have to redo the video all again. And going back into editing a little bit and audio stuff. I mean, I don't know if I'm just weird with the way I do it, but like, I edit the video. I split it all up. I edit it, do it all, and then I render it, and then I add my sound effects and my kind of like my effects. Do you do that the same way, or do you do it all in one go?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, Zach. Is that I originally did it all in one go.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why I wasn't getting the results I wanted. It's because I didn't have layers, I could.
Yeah.
One, I didn't know how to separate sound, how to unlink things for things. I had no idea how to do that. I'd be like, well, gosh, I want to add this effect right here.
Yeah.
How do I do that though? It's all one sound now.
Yeah.
And I find I would, even when I was successful finding the right sound effect, I would try to add it after doing everything in one fell swoop, right? And I couldn't even hear the sound effect.
Yeah.
You can't hear it, no matter how much I try to turn up to make it louder. I still can't hear it. It's muddled. It's like it might as well not even be there. Well, let's get it to the presses, because I give myself a deadline. And I'm like one of those people who's like, well, I said I was gonna publish the video on this time. And I don't care if it's imperfection or not. Let's get it up there.
Yeah.
With Darker Things, because I like what he's doing with this channel. It's become a really good thing for him.
Yeah.
And one of his video series on it, he was producing quite fast, and I said, if you produce a little bit slower, spend some more time on it.
Yeah.
Do the editing you truthfully want to do with it. If it takes you 2 weeks to produce an episode, let it take 2 weeks so it's perfect.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Fallen has some more comments, so let me read this for you. It says, let me make sure I'm starting out. Okay, he says, way for sure. Love Darker Things channel. I feel like I could certainly replace all the TV murder mystery shows with it for sure. What other cases do you plan on covering in season 2, if you can answer? You sound and look great, Doug, in case audio was a concern. And then he goes on to say, editing is rough, partially why I like to update raw videos, but with the type of videos you do, it doesn't have a choice a lot of the time. I salute you for sure. You are doing an amazing job with your editing. So he had a question there.
Yeah, so season 2, whether I've technically announced it or not, it's subtle, is already started. And you'll notice there's a new intro that Roger helped me with. That's to kind of announce that, hey, this is season 2. And I think that's the way I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna mark new seasons with a different introduction.
Nice.
And it kind of, you'll get a hint of who the primaries are going to be, and there's still going to be like digest versions. How I kind of played around with that with like Timothy McVeigh. I just kind of gave him a little blurb. And if I do a digest version, maybe one season, I can actually do a full-on deep dive on an individual. So, Dahmer was meant to be quote unquote part of season 1. I'm sorry, season 2. He's supposed to be the start of season 2. It kind of been a kind of a bridge between 1 and 2, so to speak. It's the way that kind of turned out. But I don't mind. If you've noticed, there's a spinning cube in the new intro that Roger was an integral part. That's his baby. Where you see the face of Dahmer, and you should see the face of Marshall Applewhite, Lizzie Borden, and Eileen Wuornos. So those are definitely people who are coming out in season 2. Nice. And I think I was inspired by Zach to look outside the United States, and it may not be someone he referenced for me, but I believe I'm going to do something on the Cray twins.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to probably cover the Cray twins.
Ronnie and Reggie Cray. Oh,
yeah.
They were some sick fuckers, man. They were crazy.
No,
they were so good.
Nice. That's kind of the direction I'm going. So I think those are all I'm going to cover pretty much for the second season. In season 3, I think I haven't given the ladies a lot of attention. Just Eileen Wuornos and Lizzie Borden. I'm going to be looking at like Susan Smith, Jodi Arias, and other compelling Candy, but I can't remember her last name. Just concentrate on some kind of like a snapped darker thing style. For season 3. And I'm definitely looking, guys, anytime you notice, I'll say, hey, if you want to hear someone cover, you want a story represented, give me that suggestion, because I'd love to go down that deep rabbit hole for you, be your guy to bring you that story to life.
100%.
Now, on the lore and everything, now Zach might know this story too, because he's over there in England, but I keep forgetting his name, but it was, what was it? Something Hills Jack, where...
Jack the Ripper?
No, it was actually before Jack. No, it might have been... It's actually been long going. Jumping Hill Jack or something like that. It was supposed to have been a mysterious phantom kind of guy who could literally jump from rooftop to rooftop and vanish without a trace.
Interesting. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah.
I've never seen. I've never heard that one.
I'm gonna have to look into that.
But I was wanting to get into that, and I haven't gotten around to it because, as you know, I do my weird stuff. So I
There is one that is very, very close to me. Literally, where it all happened is literally, about 40 minutes from me, and there were some messed up people. And the main one, Myra Hindley. She was she was very weird. She was a very, very dark. It was like kind of like a Bonnie and Clyde kind of situation. There was two. There was a male, female. And there's been, even to this day, not all of the bodies have been found where they were buried. Like, even this day. And that must have been about, at least 50 years ago. Maybe even a bit less, a bit more. I think it was like late 60s, early 70s I think they got caught like late 70s, but even to this day, like, not all of the bodies have been found of all the kids that they kidnapped and everything. It's crazy. And that's 40 minutes away from me. That's mad. That crazy.
We have something in Texas of the whole myth with Halloween and the poison candy. In Texas, we actually had a woman, and I think it was in Houston, for about 4 years was killing kids on Halloween night by giving them poison candy and razor blades.
Wow, that's crazy.
That could have been how it started, being honest.
Yeah.
And then getting back to, like, I think I saw Fallen say something on there briefly. Am I open to suggestions?
Yeah.
absolutely open suggestions. That I kind of thrive on that sort of thing because I want to build community. I don't want it just to be about only what I'm interested in, because I'm going to get exposed to another story I might not even know about based on something you suggest. So absolutely open to that. And one of the things we're talking about doing, but we're not in a position to do just yet, and it's probably going to be during season 4, is we're actually going to go to some of these places.
Yo, sick.
So that we can explore the darker things. We've got the Black Swan Inn right here in San Antonio.
Wow,
That's supposed to be haunted.
Wow.
Robert E. Lee.
We got something down at Robert E. Lee. There's the lore here, urban legend, that I did a little digest version of on the Donkey Lady, where we're talking about actually going out to the bridge where this Donkey Lady's supposed to be with a horn to summon her, to see if we can actually summon it and experience it firsthand. And we plan on doing that, but like a live stream.
That'd be cool.
Ooh, fancy. Yeah.
So that's another thing we're playing around with.
So,
We love that.
Zach mentioned Jack the Ripper. Okay. Are you planning to do something concerning Jack the Ripper?
I don't think I would be able to call myself someone who does deep dives on disturbed personalities if I didn't cover Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm going to say in my coverage of that, because I've already been kind of working on that, been working on an Amityville thing as well. But when it comes to Jack the Ripper, we always presume, because the name given to the criminal was Jack, but it could have been a female.
Jack. I think Jack the Ripper was a female. I actually.
So that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah,
and that's
I think
the angle I go. I'm gonna try to see. Are we missing something because of the name Jack and the Jack the Ripper? Could have been Jacqueline the Ripper. That's gonna be kind of my take on that. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna explore that.
And to add to that, I'm gonna start, like with you said, urban legends and scary stories.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to start diving into like how they're shaping our culture as of late.
He's gonna come in with cryptoid scary stories. He's gonna be part of the darker thing. Come on board.
Nice. What a question I want to ask as well in terms of darker things. Are you looking at doing unsolved cases?
Absolutely unsolved cases.
Because
Lizzie Borden was actually kind of my first stab at quote unquote an unsolved case, because you can't say she was guilty if she was acquitted. Right? Yeah. So there's evidence there, or the begs to question. I mean, how solid? I think I mentioned it in the video, but I may not have touched on it as strongly as I probably should in watching it back. But there's evidence there that suggests that their maternal uncle, John Morse, could have been the guy, because just because he says he was on a car with 7 priests, the car conductor says there were 7 priests, but you know what? He didn't see John Morse.
Yeah, exactly.
Was he really on that? Was he really on that car? No. Coincidentally, and I think I mentioned it, he was the one who stayed in the room that Abby was found murdered in.
Yeah.
I mean,
coincidence? I think
coincidence or not? I think not.
Well, it's just like with Lizzie Borden. You know what I mean? Most people don't even know that she was released of all charges. Like at the end of it, everybody just thinks that she actually committed the murders and she was found guilty, but that's not the case. It's like they actually released her, and
fully acquitted.
The mysterious part of it is like when it comes to Lizzie Borden's story, is there could be implications that her father was messing with her, you know what I mean? And that's never brought up, like the fact that she could have been touched by him, and that's why she did what she did, if she did it.
Yeah, I almost actually talked about that, Roger, during my segment, but I kind of said, well, no, this person was murdered. I'm not going to try to misalign somebody who's not around necessarily to speak for themselves.
Right.
So I kind of didn't want to do that. That's why I didn't touch on that particular element. You know, there's something that went down, and I didn't talk about it in the video, that people say might have been Lizzie's motivation for murdering her dad. And that's what she had. I believe it was homing pigeons. She and Emma had raised these homing pigeons. And the dad, about 4 or 5 days before the murder, went and killed the homing pigeons and served them as the meal for the family. Had Bridget Sullivan, the maid, served those pigeons as the meal to the family.
Mm-hmm.
So these apparently were something that Lizzie was very close to, cared for these animals, and she had more of an affinity than, let's say, Emma. But again, I can imagine how traumatic that would be.
Mm-hmm.
My mom even told me one time of a story where my mom and her family, they were like pioneers. Her dad, my maternal grandfather, was like a pioneer, and they moved around a lot. They raised their own food. You know what I'm saying? Not just plant life, but animals. My mom said that she and her sisters, so it's kind of like how I can empathize. She and her sisters would dress up the baby pigs and give them names, and he'd be like, might not want to do that. You might not want to do that. Don't get close to that pig. And one particular evening, my grandfather, I guess, had had too much liquor. He was getting mean. And he asked my mom if she was enjoying her pork chops. And she goes, yes. He goes, I guess Bessie tastes good then, huh?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I kind of like, I had like a moment when I was hearing that detail of Lizzie's life going, oh my gosh, this is what my mom kind of went through. This is kind of scary, you know? You're consuming something you cared about, you loved. That's like, unnerving.
It's amazing. Now, what we need to hear a little bit more from Young Jen over there. So, what's your take on all that stuff? What we were just discussing.
So, with the whole, like I said, I'm gonna start diving into the cryptids and lore side of that, like the Flatwoods monster.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, like some of the, like the whole thing with Slender Man and how there was the court case about the 2 girls who tried to attempt to kill their friend. I want to get into some of that too, explaining how are these scary stories affecting the minds of our people today.
Exactly. Now, see, that's a good topic, because I've tried to stay away from Slender Man because I know that it's just an urban legend, you know what I mean? That was pretty much an internet creation, but I really think that would be...
It started off as a short story.
Right. And I really think where you're going there is a good idea, too, because that's something that does need to be discussed, that murder case. I've actually read up on it and stuff, and, like, a lot of people don't know about that. They're not even aware of it. So, I like that. Now, what's your favorite cryptid?
My favorite cryptid is got to be the Jersey Devil.
Jersey Devil? All right. What interests you the most about them?
Well, it's more the lore around the Jersey Devil, about how it's that one stretch of road that it seems to stay on. And it's faster than the car. And yet these people have still found a way to stay alive. And the description of the creature.
So, after that, what's your take on the Wendigo?
The Wendigo legends, because my dad and I do have some Indian heritage in us. Mm-hmm. I don't really want to speak on it. It has to do with the faith part of the Indian culture.
Yeah, I know.
We speak on it, it brings the curse.
See,
no curses here, guys. No curses here.
See, I'm a white guy, so I can talk about the Wendigo as long as I'm not.
Because part of the stuff too is we say if you don't believe that the Wendigo is real, it's not gonna bother you. But it's real. Talking about it in detail and what it does will bring bad stuff upon your
Bad
family.
juju, bad juju.
Yeah,
Oh,
you'd end
no.
up having to go to the medicine man, let him do traditional
Yeah.
ceremonies on
Yeah,
you.
I might have to pay a trip to New Mexico somewhere.
One of the things I do plan on talking about, though, from Indian culture is the shapeshifters.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now that's a good topic right there. Now, I did a stream here recently on the Dogman. Now, what do you believe about the Dogman?
I haven't heard much about that yet.
Okay,
It's something new to my ears.
so if you check into that, just realize that that's a new pop culture lore. It's kind of like the Slender Man, right? It only started up with it since after the 80s, but before that they haven't been mentioned. So just be aware of that when you get into that. I'd classify that more as urban legends, basically.
Like gray-eyed children.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay, Dogman. Note, Dogman. Okay.
what do you got to say now, Zach?
I don't know, man. I mean, classic ones is like Bigfoot and Chupacabra. That's one that's always fascinating.
Chupacabra
me a
right
little
here in
bit.
Texas,
Well,
baby.
we've
Yeah.
had chupacabra sightings in Texas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. Like that's always one that's kind of like fascinating me. Loch Ness monster is a big one over here. Good old Nessie, good old Nessie. I mean, I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't think I can't think of many that are kind of like English cryptids apart from Nessie. So I don't really have experience in the topic, but like, obviously, Bigfoot's a big one. You got the Chupacabra. You've got obviously you got Slender Man. I know of them, but like I've never dived into them. So, but it'd be exciting to see the stories. Be exciting to hear some of the things that you've got planned for that, man. I'm looking forward to that. Like I'm all for learning like new stuff. I'm a sucker for learning, so I'm looking forward to that. Sounds good.
Now, Fallen wants to know, what about the skinwalkers? Those are popular these days.
So
Definitely gonna cover skin.
I will cover skinwalkers with both sides of skinwalkers, because there's the Native American belief of skinwalkers and there's the Mexican belief of skinwalkers.
Oh, interesting. That'd be good. That will be good.
Skinwalkers is probably gonna be us working together.
Yeah.
So it'll be him telling some stories, and then us actually, or me actually doing the narrative, and then him telling stories.
Because if I could ever
Nice.
get out to Nevada to go to Skinwalker Ranch to get some B-roll footage for the video, I would love to do it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think we're gonna also cover, because it's again right here in Texas. How many of you have heard of La Llorona?
A weeping woman.
Oh yeah. I've heard of
Okay.
La Llorona. Yeah.
We're gonna cover that. We might have to go
Nice.
down to the Rio Grande Valley and be near the river.
And I have a personal story with that one.
Oh,
I wasn't
interesting.
even aware of that. I know. I can't wait to do it.
Yeah, nice. We love that. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And
So,
how are you? When are you planning on starting this? Or when are you looking
I'm
at?
starting to work on the first script. It's gonna take me a while because I want to make sure it's at the same quality that my dad's putting out.
Yeah. That makes
Because I
sense.
want
Yeah.
to make sure it's perfect.
Yeah,
No,
100%.
my stuff is not perfect. It's far from perfect.
Well, I mean, as close to perfect as I can get it.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, like if you put like we said throughout this recording, this interview, this stream, it is it's that passion. If you want, if you're, it looks like you're very interested in it. So I'm looking forward to watching them and learning about it. So
The scary myths, urban legends, that stuff.
Yeah,
I've
man.
been interested in that stuff since I was a little kid.
yeah, that's it.
that's
yeah.
where the passion should be.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm the same, but like, do not get me watching horror movies. I won't watch horror movies, but give me a crime documentary of the week. I'll sleep like a baby.
I
I wouldn't want to be one necessarily to put people to sleep, but yeah.
No, that's not what I mean.
Hey, that's what these
Hey,
podcasts are good for.
Doug, it's that sensuous voice, baby. It just sends me to sleep.
I told him a long time ago if he wanted to do voice acting or do ASMR, people would probably listen.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Darker Things.
Wait a minute. We can do AI. You can be my voice. What's that mean?
Actually, you know, Zach.
Why is Doug just some British guy now? What the fuck's going on?
Well, you know, I got British and Scottish and Irish all like over the place, right? So
nice.
I think when I visited England in 1990 with the California Ambassadors of Music,
Wow,
and
nice.
we spent 3 days in London, and all it took was 3 days for me to pick up a dialect.
Oh
But,
yeah,
because I'm not a native, right? I picked up a little bit of Cockney and a little bit of like it sounded,
just jumbled together.
It was weird. So at one point I sound talking, the other time I sound very proper.
I love that. I love that.
It was extreme. But, and then I'm classically trained in theater, so Shakespeare.
Yeah.
You know, that was a must. I had to go see the theater on Avon and dive into that. That's part of, again, why I got into YouTube in the first place, was because I was missing that acting bug.
Yeah.
And to some extent, because I'm able, but I'm not really, well, how do I put it? You're told to become the best actor that you can be as a performer, you have to bring yourself to the role. And that's hard for some people to conceive or to get a concept of, right? Because well, I wouldn't do, no, you wouldn't do that, but try to put yourself in a scenario where you would.
Yeah, 100%.
Conceive that for a moment. What would drive you to do that? And then that's how you bring it to, so it kind of does it for me, but then Roger was talking to me about something before we started the stream about acting, right? And how when he first came across me, I was on Old John's channel. Old John's a hero of mine. I was geeking out that he was here. I miss seeing the guy. Been catching up with some of his videos here recently. But yeah, he said he saw me acting, you know, and
Nice.
I like to do monologues. So I was doing monologues from Shakespeare, I think, when Roger first kind of stumbled up on me. That was kind of like, we weren't niched down. That was all on what was supposed to be old gen versus new gen, and we were doing the food fight things. But the kind of how darker things, there was a whole point of darker things came about because we did, and Zach, I think you were around for that. I think you saw the videos. You were one of the people who was impressed with that one. We did a video on Midget Mansion.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Which was in our neighborhood. And the home had burned down, and there was the war about the midget house, and servants were all midgets, or not midgets. Servants were regular sized people, but they were forced to live in the midget servants' quarters and all that. And do you know that to date, I mean, we kind of jumped from that channel, that became the most popular video on our gaming channel.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But of all the videos we recorded, that's the one who still gets views, and the others aren't even getting views anymore. They have this life for real quick while the algorithm's pushing them, and then we don't see views anymore. But this one, that is still getting views. There's something to that. Kim, my son, New Gen, was like, you might want to explore that some more, Dad, because you were really good at that.
I studied YouTube a lot because I've been on YouTube since the second generation of YouTubers. So I've got to study the differences, and I know that I see that video going up and it's continuing to get views even today. That's content that we clearly struck a nail with, and that's something we should go with.
Oh yeah, 100%.
That's kind of how it got birthed, right? He was already on the burnout with the video games, and he saw that video. It's like, seriously, Dad, that's the video that's got the most views ever. I'm kind of burnt out. I need to take a break. Why don't you just start a channel doing that stuff for a while? We'll get back to the games. And I'm like, you know what? I have to honor you where you're at, son. I don't want to. You got involved in this because you wanted to do it. But right now you're feeling burnt out and you're not enjoying it. And I really felt there was a shift for a while in the energy between him and I, even on camera.
Yeah.
Where it was like, this feels more forced, so let's not do this right now. And we were having fun the other day with just like trying to figure out. And we're like, hey, what do you want us to play as?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm trying to do now. Is I'm trying to engage no matter what I'm doing. Just like Fawn said, I'm trying to engage my community.
Yeah.
Do you think Lizzie Borden was guilty or not? Do you have a suggestion for us? What do you want us to cover? We want to know. You know?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'm about building community. I really am.
Right.
Of course.
And
you know, and the tech side of things, I struggle the most, and it's like getting back to the sound.
Yeah.
Sound. Audio is my biggest struggle. Because I'll think, even on this last video, the Lizzie Borden video that I produced, I thought I nailed it. And then I was listening, it's weird. I'm not vain. I don't like to watch myself, but I have to watch videos that I'm producing, and I still wind up watching the finished product, or at least portions of it, so that I can see if it rendered the way I wanted it to look. The finished product was close to me. But I was listening towards the end, and the music actually swelled, and I still got muddied out.
Yeah,
it was a much tinier portion of the video, but it was still there, and I'm like, dang it, I thought I was finally past that.
No, it's like going back to like the audio. The thing I struggle with, like you say, is like it is the audio sometimes. Like the background music is so. When I do put it in for like when I do like you know, like the movie reviews that I do and stuff like that, it is the background audio, because it's the last thing I put in. It's like it's so hard to like get it right, so it's not too loud, but it's still like being able to listen to it, but it's not like overpowering what I'm, you know, the whole video kind of like that. And being vain, you get. I hated watching myself back. I was like, oh my god, is that what I sound like? And I was like, like physically, like when I first started, I was like, nope, that is not good at all. Now I'm just like, yeah, and you'll learn as well. Like coming from someone who's done it for a while and had 4 channels, because you know I have a short attention span. You just get more comfortable on camera. Like what you see on camera, what you see, like any video is how I am in real life. It's not forced. Like at the beginning, like when I first started videos on my Golf Gone Disney channel, was like my top 10 favorite Disney characters, and it was just like the most shit quality video in the world. But you got to start from somewhere, and you know, like you just become more comfortable, you become more confident, because it feels weird talking to yourself on camera. Like it does. Like it's very, very weird. It's, like you get used to it eventually, and then then you'll have the realization of like, oh yeah, I do talk to myself quite a bit. It's just like,
One of the things that helped me with that, Zach, is I would actually, when I first started doing the Darker Thieves channel, I said, okay, this is gonna sound weird, Trace, right? Yeah. But I want you to stand on the other side of the laptop right now while I'm doing this, and I'm gonna talk to you. I'm gonna tell the story to you.
Yeah.
Great deal.
Yeah,
right?
that's a good way to do it, actually.
Right now, I guess the other thing I struggle with is finding the balance between, I'm both editor, producer, and talent, right?
Yeah.
I kind of have to find that balance, because that's why I'll bounce them to, hey, Zach, can you take a look at this? Hey, Roger, can you take a look at this before this goes to production? I want another set of eyes and ears on this, because I'm going to be biased.
Yeah.
Right? I've already put forth my best effort. If I'm presenting something to someone to take a look at, I love the critical stuff I get. I love the feedback I'm getting. Like you gave me great, hey, Doug, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but the only thing I saw, there was a couple spots where it was dead air, basically is what you were telling me. There was no sound or lag. And it moved kind of slow. I don't know if that was intentional. Well, it wasn't. I'm so glad you caught it. And I was like, well, what do you mean? I didn't have the result, but I went back, oh, right there. Oh, right there. So getting back to like the tech side of that, again, the script has helped me with that, right?
Yeah.
Because what it does, they call it ducking. So you can go
Okay.
through and you can look at the timeline and you can see where's the space between when you last said something
Mm.
and where that dead air is. And Premiere Pro just recently upgraded and is doing that also. So if you're looking through the concert, you can see the gap. And instead of me having to go through and re-edit the video, this is the amazing part of it. With the script, I just highlight that gap, I delete it, it trims it automatically for me.
Nice.
It's a time saver.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah,
Fallen
yeah.
said you guys got me excited, so I can tell you guys are ready, almost jealous. And then he goes on to say, I pretend I'm talking to you guys. So you got to kind of watch out there. He's got these woohoo, like talking to himself situations where he's talking to us by himself. So he might like go a little nuts on us. So, but he did say he pretends that he's talking to us guys, and you guys are supportive of each other. I see you guys going far for this. So he says most detectives are crazy.
Touche, brother, touche.
Yeah, for real. We're all crazy in our own little way, aren't we? Like 100%. But yeah, I get that because like what Fallen was saying, like where is the comment now? Like you pretend you're talking to you guys. Like I get it. Like when I'm not doing the podcast, I'm physically talking to someone. I try and make the script like a conversation, and like say, it all comes back to at the end of the video. Share your thoughts. What do you want to cover? You know that's where you bring in the community and everything like that. And you know, like I say, communication's key with what we're doing here, and it's just you've got to have that conversation with yourself and be like that back and forth. You've got to do it. Like you've got to get the information across. You've got to share it. Whatever the topic is, like one of my favorite videos that I did was the story of the haunted mansion, which was that was a fun video to make. I really enjoyed that one. And another one that I really enjoyed was the conspiracy theory one that I just did. Now, granted, that one did not do as well as I thought it'd do, and like I was thinking, oh mate, this'll people will love this, and it's like, no. I mean, fair enough. At the end of the day, it's not about the views. I enjoyed making it. I loved it. I put on the stupid "good evening and welcome," like a proper like cheesy paranormal like TV show that I used to. And the inspiration I got from this, I don't know what it was called. I can't think what it's called, but it was this man that stood in like this dark like room, and he was like, what was it called? Was it like called Paranormal Stories or Unsolved Paranormal or something like that? And it was like, good evening. That's the one. What the Unsolved Mysteries? It was Roger got it. Roger got Yes, I used to love that. That guy was like, tonight on Unsolved Mysteries. Yeah, that was the whole inspiration for that video. I was like, yes. Oh, it was so but yeah.
I kind of got to bring that here into some of the videos, like.
Oh yeah, 100%. You do.
I think initially I was kind of being a goofball and I was like, wait a minute, hold up. I asked my son, why am I being a goofball? This is some serious stuff I'm talking about, right? He's like, well, Dad, maybe you're not as comfortable talking about death all the time as you think you are, and it manifests with you being goofy. I was like, but I gotta rein that in. I can't be goofy like that because that's gonna set some people off, right?
Yeah.
And so, I think and we had played with the whole. Man, that was challenging. By the way, like I think Roger's told me before, he hates to mask.
Yeah.
But when I was trying to do there's been a departure from that because it took so much time editing. But the first two topics I covered with Jim Jones and the People's Temple and David Koresh, you guys, I don't know if you guys saw those, but do you remember? I think Zach's watched them all. But when I had that guy, basically the Man of Shadows, who would talk like this.
Yeah.
You would see no head.
Yeah.
You would see the heart, right?
Yeah.
So not a disembodied head, but a body without a head, so to speak.
Yeah.
That would take me, let's say, because the power of my computer, now with my new computer that I've been using for editing, that's not necessarily the case. It renders things 10 times faster.
Yeah.
It would take me like a little 5-minute clip of the Man of Shadows would wind up taking me like 45 minutes to render out.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, is it worth it? I don't think so.
Zach,
Yeah,
I have a
sometimes.
question for you.
Mm.
So I know you like Disney. How much do you know about the Discovery Island and stuff, why it closed down and all that?
Oh, urban legends, yeah, man. I can talk about that. That was so. Discovery Island was the prequel essentially to Animal Kingdom. It's situated on Bay Lake, which is like Seven Seas Lagoon, just outside of Magic Kingdom, Polynesian. You can still see it today; it's still there. And last I heard, there was urban like, I don't know what they called, urban explorers going there as like, oh, it must have been about a month ago. Everything's still there. Everything's still there from like, obviously all the animals have gone and things like that, but all the buildings are there. They're all derelict. All the equipment's still there. It's very, very haunting. These two big YouTubers that made their mark with urban exploring and stuff like that, with like Disney Community. And one of them I still watch this say called Adam the Woo. He used to be a Disney urban explorer. He did his exploring with like Discovery Island. He went backstage to the Utilidors, did all the exploring. He got banned from Disney World for a good few years. I think it was only like 2 or 3 years ago he was actually able to like go back on property.
He was actually he did a whole thing before Warner Brothers shut down Warner Brothers Ranch.
Yeah,
he went on the map and showed all the history and arcana that they're gonna destroy, basically.
I
like Adam the Woo.
I love Adam the Woo. He's one of my favorites. I watch him religiously. I really do.
From a technical standpoint, since we talk about tech, right? One of the things I try to do is I try to watch people and study what I enjoy that they're doing.
Oh yeah,
I might not have that skill set, but can I bring something similar with my skill set to the table?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And Adam Woo is actually one of those people that I got inspired by.
Oh yeah, his editing editing is so simple, you know. The way he edits on his iPhone.
Right, so he's got to be using something really simple.
Yeah,
but it's so effective.
Yeah, so all he does is he obviously films with, he's using camera-wise, using Canon GX7 Mark II, which is a very decent like vlogging camera. He's been using that for years. I think since it came out, the camera actually, camera's good 6-7 years old now, that camera, but it's decent. It's very, very good.
Come to think of it, our Midget Mansion video was filmed on an iPhone 8 Plus.
Yeah.
That footage was taken from an iPhone 8 Plus.
That's what I mean. Like you don't need a camera anymore. Like this phone here, my laptop can't run it. It can't like render it, but my phone, I record in 4K, and
awesome.
I drop it down to 1080 just for editing purposes, just because my laptop is not like strong enough. But yeah, I take inspiration from Adam. Another one that I watch as well is the Tim Tracker for like daily vlogs and stuff. Very, very similar editing styles, very similar like premise. But his wife Jen does all the editing, so it's just very simple. But then if we're talking from a Disney standpoint, like if I'm talking, like I consume a lot of Disney content. I'm a lot, and a lot of it is more documentaries and docu-series, stuff like that. Some of those, like some of the YouTubers that I watch will not upload for like a month, 2 months, and then they come out with this banger of a video that's like an hour, and it's just the most beautiful presented video. I like the last one that came out was from Yesterworld, I believe, and it was all about the history of Epcot, and it was like a symphony of it put like music in it. It was all artists like rendering, drawings. It was beautiful. Honestly, it was like an over an hour video, but it felt like a 10 minutes. It's just beautiful.
Also, I think it's kind of ironic that you want to talk about things coming full circle and there being some irony in here. I just remembered now, Zach, you helped me with my first real intro and outro on the gaming channel.
Oh yeah, I did, yeah. And I made the logo for you as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
remember
then
that,
Roger helped me with the intro now on Darker Things. So it's kind of like things that come full circle. It's amazing how that works, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Roger did a better job than me though.
I
That'll be
have
better.
to I have to say that Fallen also mentioned that you helped out with a thumbnail that for him, his thumbnail. So he did mention that, and he said, "Freaking, you didn't even. I mean, you just did it. You didn't even have to. He didn't have to worry about asking you and stuff." So he did.
Oh yeah, I did. I did help him with a picture that he had, and I'm weird that way. Like I think I even stuff that's just humorous. Like I recently did something with Zach, and I put him in like kind of like a Disney Prince type armor, and I said, "Hey Zach, what do you think? Does he like this?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was dope. That.
Just for giggles.
That saved on my hard drive. Yeah, it saved on my hard drive.
And see, that's where I talk about like this networking thing. It's a lot more than just exchanging numbers, exchanging accounts, stuff like that. It's you create relationships with one another. You know what I mean? It's like I would do anything for you guys. You know what I'm saying? And I have no problem with doing that. That doesn't apply to every single YouTuber on the face of the planet, you know, because I don't really distinguish everybody on YouTube the same as what I do everybody that I've networked with on Discord, like you guys. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys, I mean, we've got what 3-4 year relationship with one another. You know what I mean? And I've gotten to know you and stuff like that, and. You know, I know that might not sound good, but I'm sorry, but it's just the way it is. You know, when you create a bond with people like that, it supersedes getting on YouTube and getting the views and stuff like that. You know.
So. I would like to say also, you know, I don't think either one of any of my channels in their current incarnations would even exist still today. And he's gone. He had to leave, but I have to say, you want to talk about that shot in the arm sometimes when much needed, or someone coming along and saying that what you do has worth, or ask you to take a look at even why you're doing what you're doing. It was old John who kind of kept me in the game when I got burnt out. Just by getting me to examine, he's like, well, Doug, ask yourself why you do what you do. And you go back to the beginning, why you got started doing what you do. What do you enjoy about it? And why would you want to quit? And he's literally telling me, you know, and I was getting all caught up in views. Well, no one's watching what I'm doing. I'm not getting the views I think I should get. And I think I'm producing better content. He's like, I have no argument with that. Some of what you're producing is way better than, you know, a prank video or this or that. He's like, but it takes time. It's the long game, pretty much. I mean, I'm paraphrasing what he told me, but he was that shot in the arm, and he told me, I believe in you. And that was actually on that kind of the Dad Meets World channel, which I haven't really done much with, but he's like, you got something special there. That's a good video. And I was like, well, if John can see it, and I was like geeking out, right? If John, who I have mad respect for, and like far better at editing videos than I am, tells me that what I'm doing has worth and merit, then wow. And then Zach comes through and says the kindest things about, whoa, that video was smashing, or that was awesome, you know, in a DM. I'm like, dang it, gosh, not time to hang it up, you know, where I get like, Fallen will come through at just the right time where I'm like, man, I don't even know if I feel up to doing any more research today, or I don't feel up to editing a picture right now. And like, oh man, you know what? I'm watching your stuff on repeat, and I'm trying to get all my friends at work to watch your stuff because you're one of my favorite people right now that I'm watching. I'm like, say what? Wow, I need to get on this.
I've also I teach him, like, when he was doing all the just looking at views and kind of judging his success off of that. Because even before these two channels, I had my own channel where I tried to do video games and talk about stuff.
Yeah.
That channel, I was doing what he was doing, focusing on the view. At that point, I wasn't doing it for myself.
Yeah, and that's where the issue lies. Like, he gets so wrapped up in it sometimes, and I think even the bigger ones, like like some of the biggest YouTubers do it. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna talk like probably the most famous one that I know about is Jacksepticeye, and he's openly talks about this. But he used to do. I don't know if y'all remember this. He used to upload 2 videos a day. Like
That's maddening. I don't know how.
2 videos a day. That was crazy. And this was from when he was like in a little shed in the middle of nowhere in Ireland, and he was doing 2 videos a day. And he was like, no, I can't do it. It's literally affecting my mental health. I can't do it. I think he took just short of a year off. And he did, he's doing so much better now. He's doing, the content he's producing is a lot better. And if it affects the big ones that are on the platform for 10 plus years, it's gonna affect us. Some days we're just gonna be like, oh, fuck, I can't be bothered. But we've made this network, we've made these friends, and it's like you say, I get a nice comment from like one of you guys, or from like, oh mate, that video was really, really good. I really enjoyed it. That gives you the boost of like, the boost of endorphins that you need. It's like, yes, I feel good. Thank you so much. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it helps a lot. It really does. And like Roger said, we've known each other for like 4 years now.
We built a support system here.
Yeah,
Right.
of course. Yeah, we built a support system, but it's not only that. We've built a friendship. 100%. Like I go like 100%. Like if you guys ever need anything, I'm always just a DM away. I'm on Discord pretty much 24 hours a day, essentially. Like some of y'all have me on Facebook. Like I know Doug, you have me on Facebook. I don't know who. That's the only social media I do is like here and Facebook. But like. I happily talk to all of y'all. Or if I feel like I've not seen you in a while, I'll shoot you a message and be like, hey, you doing all right? You doing okay? Like, I know.
John did that. John did that for me.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
like, right, because John's just a very intuitive person, in my opinion. And so I remember for the longest time, when I first started, I think I was in Rob's group, and then I came to a home away from YouTube, right?
Yeah.
And so, but I was so active, and I was supporting people, watching videos. Even when I don't produce my own stuff, I try to watch y'all stuff.
Yeah.
Because I generally want to see everybody succeed, so I'm like doing this, and I kind of dipped.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I was not even talking on the board, not even saying hello, not replying to nothing. Not even on the vent channel. I mean, it's easy to get me to vent, right? But
Yeah.
And John was like, "Hey, I'm just checking in with you. You've been really quiet."
Yeah.
Right? And I'll be like, "Oh, yeah. Well, I'm having a difficult time right now."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Okay, well, what's going on?" And again, that's kind of like how that conversation came about. Well, I don't know. I'm feeling unmotivated, and I had a lot of life stuff happening. It's like, someday this is going to serve you. Someday all this that you're going through is going to serve you. It'll make sense later. And I'm like, man, there's some wisdom in what, and it's like, kind of like, at the end of the day, he's kind of like, what didn't kill you is going to make you better.
Yeah.
Again, I paraphrase. But John says a lot sometimes without saying, he says enough, and you connect the dots, and you just know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I can't say enough good stuff about that guy. I wish he had still been here when I got the opportunity, but he can probably watch this and hear that. Between John and Zach and Rob, and Sammy, Roger, like you guys are more than friends to me. You're my family.
Yeah. 100%.
I'm gonna say that.
Here,
you guys are my family. You are the family I get to pick. Right?
Yeah.
And I kind of say that I've explained that to my son because he talks. I'm the youngest of 7 kids, right?
Yeah.
But I only talk to maybe 1 or 2 of my siblings.
Yeah.
And I explained to him. I said, family's actually to your dad, and this kind of because it relates to this creative process. But family's more than blood. Family who shows up. Family who supports you. Family 100%. Who's championing you. Family who respects what you're doing. And I said, you don't always see that from everybody anymore.
No.
I find that because, like, okay, I'll be honest. prior to me getting started on Darker Things, because he was burned out, I was getting, because I think you, even on the gaming channel, first here I am doing a solo run. This does not feel right. In my head, I'm like, this does not feel right.
Yeah.
Someone should be with me right now. This don't feel right.
Yeah.
I was like, but it was like John gave me a shot in the arm, and then Zach, and then when we did that first video, for on Jim Jones and stuff, people are like, hey, yeah, that's really good. You might want to shorten the length of this. That's one of the few videos I actually took down, re-edited, and blow up. But honestly, I was ready, like how Roger talked about, because I felt ageism was in existence, kind of thing. I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna make it. I'm a 50-something-year-old guy. I'm not hip. I'm not cool. I don't have the retro game knowledge that old John has, and I don't have the.
That's Rapid. Rapid's the one with the retro. Now John.
Yeah, well, John had some older games he was playing for a while too, like Outrun. And,
he's arcade.
Mate, John has some amazing. He played out. One of my favorite videos of John was like, I think it was like a Japanese Luigi's Mansion arcade game. I was like, whoa, that's insane. Like, how do you get that? I want that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even call that stuff retro. You call it like arcade 3D virtual fighting kind of stuff. Like, put on a freaking pair of goggles and shit and play it. Like, and I don't even know how he gets that stuff either, man. He won't let me in on the secrets. He told me about one. He told me about one emulator that he uses, and that's all he's ever told me. That's it.
No way. It's almost like he's gonna say, "I could tell you, Roger, but then we'd have to eliminate you."
I've got to be careful with him too, because he's one of those guys that gets me in trouble. He is the one that had me play Victor Vrian, and I'm gonna tell you right now, that is the most annoying game I've ever played in my life. Victor Vrian drove me nuts, but I beat it. But he sent me a link to get the Steam game for it, and I played it. And then after that, he turns around and he gets me hooked on, like, I think so far 5 or 6 different games. Okay, he just, here, try this out. Here, try this out. The next thing you know, I'm like playing all these games, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, this stuff is crazy. So John is an interesting guy, and I what gets me with him that is amazing to me is he doesn't even he's not even aware of how great of a guy he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, he has no awareness of all when it comes to that stuff. Like he's been on Minds with me here in the last 2-3 months, and the people that he's influenced with the shows that he's been putting out is just amazing. Like, he's actually doing stuff that he enjoys doing, and these people that are flocking around him are just coming from out of the woodworks, and he's not even aware of all that stuff, like, he's affected me, he's affected you, he's affected a lot of people, and he's a really important guy to me, he is. So
yeah, 100%.
Now,
yeah, he's a legend. Is our John? He's great.
Mm-hmm. Now, Fallen.
I wouldn't know what
here.
stats were if it weren't for you, Roger. You and Rapid.
Oh yeah. Now, Fallen says that he's trying. Oh, he's starting to tear up. He's in crying mode right now because we're like making him feel, all these inner thoughts. So he said he's still, he's still trying to get Tibbs every now and again. He was the one who brought him into meeting us. I remember
Mr.
Tibbs.
Tibbs.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Tibbs was the new guy on the scene. When I came back from my hiatus, I see Mr. Tibbs, and then like, whoop, was gone. And I was like, I was starting to jive with that cat. I like a lot.
Yeah, Mr. Tibbs is great. I like Mr. Tibbs.
He had some good content. I know that much, but he just stopped. And like, what happened to Moose?
Oh, Moose! Yes.
Oh yeah,
gosh.
all the fishing videos, right? Wasn't Moose doing the fishing video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just vanished.
I think I think that's the issue. I don't know if it's the same, but like Sammy used to do YouTube and Chris as well, or Ultimate Game Guide. They used to do YouTube and they were doing like, but they were getting so. I think because they were just getting so frustrated with it and just burnt out with it all. Like they were like, I don't know, but it's the same with Rob. Like Rob, Rob probably started. I think, what did Rob start, like 2019,
2012. 2012.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know it was that long. But yeah, he was like he stopped because he just wasn't enjoying it anymore, and he took breaks, and it's a toll on your mental health, isn't it? Sometimes, but like, if they're not up for doing it and just pushing it for the sake of it, there's not much point.
Yeah.
But they're there with us. We made, like I say, Rob's an amazing guy. I love Rob.
I think for me, in making sure that I don't burn out, and I shared this recently with Nugent, my son, is balance.
Yeah,
It has to
100%.
Balance.
I call it time management.
Yeah. They're absolutely. This can't be the only reason I exist. It has to be part of what I do and part of what I love. If it becomes my only focus, then something's out of balance and I need to take a break.
So
100%.
we end up watching movies or playing a board game occasionally,
Or-
just to stay away from.
The eye-opener for me, guys, when we needed to step away from the old gaming channel, was I was turning into that guy. It was all about, we gotta produce content, don't you know? We gotta get, we gotta produce. And he's like, Dad, I want to play a game right now just to have some fun. Can I have my dad back for a little bit? And I'd be like, whoa. Let's pump the brakes. What do you want to play? Well, let's play this. Okay, and that absolutely would not be something that we would do for the channel. Let's do it. Right? Because I had started to lose sight of why I got started in the first place, which was to help.
100%.
Then I branched out and started doing my own thing, And it was a good break that we had, and we've had other breaks that were forced that we did not plan on, but I would say if you're going to do YouTube from a technical aspect, we want to talk about that whole duo authentication thing is important. Because we actually had someone come in and delete a third of our videos by hijacking our YouTube channel.
Oh shit, man.
I think you were around for that, Zach, when I said, oh my gosh, because we had like almost 2,500 hours of watch time, and we lost a third of our watch time when someone came in and just and deleted videos.
They deleted all of our
Valhalla content was gone.
All our original Resident Evil 1 content.
Yeah, all it was gone, and we were like, oh my god.
It's crazy.
When we got back in, the damage was already done. It's like our watch time is gone.
That is insane.
So,
another thing too, I want to mention out. This is a little bit of insignificant facts, but like when you was talking about watching TV or watching other videos and stuff for references on what you want to do and what you're going for. Just so you know, George Burns back in the 40s and 50s used to do the same thing with television. When late night came on with Johnny Carson and all these other comedians, he would watch their shows because he at least wanted to know what they were doing. You know what I mean? So that is a pretty good habit to get into. Even though you're caught up into your content and trying to create it, it's a good idea to kind of watch and see what other people are doing too, because that's why I mentioned the niche aspect at the beginning, because I'm just now getting to where I'm feeling comfortable with that, you know what I mean? I don't really like, being in a niche, because that means that I'm being, classified and stuff like that. But at the same time, when it comes to the mechanics of YouTube, Rumble, all of them, they categorize according to niches. You know what I mean? So that is a technical part of it. So I need, even though
force you to.
Right. So
if I may, guys, I don't mean to be abrupt, but I'm gonna have to leave here in just a moment because I have the obligation to pick up my spouse.
Oh yeah. You better
and keep her
do
safe.
that.
But can I end with a monologue, maybe that I
Yeah.
find fitting about what we've said?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be okay with everybody?
I'm fine. Are you?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Go for it.
So this is from A Midsummer's Night's Dream. If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended. That you have but slumbered here, while these visions did appear. And this weak and idle theme, no more yielding but a dream. Gentles, do not reprehend. If you pardon, we will mend. And as I am an honest puck, if we have unearned luck, now to scape the serpent's tongue, we will make amends ere long, else the puck a liar call. So good night unto you all. Give me your hands if we be friends, and Robin shall restore amends.
That was good.
Nice, well done, well done.
I left a pause there because I can turn around and make something for you with that. That's a good reading. You did that great.
All right, well, guys, I want to say I love every single one of you that are here. And John's gone, but I have mad love for him, and I don't care who hears it. Like Sammy, mad love for Rob, mad love for. I can give many shout outs possible because, you know, there are people out there that, like you have mentioned, Roger, and you're included in all this, that have impacted my life in such a positive way. That go beyond tech talk or go beyond what I'm doing as far as producing videos. And some are there for just a little blip. Some have been there a lot longer. And so I'm just extremely grateful for all of you. And actually for having this opportunity just to have this round table and talk with you guys. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's been a very
Thank you.
nice
Thank you.
experience because sometimes it does feel like we're on this platform sometimes alone. When we actually get to talk to other people who are in the same community that we're trying to do, it does help.
Yeah,
And-
100%, 100%.
Young Jen, with you too, man. If you want to, man, freaking come in with us. You know, be more active with us too. I'd love to hear more from you too. You know, your dad's great,
Yeah.
but having both of you, you know, would be even greater. Like, not,
100%, 100%.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, we get such positive feedback when the people finally see us together again. Like, wait, it was so good to see you guys together again. What's up
Yeah.
with that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
thanks, guys. We appreciate it.
And you make sure to take your son to the park. I don't care how old he is. It's your job. Take him to the park.
I knew you were gonna get that in there somewhere, Roger.
Let's
And-
break out the bat.
We're gonna go in there for Woodlawn Park is my son's favorite park here in San Antonio. It's got a nice little man-made lake, and we're definitely gonna get back to doing one of the things we like to do. But I wrecked it. Granted, it wasn't an expensive one, but we had a drone. We used to like to fly around, and I got daring and took it too high, and then I told it to come home, and instead of it going home, it flew into a light pole.
Oh, no.
Like on auto me go, boom! It went like this. God bless his heart. He tried to fix it, but it like went up, pattered, and crashed again. I said, "Oh well, we'll get another one."
Dang.
No, Fallen does have a message for you. It says, this is such a great or an amazing interview. Yes, sir. Frack hands, you can have a hug, Doug. Also a hug.
Awesome.
Also a hug for Young Jan. For real. The park is where everyone wants to go to feel free. My girl asks me all the time. So he's got his girl even asking him to take her to the park. So,
And that's one of the reasons I changed my intro there, Fallen, because I know your girl, she has seizures. And then you said that the flashiness, you know, at the beginning, you mentioned that your girlfriend has seizures, and I've had seizures. I don't want no one to have a seizure because it's something that I'm doing. You know, I want people to always feel. I mean, granted, I don't want you necessarily to feel safe, but you should feel safe watching the content. So I want to let you know that you were part of the inspiration of making a new intro also, because I don't want there to be barriers between me and what people want to watch. So that's some good feedback there, bro. On that though, I'm gonna have to dip out, guys.
All right.
Again, I gotta use public transportation and go and get my spouse. But this has been amazing, and I got so much out of it tonight. I want to thank everybody. Okay.
yeah, you
thank
guys
you
are
very
welcome
much,
back
guys.
on anytime. Anytime.
100%.
All right. I look forward to it.
All right.
Hey, you guys drilled me with some good questions.
Okay, so we'll bring this to an end. I want to thank Fallen and Zach for being on the panel. You guys did an excellent job on the questions. I thank Young Gen and Old Gen / Darker Things / Doug as well. You guys did an excellent job on this interview, and I will do like I do with the other ones. I'll send a copy to all of you guys after it's done, okay? So,
All right.
Right.
Look forward to it.
all right, I will talk to you later.
Bye,
Bye,
Roger.
guys.
Looking forward to collabing, Zach.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Oh, no, wrong one. Okay, so getting everything set up now. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so yeah, it's working on Odyssey. I am going to go to Rumble now. And it is starting now on it's starting now on mines. So let me go through here. Yeah, I constantly have a problem with that all the time, so I've got to come in here, click back on it. It should have. Oh, wait, hold on. I know what I gotta do. Yeah. 44. Let's make sure this is set up. Alright. Rumble. Oh, that's it. Let's see what that says. LYBJ. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It should be going right now. Odyssey's going. But for some reason it's not letting me connect to my stream on Rumble. Oh wait, I gotta delete the first one, don't I? No, hit paste. Okay, let's try this again. Nope. Phew. Yeah, it's not letting me do it. So I am going to go ahead and go with my Minds and Odyssey, and then I'll get back on that and get things started. Let's see here. Okay, so hello everybody, this is Live with Roger Hanson again. Today I am doing my first episode on Twitch for my gaming. And this is a podcast format to where I can go over gaming stuff in general. I also do interviews, and today I am going to be doing the last of my actual gaming streams for 2003, and I'll start back up in July of 2004 with more of those. But I'm also going to continue my interviews, which I have been discussing with a friend of mine, Zach, who has a Discord channel called Home Away from YouTube. And when I do that, I'm going to be doing my gaming interviews under the name of Home Away from YouTube Roundtable event. That will be starting up after this is done. So I will still be doing interviews, they'll just be under a different name. I already have my Twitch account named that, I believe, so let me go double check and make sure. And we will, no, yeah, I already have it. Home Away from YouTube Round Table event. So technically this is the first episode for that one, so we will be getting back with you on that. Now, when it comes to the last of the gaming episodes that I was referring to, that goes for Rumble, and it also goes for YouTube as well. Odyssey, I've been putting them on there too, so that's goes towards them as well. And Minds.com. Well, I haven't really been posting on Minds.com, but in the chats I have, so let everybody in there know that this will be the end of my live with Roger Hanson Gaming. That will be changed to Home Away from YouTube. Home Away from YouTube Roundtable event, and that'll consist of interviews. With that being said, I will get done with all the, now that I'm done with all the formalities and stuff, I'd like to go ahead and get into what the topics are going to be today. First of all, it's this right here. I have got my OBS showing in my Twitch stream, and I haven't got it in the other Minds and Odyssey streams, but what it basically is I found two add-ons for my OBS where I could actually stream on multiple platforms for free. And that's without a watermark or anything like that. I know I got comments on Pirate Radio the other day concerning, oh, I can do that on this server or that server, but the key to this is I can do it absolutely free. I don't need to put a watermark on my videos because I'm using a free program, and it's pretty good because the second one is called Vertical, and I can actually use that to stream on TikTok and also Twitch, which I'm doing right now. So that's one of my topics, and the other one is I'm gonna go over the last emulator that I wanted to review. I've been doing those for the last couple of weeks. The last one I did was RetroArch. Now I want to move on to PCS X2. That's for the PlayStation 2. That's an emulator. Now, the way I usually do that is I just kind of like show you where you can go to download it, and I'll show you basically the guidelines that goes with it. I believe this one you need to have the BIOS with it, so you'll have to obtain the BIOS from you'll have to obtain the BIOS from Nintendo or not PlayStation. So, and that's not hard to do if you guys know what you're doing. So here you go. This is the download page for the PCX X2. You go to pcsx2.net/downloads, and it'll take you to the PCSX download page. I usually just get the latest stable and everything, but you have an option here for the nightly releases, and they describe it as this is the nightly release anytime a change is made, so you are getting the latest and greatest but sometimes buggy experience. So I don't want to mess with buggy experiences when it comes to emulators, so I personally decide to just go with the regular latest stable update. Now right here, you go in here, you can choose installer or portable. They've also got it accessible for Linux, so you can play them on Linux as well. Over here on late night, it's download for Windows. Then you have the app image and the flat pack for the Linux program, and then the Mac OS has downloads as well. So that's the downloads. You just come in here, you hit for installer, and it will go to your downloads page. Always make sure this is on download too instead of the gallery. That's what it does on me, so I'm not going to download this because I already have it. That's why that one is right there. So I've already downloaded it and I have it there. So what I do is I go in here, I download it, I get it downloaded, just follow the instructions. Just make sure that at the beginning, and I don't believe it's on the PCSX2, but check your check marks, make sure they're not wanting to also download spam with it. And I'm not saying that about this program in particular, but I'm saying it because I want to make a reminder to people to be careful about their downloads and make sure that there's nothing checked saying that they want to download anything extra than what's on there. If there is that something that's there, uncheck it, take the check marks off, and then download. So after I go and I get it loaded, I follow the instructions, and I install it. After it's installed, it looks like this. Let me go ahead and pull up what it looks like. This is my PCX as nightly. Alright. Now they also have this is what I get. I've actually got the nightly, so I must have changed over. But here's your update available information that comes with it. Yeah, the nightly is the one that I actually ended up getting, so my bad. At first, I thought I was doing that, but I guess now. Now, what I do is every time I get one of these, they have updates and stuff like changes and stuff that comes over it. They keep you updated on it. Now, if I want the update to be downloaded and installed, I click on it, or I skip the update or remind me later. It's like right now I'm in the middle of a yeah, hold on a minute. Yeah, right now I'm in the middle of a stream, so I don't really want to get caught up in that, you know what I mean? So let me come back here and I'll show you guys what the updater looks like. This is what I got, and that's the basic gist of all that. I get that popping up with the nightly, and if I want the updates at that moment, I can get them right there. So I come down here and I can either download and install, skip the update, or remind me later. I'm just going to tell them to remind me later, and I'll get that the next time I pop on. So let me get back to where I need to be. These are the games that I have with the PCS X2. Now, I'm going to tell you ahead of time, this is a lot more simpler than the actual PCS X2, the regular one that I showed you in the download thing, because with it, it gives you the region where the BIOS is at and what it's needed. Also, when I want a game, all I have to do is come in here and click on it. So say I want Yakuza, I click on Yakuza and it pops up. EA Sports Supercross, it pops up. Tenchu, the same thing. I do have to say that the configuration for this is a lot more complicated than the ones I've been showing you, except for Zemu and all the Xbox ones, Zemu and I forgot the name of it. I got so annoyed with that emulator, I forgot the name of it. But other than Zemu and all that in the Xbox games, this is pretty complex. So here, let me kind of show you what I'm talking about. And I have to keep track of my OBS so that you guys are seeing this stuff, because like I said in my previous ones, I'm not trying to do a tutorial for anybody. I'm just going through this stuff and showing you what this stuff looks like. Okay, so just be aware of that. I'm not like trying to give you a tutorial or anything. So here's the interface. I've never messed with this right here. I just leave it here, except for down here on the theme. I like the dark fusion, so I changed the theme around. You can double click for to toggle full screen. I think that's interesting and it's useful. So right here, it's your game list. You can put these in your app data and use them there. I've also put them in my documents, like I've said before. I've used all that. You come in here and you scan all games, and it'll scan them. Now I set up my directory right up here, and you can add different directories and they'll pop in here. You can exclude paths, and these won't be scanned, so you can add them down here and then scan for new games and then rescan all games if you need to. Now right here is the BIOSes. For these games there's different BIOSes, and from what I know they go according to what part of the world they're in. So you have a PS2 BIOS from Europe, then you have this one from Europe, which it's SCPH 7004 BIOS, and then you have the SCPH 1000 BIOS from Japan. And there is a difference between the Japan BIOS and the USA BIOS, so just be aware of that. You can usually get away with the USA BIOSes for Europe, not all the time, but sometimes you can. But this is where all your BIOSes are shown. I don't mess with the emulation right here, but here you have all this for the graphics, aspect ratio. If you want borderless full screen, you can do that. Now I like to stream, so usually I switch that to a smaller one, and when I can, but anyhow I do that so that I can see my OBS while I'm actually playing the game. That way I can monitor it and everything. Most of this I don't mess with. Some of it you might have to if you're having problems with the game and you have to troubleshoot it. With this one, you do have to go and actually do the research, find out what's the best way to set up your emulator. There's a lot of good people on YouTube who do tutorials for this, and I suggest that you check them out. And those are the ones that you really want to go to and get a solid interview from, so that you can figure out how to do it. Now, I don't usually mess with the audio on here. Right here, you have all these settings. Memory cards I don't need. Now, folders. This is important right here because this shows you where you go for your save states and your cheat directories. You have your cache, cover directories, which I don't use any of that, and snapshot directories, but the save state directory and the cheats directory is important if you're using cheats. Let's see. Now these right here are important. I do know that, and this is where you have to actually get involved with it and everything. But the good news about this one is, like I said, I've said it in previous videos, this is one of those where you need to be more familiar with emulators before you start messing with PCSX2, okay? get familiar with this stuff with the other easier emulators and then move into this one. And the reason why I said that is because you're going to have to be able to come in here and configure this on your own and figure it out. You'll find good people that can help you configure your settings and stuff on YouTube, like I said, but you have to do it on your own. And the reason why I said that is because I showed you guys earlier the what was it, RPCS3, where you have a compatibility page where you could go to and find out if the game was compatible or not. This one doesn't have that, so you're gonna have to do it. And coming back to the good news though is you have this, right? With the Xboxes, they don't come with the settings to where you can have this much functionality in it, so that's the bright side of it. The fact that you have to provide your own BIOS is a bummer. That means that you have to go on PlayStation and get it. There's a few YouTubers who do make tutorials, and like I said, and they'll provide you with links to where you can go and get the best BIOS for what you're doing here. So I suggest keeping an eye in their description area, and they will provide you with some good stuff to go off of. So that is the settings. Now I think I've just updated to Windows 11, so I don't know for sure if my BIOS is messed up. Plus I think my computer may have blocked it, so let me test it and see. There we go. Now this is the Matrix, Path of Neo. Now let me see what the sound is. Oh, there it is. I've still got to finish this game too, so. Yeah, it seems to be running pretty good. There we go. So, this is basically how it looks and everything. If you guys like watching or playing the Matrix, or if you remember playing it, this is a good way of doing it. Like I said, you do have to go through on a lot of these games and adjust them to your settings and get familiar with them. It is a good program to use. I'm not going to badmouth it like I have at the Xbox emulators, but this is a good one to use. I actually played what was it? Oh my god! It was a racing game that I played on here, and I actually enjoyed it. The Fast and Furious, Most Wanted, and I enjoyed it quite a bit, to be honest with you. There's some features that you have to work with on here, and it worked pretty good. I just had to tweak it and make it playable. If you guys are annoyed with that kind of stuff, then this one isn't the one for you to use. I wouldn't suggest it. But if you've got a desire to play old PS2 games and you want to play them on this emulator, this is the one I suggest using. So that is my basic summary of the emulator games right here. Now, also another thing that I want to mention as well is that there's other emulators out there, and later on when I start back up I'll go through some of those, but at the moment this is the last time I do my gaming streams without them being an interview, so I just want to let you guys know that I will be coming back next year in June or July to start this up again. It's just I'm taking a break from it. My interviews are still going to be on home away from YouTube on Discord, so don't fret that. That's going to be taken care of. So now the next thing that I want to get into a conversation with you guys about is let me get us on a good channel. Well, the next thing I want to talk to you guys about are these add-ons that we've got here. So let me see if I can get this window capture on the right screen before I start. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now that is the download page for the PCSX2. There we go. Now, as you can see up on top with in the middle with the OBS, I've got my preview screen or scene and my program screen and everything going. So you can see right there that I've got that going. Then over here where it says vertical with the OBS, here I should probably do that one for the OBS too. That way everybody on the other chats can see it. I don't even know. Actually, I could do screen capture instead. Display capture. Yep. Let's see what happens there. No. Okay. Well, anyhow, if you guys want to check my OBS out, you can go to Discord and see it on there. So, but the thing is on my Discord I have a screen over to the right hand side called vertical, and then I have another one to the left which is called multiple output. Now the first one on the left hand side is multiple output, and that one is actually called OBS Multi RTMP. Now this is Sarayuki who came up with this one, and it's on GitHub. So if you guys want to come down and get this one, what you do is you come for the OBS down here in the assets area. You click on what asset you want. If you have a Mac OS, you can choose that one, a Windows 64 installer X file, or you can do the Windows 64 zip file. I just chose the install file, and it comes up here. I've already got it, so I'm not going to download it, but I'll show you. This is what it does. It pops up, make sure it's on download, and then download it. After that, you install it with the install X from your download file, and once it installs, all you do is you come in here to your OBS and you exit out of it. Now, once you exit out of it, you reopen it, and your multi output should be on this side. Okay, if it's not on this side, you have to look behind, or you have to look up here and make sure that it's on here. Now, I believe it was view that I actually had it under multi-view full screen windowed. Yeah, there you go. Now after that, you come into this area, and I got messed up about this for a second there because I thought I had to keep hitting my start streaming, which I actually should have hit start recording too, but I forgot to record to do this. This is the first time using this, but instead I have to come down here, and I have to hit start virtual camera, and then up here in well, I use Rumble in this since I can't use it, but in Rumble, which I really do, here, let me back out of here, I really do need to do a display capture and let you guys see this. There we go. Let me come over here. Okay, now this is my OBS. This is what it looks like. This is the part I'm talking about, the multi output right here. So we have the multi output on the left, and we got the vertical on the right. The stuff on the vertical right here, this is set up for Twitch, and it's also set up for TikTok, so that if you guys want to do streams on there, this is probably the best one that you can use. Those are right down here in the OBS with their own little area specifically for OBS. I've got my Windows, my source, media source, display capture. I've got my video capture, which is there where I have my media source at if I want to show my ugly face. And then down here is what I have on my window capture, which is the GitLab for these programs. And when you put these on here, they're going to be little squared areas like this. So I took the advice from the guy who I found out about this with, and I just stacked them to where I could have 3 different things on the same screen for Twitch or for TikTok, whichever one I want to use it on. Over here is the regular OBS program, and that is right here. So you got them side by side and separate. These are your sources. Right up here is where you have the multiple outputs where you stream. I've got one for Minds, one for Rumble, one for Odyssey. At the moment, I can't seem to upload or start the stream for Rumble. I can probably figure that out later. Now, to get these to start, that's when I have to come over here and hit start virtual camera. Now, earlier when I was trying to get it started, I actually did have to click on the start streaming, but it gave me a notification, an error notification. And after I backed out of that, I came over here and hit start virtual camera, and I was able to start Minds up in Odyssey. So, and I don't know, maybe Rumble can't stream right now because this is only capable of handling 2 platforms at the same time. I don't know. So maybe that's an issue, and I can take that up, or I can check it out later and find out, but that is the multiple outputs, and you do this like you do the rest of, or like you do regularly. When you come in here to your settings, make sure you guys can see this. Yeah, when you come in here to do your settings, you have your stream, and this is all your stuff here for custom. This is where you have to go to do it. So, and I can't believe that I'm not able to get my live stream going on there. That is just amazing to me. So, that is, yeah, I'm going to get obsessed with that if I'm not careful. So, and that is what this is all about. So I set these up in modify with the URL and the stream key, just like I would do in the settings down here. I do this one as well. And after I come in here and get the virtual camera started, I just hit start, and you'll see the stops there and how many minutes that I've been streaming. And once I'm done with that, then I just come in, hit stop, and it's good to go. And that's it. So now that I've covered that, I can move on to vertical. Now vertical is a little bit different, but it's not that different. And like I said before I get started, I just went in and I got Windows 64 installer exec on GitLab for the RTMP. But now I'm going to come to vertical plugin. This one is basically the same setup. It's easy as heck to do. You come in here, you hit download. It says starting your item vertical download for OBS. It pops up here. I'm not going to do it because, as you can see, I already have a download for it, so I'm going to back out of it, go into my downloads, click on it, and install it. Now after I am done with that, what I do is I come in here and, like I said before, just exit out of it, okay, and open it back up, OBS back up, and vertical should be somewhere sitting around here. Now that didn't automatically come like that. What happened was, is see how it's moving like this? I had to place it in my OBS wherever I wanted it. So after you get these on here, you have to place these where you want it on your OBS. So you can put everything pretty much anywhere, wherever you want to put it. So after you get them on there, you get them in there. The vertical settings are right here. You got general, you got streaming, you also have recording, just basically like you have with your regular OBS stuff. So I come in here, I hook up my Twitch TV app, which a lot of people have a hard time finding that too. So if you need to use your Twitch TV app server link, it's usually rtmp/live.twitch.tv/app/, and that's what they use for every stream. And then you go to Twitch, you get your key and you put it in here, hit OK, and it's good to go. Down here, whenever you want to do a stream, you just hit there. If you just want to record what you got there, you hit record. And this does a backtrack clip for vertical, and they do have that available on OBS, but I never use it. Then you have the vertical virtual camera, which you can use as well. So this one, I have absolutely no idea what that is. It's probably some platform that you go to. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, there we go. Stop managing your stream. Start streaming. Try it now. It's a 30-day free trial. Don't even worry about it. I mean, the rest of this is free, so that's what's important to me. But with all of this, I can stream on multiple platforms. So that is a big thing for me. I've been wanting to find something like this for quite a while. So just so you guys know, this isn't something to, turn a blind eye to. It is more than just for gamers, you know what I'm saying? So if this doesn't necessarily have to apply for, to just people who are gaming and streaming. So just be aware of that. If you're not a gamer and you want to stream shorts on YouTube, vertical is the way to go. You can get a good short going on there on the computer without having to use a phone. If you want to stream on multiple platforms, you can use the multi-output, and then you can use the vertical at the same time. So then you have more content going out at the same time. And I'll tell you right now, if you wanted to go out and get multi-platform, server that does that for you, you'll pay big money to do this, where here you can just put the add-on in and bam, you got it going. I'm starting to look at it like this, like I need to stream across platforms when it comes to Minds and Odyssey. I don't really have to worry about Rumble and YouTube and BitChute as much, considering they're all synced together. So if I download something or I upload something on YouTube, I can have it go to Rumble, and I can also have it go to BitChute automatically. So that's taken care of. But for me to stream to Odyssey and Minds, it's got to be directly there, and they don't sync up. You know what I mean? So it would be just a better way, anyhow, for me to do multiple platforms where it's actually doing Minds and Odyssey at the same time. So it works out good that way. And plus, I'm hitting Twitch too. So, like I said before, on Twitch, this is going to be my official first video for Home Away from YouTube on roundtable event. This isn't really a roundtable event, but I just wanted to let you guys know what's going on here, as well as with everybody else. My format for this is going to be all about interviews. If you guys want to be involved in that, please contact me, leave a comment, send me a message. I'm on Discord, Gaming with the Infamous. Home Away from YouTube, get on there. I suggest that channel above everything, because that's where all these interviews are going to take place. That's what it's focused around. It's a community-driven effort where people within the Home Away from YouTube community kind of gets together and have roundtable events. We enjoy ourselves and have a good time, and it's a really great thing to get involved with. So that's going to be my new gaming channel, or name for my my series, and it'll be on Gaming with Infamous, and it'll also be on Rumble. It'll be Gaming with Infamous on YouTube and Gaming with Infamous on Odyssey. It'll also be on Rumble. I don't know if it's going to show up on BitChute or not. I don't think my gaming ones do, other than my role-playing stuff. But I know it'll be on Rumble and YouTube and Odyssey. I'll continue to put them on mines as well. And I will, now that I have this available for Twitch, I'll start putting streams up on Twitch for this as well. So I'm coming up on 45 minutes, and I am going to end my stream now. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Hopefully it was helpful. You know, I'm not here trying to give you guys some kind of tutorial. I just wanted to kind of give you a heads up on some of this stuff, because it is pretty cool, you know. So if you guys have any questions and you need my help, feel free to, you know, hit me up and ask me for any kind of questions you want. If you want to do interviews, let me know. But for the Live with Roger Hanson gaming, this is the end of that for at least this year until July. I may do it again next year, but if not, I'll still be doing the home away from YouTube. So, and plus, you know, I'm wanting to separate the interviews from this kind of format where I go through and talk about emulators and game-related information, stuff like that. So, yeah, there's a good chance it'll be back next year in July. So, with that, I am going to shut my mouth. You guys have a good night. Okay, so I am in the process now of getting an update from Rapid for Home Away from YouTube. I am doing an episode on Home Away from YouTube so that we can get this documented. Alright, everything's looking good. So here we go. I'm gonna tell him to let's do it. Let's do it. Make sure everything's working out, looking right. And there we go. Now Twitch has the actual chat, so where's he gonna be at? That's the big question. So he's coming in. This is technically the second episode for okay, so he's in team lobby. This is the second episode for Twitch. We are going to have the first one on Rumble and Minds and Odyssey, and this will be the first ones on there, and then I'll upload them on YouTube, which will eventually make it to BitChute, and we can go from there. So now I need to find Team Lobby, and we can get this started. He's going to do updates on what we are going to do next year. So, hello. Can you hear me?
Hey,
Alright. I am on here. I apologize about all that. I had to take care of some crazy business with my mom.
That's no worries, man. That's no worries.
Alright.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. So, it's been crazy week for me, man. I've been having to freaking deal with taking care of mom, and then we also had like all these weird, I don't know how to explain it. It's just like weird daylight savings time shit. You know what I mean? Like it's getting darker now. And
Yeah.
my whole mind is just like not working out. It's crazy. My sleep habits have gone to hell.
It's that wonderful time of year again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the big news that we got to do for next year and everything? So.
Well, I don't know if I would call it big news, but we just got to kind of get organised, or try to get organised in some way, shape, or form, I guess, because it's scarily getting closer. So,
no, I mean you actually did say you had like big news about next year.
did I use those words? I probably did.
Yeah.
Well.
Sounded
I don't know if I was
excited.
being funny about it.
It sounded pretty excited to me. I was like, kind of caught my attention.
You know something? It might even be true. I'm a bit like yourself in that my sleeping pattern has gone out the window. So sometimes I'll forget things. Let me just quickly reread the conversation we had.
You've caved in and finally told me that Zach is going to be on Team Retro. I know that.
That is big news. Yes, yeah. Zach is going to be joining us. I don't know exactly when. Well, I'll tell a lie. I'd like to be able to do the airship thing around April, if we can pull that off. Which gives us a little window to work with. So
yeah,
it's not entirely impossible. But we tried this before and it didn't work out so well. But
that really wasn't our fault, though. Being honest.
No.
I mean, I know you don't like, beating people over the head with a club and everything, but like everybody that's involved, other than that one person, is still here. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, of course, and that, I'm entirely grateful. It's a shame that it happened the way it did, and again with that one particular person, kind of whether knowingly or not, messed it up for everyone else. So yeah, it is what it is. But I mean, you can never really plan for these things. So that's. There was a quote actually in a Spider-Man film. I remember one of the characters said something along the lines of, "If you expect disappointment, then you won't be disappointed," or something like that. So,
yeah, that's probably the right gist of it.
Yeah,
to be honest with you, it really is.
Yeah,
so.
I think that's definitely my new motto in life now. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, it's big news. Zach is joining us, and I'm really excited for that because, I mean, he's just so full of energy, man. It's so nice to be able to work with him as well, because I thought at first it was going to be like the airship thing, because he had a read through that and he was genuinely excited for it, and I'm like, well, he's kind of stepped away from the game thing for a while, doing his own thing, and the interviews and whatnot, and I thought, well, if it comes to it, to play games and things, if he wanted to maybe play them with us and stuff, the way we do things, and he seems really open to that. He was really excited about it, and I'm equally excited to have him join us. So
now on that, how you was talking about wanting to expand out a little bit with other things outside of retro gaming and everything. He is really into Disney games, and I think he would be a really big asset in that area. Like, I mean, I'm not big on the Disney games myself, but I'd be willing to do those. Heck, I'm doing Zelda and stuff and Pokemon with you. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, it's funny you mention that. I do have an idea of a few things. We did speak Disney games, but Zach has, I think, made it pretty clear that he's willing to play just about anything.
yeah,
So we'll see as we get into the year. There's a ton of Disney games that's been around since, I don't know, the dawn of video game era, I guess. So there's no shortage of Disney games there anyway.
yeah.
But we'll go back to Zach in a little while, because I think, to properly organise, we need to kind of look at where we're going to be going at the start of the year. And initially I was hoping to do Pokemon Green, but I think with the way things are going right now, and that not even have, as far as I'm aware, it's not even started yet, I'm going to have to change plans, because we're only weeks away. Literally, we're weeks away from January, to be fair. So, I mean, obviously you and I, we spoke about Infamous Arcade literally, I think last night, was it?
No, it was the night before. I got all my Defender high scores together, and I sent those to you. I can do like a cameo and everything here with in a little bit. I was going to try to get them today because it was light out, but I ended up oversleeping. I had a rough night last night. I was up doing all the editing and stuff and didn't get to sleep till like 5 this morning, so 5 or 6. So
yeah, that's understandable.
I'll just freaking turn the light on and get a cameo out to you and then have that ready. I have to figure out what happened to that list though, because I know I had a list of the games for the arcade. But for the life of me, I don't know if I left or if I copied it on the.
Well, this is your lucky day.
You got it.
Yeah, it's on the server. So if you scroll down on our server and go all the way down to the very bottom where it says Season 4, and in the Infamous tab is your... Basically anything that you'll be working on during next year will be in this section right here.
Okay, let me get there real quick. I don't understand why I continue to have a hard time with these freaking channels, trying to scroll through them and stuff. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, here we go. Season 4. Okay, so Contra, Altered Beast, Beast Wars Gauntlet, Virtual Defender 2, and Rampage. Now, I actually can add more to those because, that Cosme link that I sent you?
Yeah.
Now, they have some cool RPG stuff that's on there that I can use, and or not RPG, but some games, emulator games on there, and it's like you can do it multiplayer.
Yeah, that's I had a look at it. Yeah, I rewatched it after our last conversation. It was a brief video of the tutorial thing, but I had a read at it as well.
It was the Cosme is something that me and Tan on mine's chat's been playing around with. Me, him, and Mr. Robot. It's a pretty cool setup they got on there, and let me see if they've posted. I don't know if anybody's gone on there here recently, but we've been going in there and playing like a Quake Arena and setting all that up, so it's been actually working out pretty good. So you can literally go in there and play Quake Arena multiplayer, like 4 people. You remember the old Quake Arena?
Oh yeah, I played Quake Arena just recently on the Xbox 360. Yeah.
They've got it on there where you can go in there with more than one person and everything and play the whole game. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let me see. I've had the link here. I don't know why I can't find it. But yeah, it's Cosmi, Kosmi.
Yeah, I've still got the link. I've got our chat. It's not too far up from the bottom.
Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can get into this room. Let you just take a look at it. It's pretty good. Oh, I'm gonna just real quick. Let me send this to you, and just click on it, okay? And that's all you got to do. That's it. You don't even have to sign in. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
All right. Open up a chat. All right. Okay. It's right over here on the chat side. I'll click on it. Just go in there real quick on that link.
Hang on.
This, being honest, this would be a pretty good setup. There you go. See, you just came in, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, I don't. Can you hear me in there?
No, I can hear you in the Discord.
Okay, good. So this right here is set up to where you go in here and see right there where it has it says load video or apps. Right there on that little square.
I don't see one.
Okay.
I mean, all I've got is like a chat box down the right hand side, and it's like invite friends.
Okay.
At the top.
You know, up on top where you see that little arrow that's pointing down.
Mine's watch party.
Yeah. Okay. Now click on that little arrow and go to. Is it saying mine's a watch party? Okay.
Yeah. Well, you've joined this one again. I think you've just come in.
Okay. Right up, or if you hit that button, there's another one that says Roger Hanson's room.
Yeah. Yeah,
see
I'm in that now.
Okay, click on that, and then can you see the picture of the woman with the
two faces? Yeah.
Yeah. No, right there under that it says apps.
I don't have anything here. It doesn't say apps or anything there.
Okay, hit.
It's just the faces.
Okay,
yeah.
hit refresh. Oh wait, hold on a minute. I might have to do it. So NES emulators. Alright, it has 10-yard fight. What is it? You have 8 Eyes, the Addams Family, the Pugly Scavenger Hunt, Adventures of Dino Ricky, and I mean the Airwolf. They've even got the old Airwolf on there.
Yeah.
Aliens 3, which me and Tan did. Now, can you see that?
I can see you load up the game, yeah. There's no library for me. It just says load a ROM or whatever. But yeah, I can see you loading up Aliens 3. So.
Yeah. Now, over here on the side, if you hit that button right there with the speaker, it'll give you the audio.
Okay.
You see that? Now, on here with the
Yeah.
with the NES games and stuff, they've got tons of them. Okay, and if you come in here, we can literally play together while we're doing this.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. The only thing I will say though is our schedules might clash because
I know.
I'm back to work kind of like at a more regular
I know.
basis now, and I'm still working on a lot of stuff, but it is a great idea for when we do have something. So what I would say is, if you have, I don't know, say like Cosmic's Cult Classics, when he did his second series, he mostly went out on his own, but there was maybe 1 or 2 episodes where he's like, you know, you want to come in and do something, and we'll do a game together. And I was like, yeah. So I mean, if you have 1 or 2 episodes like that you want to do throughout your series, and we can try and find time to do those. So yeah, that'd be a pretty good way to set up this Cosme thing.
And like you said, I can do these apps by myself as a single player too to get some of them. They even have King of the Monsters Part 1, which I was wanting to find. I found Part 2, and you remember how hard that was. And,
Yeah, I watched it on your channel. Yeah,
but Part 1's not as complicated as that because it didn't have the turbo. So, I mean, I tried it out with Tan, and it was actually a good. It was good gameplay, like 2 players and stuff. But on 1 player, I shouldn't have no problems with pulling that together. So, I mean, if you want, you can add King of the Monsters to it. That'd make it 9. And now Predators, that wasn't that's a retro, isn't it? It's past 20 years, I think, isn't it?
which one? Which version are you
The one
referring
that
to?
I was just firing. I don't think that's NES though. But
Oh, you mean the one that you were
yeah,
playing on your channel a while ago?
yeah, just a second. That's NES.
The Aliens Predators. I thought you were referring to the one on your channel where you do like a Call of Duty looking game, which that's definitely not 20 years.
No, no. The one that I was just showing you right there, that Predator.
Yeah, that's definitely that's NES, I think. So
Yeah. That might not be arcade, but it would be an option for like a retro game and everything.
yeah, no, I mean we'll definitely look at arcade retro games separately. I think arcade. I think it would kind of defeat the purpose calling it Infamous Arcade if we
Right.
don't do arcade games. So try and stick to arcade, I would say, for at least that section.
Now, on that one, I can use King of the Monsters Part 1 because that was an arcade game.
Okay.
So we can do that. And I think they've got another one. I'm not going to wait, hold up, wrong one. I'm not going to
That's
hold my
on that
breath.
list.
Yeah. No, they have not Captain Commando. Let's see here. Final Fight, I think, was the one that was arcade. Whoa, yeah, see right there.
Final Fight was, yeah.
Final Fight was an arcade, yeah. They got all of them. They got Part 1. They've got Part 3. I don't see Part 2 in there. But then they got Fatal Fury as well.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good arcade title. What I would say though is, I mean, I know you've got your own busy schedule to work with as well, especially January. But I mean, this is completely up to you when or how far you want to spread this out. Because if you're talking about doing more than 8 games, then we can look at it overlapping into February as well.
Well, I mean, I'd like to do, I'd just like to do January. I mean, how many? You're just wanting to do 2 a week?
Yeah, according to the schedule I was looking at, I was thinking, let's see, I think it was every Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay. Yeah. Then we're covered.
So that's 2, 4, 6, 8. There's actually 9 because there's a 5th Tuesday. In fact, then again, I guess we could make it Saturday and Sunday in January because there's 8 there. That would fit better. So, like on weekends, you'd have Infamous Arcade. For the month of January, I think that would work perfect.
That'd work out better too, because like on the first one, you put out that the one I just sent you, Defender, and that'll cover it, and then I can come up with the rest of them off of the 8 that we've got on the list.
Yeah, I'll take Defender 2 out though, because we'll count that as Defender 1 essentially. So
Defender 2, I don't even know if that was arcade game, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I remember we were talking about that, and I was like, I don't even know if it was an arcade game.
What I would say though, is you're probably not going to like this, but I was thinking that your face cam would be on for the duration of the game as well. I know you're talking about doing like a snippet at the start, I guess, or whatever, but I mean, if you take Cosmic's Cult Classics, for example, or Scony Scores NES, I don't know if you've really ever watched any of those, but they have like the small face cam in the corner as they're playing the game. I was kind of hoping that you would want to do the same with yours as you're playing the game.
Oh, I mean, I could do it, but the whole thing is it's like most of the time I'm in here, I'm playing in the dark. I mean, you'll see like my glasses and freaking my headphones and stuff, but that's about it.
Yeah. You would need good lighting for that. To be fair,
I mean,
I get what we could do then as another option to explore is for each episode.
I can play and talk at the same time. And being honest, I mean, I've heard over and over again. There's tons of people, especially on Twitch, who say they wish they've never started using a camera or a cam. You know, they have no problems with the audio, you know, and talking and stuff, but like they just really wish they didn't freaking do it. Like I forgot the names of them. They're the ones that used to do Minecraft. That one guy used to always talk like a little kid. I keep forgetting his name, but anyhow, he was on there with his buddy, and freaking they said it all right out front. It was like freaking, because before when they didn't see their faces, they were characters on the video. You know what I mean? Whereas when they started using a camera, then they started freaking putting a name to a face. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the way we're going to be doing things on the channel is once we hit milestones, the faces are kind of revealed, and therefore it's a constant thing. What I would say then, if you don't want to be there like for the duration of the episode, right? Because I'm going to cut these down anyway. I'm not going to make them like. You and I can discuss how long you want each one to be. If you want it to be like an hour long, do you want it to be like half an hour long? We can discuss that. But what I would say then, if you don't want to be there for the duration, is maybe do like a little intro, explain the game you're about to play, talk a little bit about it, and then the middle section of the video is going to be you playing the game without you being on camera. Talk about it while you're playing if you wish, or don't, it's up to you. And then at the end, do like a little review part, but again with you on camera.
That's what I was saying, like I could do the cameo and maybe put it at the end. I'll say freaking a little bit about the game, and then end it. You know what I mean? And then if you want me to, I could do it with all of them. I could start out with talking about the game, and if I want to just play the game without talking, I can do it after I'm done there, and then at the end always do a cameo when the game's over.
Yeah. The great thing is, your face reveal was when we hit 200 subscribers, and Matt's is now 300. So, Matt will have his face on what he's doing, but when we're doing group projects, like say Pokemon, which we're going to be doing as well, you guys won't need to show. Just because you have had the face reveal doesn't mean to say that group projects will include that as well, because it wouldn't be fair, for likes of myself and Dr. G who haven't yet had that.
Yeah.
And then you guys are like, "Whoa, hold on! How come your face isn't on the
I was
on the
gonna
video?"
mention that, but it's like freaking.
Yeah.
What's
It's
the
purely
deal with
for.
that? Are you guys like favoritism and stuff, trying to pick on me?
No.
Is
Definitely not. No. It's purely. At the time of the 200 subscribers, it was Pokemon Yellow that was running, so it made sense for you to reveal your face then, and in the same way that Cosmic did his, and so on. So it's really only for solo projects. As we continue to climb, and if we continue to climb the ladder, more faces will be revealed. And of course, eventually one day all our faces maybe will be revealed, so group projects will feature everyone's face as well. That's the only once everyone's done, basically. But yeah, for the time being, if that's how you want to do yours, like the intro, the outro, but the middle part's just the game, I'm fine with that. I'm totally cool with that.
I'm up with whatever you want to do, because like I told you before, when it comes to the retro, I'm just gonna stick with putting it on your channel and stuff. Like all the other stuff I'm putting on now, it's just catch up from what I had last year that I wasn't able to put on YouTube. So the new stuff is just going to be interacting with you and putting it on your channel, because I want to try to keep things organized, and it seems better to be organized when it comes to the retro by putting it on your channel instead of having it on mine and yours, and you know what I mean? It's hard.
Well, yeah, in a sense, yeah,
it's hard enough,
if that's what you want, like, I get that you want to have yours organized in such a way where retro stuff is in one place and what you're working on at the moment is in another. So yeah, I'm totally cool with that. You've got a place to showcase your older games, and you've got your own channel for your newer games. So if it works for you, man, I'm there.
Yeah. Plus, it'll give me a chance to help with like sharing your stuff to where you get more of a reach as well. You know what I'm saying? Like if all my retro is going over to your channel, then that means I can spend time on your channel to make sure the stuff's shared and things like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't just do YouTube. I'm on Minds, and I'm on Odyssey and Rumble. I've got all that networked to where, like, when I put my games on YouTube, it automatically goes to Odyssey and it goes to Rumble, because they're synced together. So I can do that, and then I can take and also make sure that yours gets shared on Minds, and then on just on Minds basically, but on, because I don't really do any other networks now.
That's fair. I appreciate that.
And Discord
appreciate that as
too,
well.
I guess Discord too, because that's one thing I've been trying to catch back up on, is getting things up on Discord.
I noticed that you've been a little absent, but I thought you were busy, so.
Yeah, I'm really.
like
being
from
honest.
WLCs and stuff. Yeah.
Well, with the WLCs, I had to freaking cut them out for a little while because it was getting to the point where these interviews were cutting in on me.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, I've got people freaking from New Zealand and Australia and stuff freaking wanting to do interviews with me, and then I've got people from Scotland, Wales, and I'm like, dude.
Oh, I wonder if I know them.
You probably do. It's crazy how it is. I even have John coming on Wednesday, old John on Wednesday to do an interview for Home Away from YouTube, and then Zira. He's gonna be on Saturday morning.
That's right. Yeah. I've been following the posts. That's pretty exciting, man. That's pretty exciting.
You know.
How do you feel though on Wednesday? Because that's our day for Zelda as well. So I hope you're feeling pretty lively.
I was thinking about that. 5 o'clock should be early enough. John's not Mr. sitting around 2 hours having an interview. He'll want to have that done and over and quick. You know what I mean? Within an hour. So I should be okay, unless I fall asleep. And if I fall asleep, you'll know, because I won't be around. If I get tired and I want to fall asleep, I'll send you a message. But I should be able to do it.
Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate that, because
I even reserve Wednesdays and Sundays to where we can do this and get Zelda done. If you notice, like, I backed off on those days, so.
Well, I mean, right now.
Saturday, wasn't it? Saturday or Sunday, I know.
No, you were right. It was Wednesdays. It used to be Wednesdays and Sundays. Now I think it's just a case of Wednesdays now.
Okay.
For me, I mean, as we get closer to Christmas, I think it's going to change a little, because it could be that 1 week I'm expected into work on a Wednesday. I know Matt's off every Wednesday, or mostly every Wednesday. In my line of work, I tend to be placed more on weekends, which is why I think Sundays is no longer a go. But this week coming, I have both Wednesday and Sunday off, so if it came to it, we could do a little of both on each day. But I guess we'll see how that goes. But I do want to kind of bring something else up before I forget, because you mentioned Discord there, and that's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. I know that you've recently, we spoke about it last week, briefly, but I made a post this morning, yesterday, I don't know, one of the days, about you taking over the WLC on the server.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You don't even have to talk about that. That's fine. I have no problems with it.
That's cool.
If you want to say something.
I mean, I was only going to say there's a bit of a bigger expansion on that if you were interested. I was thinking of, I mean, obviously we're having an expansion on the server itself. We're having more people join in all the time. Well, this is our time. This is where we're growing, basically, especially on Discord. I don't know if you've noticed the increase in numbers.
Yeah,
but
I have.
I've noticed in a lot of other servers there are monitors, and that's something that, while we are a team in itself, we don't really monitor anything. And I think it's important at some point, especially with the growing numbers, that there is more than one person monitoring the server.
Yeah.
So I'd like to offer that position to you as well, if you're open to it.
I can do it. Yeah.
I would extend. Well, that's great. I'm really happy that you're. I mean, I know you've got like 1,000,001 things on, so asking you to do any extra, I always feel like it's a little bit more of a burden I'm passing on.
Well, with your server though, like if you really pay attention, like you're getting a lot of activity in the WLC, you know what I mean? But like on the other ones, there really isn't very much activity. Like in the general chat, nobody's really started like hitting the conversations as much. So it's not really that much of a stretch. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's something that can be manageable. But like you said, if as it gets bigger, there will be more, and that's when you'll start getting it.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I mean, that's a good start. But I mean, as far as Team Retro goes, I feel like a lot of the burdens that I've carried for a long time have been passed on to you as well, because you've got the editing the job. Not that there's been a lot to do right now, but there may be. And again, you've got a million. I mean, I guess everybody's got a lot of things going on. I myself, outside of YouTube, I've got a lot of things going on as well. But it's like, I guess, you know, we're a team of what, five? Four, five? Yeah, five. I often have to ask myself, because we've had such a turnover in the last few months. I'm like, is it 4 or 5? It's definitely 5. But yeah, I mean, like you and I, we're really the most active, I guess, outside of any of the videos that we're making, because we have, you know, the editing to do, and now
we're the
now
two
the server.
most obsessed of it. That's really the best way of saying it. It's like me and you're probably the most obsessed with this shit. Be honest.
That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah.
Like,
probably, yeah.
Like, the one person I would like to get freaking involved is freaking RJ, and he just doesn't seem to be even interested. You know what I mean? And
no, do you know? I think I know why that is. I mean, we had a long conversation before about when we were doing the challenges and that, and I think he just doesn't have a way to play retro. I mean, he sticks primarily to his PlayStation, as far as I'm aware, so I don't think he has a way of, from what I remember anyway, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, but I think he said something about not having a way to play retro, because we were talking about Crash Bandicoot and how he had the Insane trilogy, so that if there was ever a challenge that involved Crash Bandicoot, that he was there for it, kind of thing. And he was asking me how I felt about using the Insane trilogy rather than the PS1 originals, and I was like, well, you know what, if you've got it, use it, you know. It's but I think that was his issue, was that he doesn't have a way to play or emulate retro games. But yeah, I would definitely have him on.
He would be perfect for this stuff, though, because he's all about medals and getting awards in the games. If the games doesn't have medals in it, some kind of reward system, he won't play it.
Yeah. I noticed that. Yeah.
Like, he'd be perfect for this kind of stuff if he'd just come on and do it. But
I mean, it could be that it could be a number of things. He might not. He might be busy. He might not be as interested. I mean, because like we have that airship thing going on, and Zach's responded to the post pretty well. But I mean, maybe it doesn't really, because I think RJ said something about not being too sure how to play battleships, so maybe that's what's thrown him off a little bit as well. But you know, we'll make more. I've already thought of the next few Team Retro based board games. I'm already like 10 steps ahead. I know what's coming next. If this one's successful. So I've already got the next 4 or 5 planned if this one goes well. So, and they're not all battleships or airships or whatever, you know. So
but yeah, you pointed to me where the list was, so don't worry about that. I'll have those ready for January on the arcade games. And
that's great.
Then it's okay to put the cameo at the end and start out the video with the comments, kind of like I did with the Defender, except for I need a cameo at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean that's completely fine. I don't I wouldn't really ever push anyone to like be there for the full hour if they don't want to be. I mean, that's torture, I guess. But
See, you've also got to understand. Okay, I'm like a 50-year-old man. I got freaking like a beard down to my freaking my boobs. You know.
Boobs. Yes, we all have boobs.
And you know, younger people are catering, or that's what it's catered to with gaming. Okay, and they don't want to see some old man sitting there freaking playing a video game, like literally seeing them. You know, so that's
well, the way, I mean, I've always tried to convey the message that Nostalgia Gaming Retro as a channel is for everyone. Okay, whether you're old or, well, I'm not going to say everyone. Like, I'm not going to like invite minors in and stuff. Oh, okay, you guys go play and then be on camera. No, I mean, like, if you're 50, it doesn't matter. But if you're 60, it doesn't matter. You want to play a game, you want to be on camera or whatever, go ahead, play the game. Play the games that you enjoy. You know, as long as you're having fun and everybody's like enjoying the content and whatever, who cares? I'm always I'm open-minded in the sense that, you know, I don't really care if it's some old man or woman playing this video game. I'm just watching the video game and watching that person have fun playing that game. And of course, you know, my face is going to be on there eventually. I'm not going to care what people are going to think about me. I'm just there to play the game. So, like, I get where you're coming from. Like, some people are small-minded, and you know that's just internet, man. That's just internet.
It's just an excuse so that I don't have to freaking show up on camera. Don't fall for that stuff.
It's also another excuse for you not to show up on camera. But yeah, I mean, listen, you were not too excited about Pokemon. You were not too excited about Zelda. But we got you. We got you. And we also got you on Facecam eventually. So I believe you can do it.
Talking and stuff to you. I mean, you remember that? I didn't even like having a conversation. Just let me play the damn game, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're like, no, I don't need to talk. In fact, you even had a minor debate about the fact I was cutting content out as well. You're like, man, that's memories.
That's the reason why I do my fail videos, is because, like, and a lot of people don't even think about that. Well, they might. I don't know if I shouldn't say a blanket statement like that, but like when you're going and you're editing that stuff out, you're giving a false pretense to people, like you're actually good at the game and you're not freaking failing, you know what I mean? And that's not cool if you're doing that, because I don't care who you are, you're freaking dying on these games, you know what I mean? And that's the reason why I do my fail videos, so that people can see, you know, look, the edited video doesn't show me dying, but this is what actually happens, you know.
See, I enjoy those kind of videos because it was an early idea. I think it's maybe featured in a couple of things I've done as well, but we were doing like blooper reels, gag reels, that kind of thing. So mistakes that happened or funny deaths in games, and I wanted to keep that an ongoing trend. But the thing is, as I soon found out, because I was overloaded with edits, I didn't have the time to just sit through and pick out all the bits, because as soon as I'm done one video, I then have to jump on to like the next and the next and the next, and it just becomes a kind of, you know, mountain to climb, basically.
I understand where you're coming from. I just finished doing Call of Duty 4, okay, and you want to talk about some crazy fail videos. Like, I had to go through there and edit out all the deaths and then keep track of them on the same, I was on Blender, so I had all the fails sitting up above outside of what was going to be the video. So I
Yeah.
had to go through and I had to make sure that every time I died, that was moved over to the side, and then I had to make sure the cut was perfect. And then I had to do that all the way through them for 30 videos.
Jeez, oh.
It was a nightmare. I mean, I do understand where you're coming from there. I mean, I'm not too eager to do freaking fail videos anymore. To be honest with you, I am gonna keep them going, but they're not gonna be on every single game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a shame because I think honestly that they're great. It's just for me, it's always last minute, and if I always want to, fit them in somewhere, put them in somewhere, but I'm like, I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because you get some really great moments from them.
The battles are just insane. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing better than the battles in those things. I've been doing Dying Light, and like the parts where I'm dying, I'm like really getting into some intense fights. You know? And I've got all that there in the fail videos. So, and they're back to back, one right after the other. And I think that's why people like them so much.
I think so, yeah. They're definitely, it's a popular trend as well, especially with YouTube Shorts. It's a thing. It's a go-to, certainly. But I've noticed as well, like, I was talking to you last time. I don't know if it was last week, in fact, when we were doing Zelda, and we've had such a great response from Randomizer 3, and I think it's mostly, it's not due to the gameplay, or well, at least I don't think so anyway. There might be a few out there who have never seen, I doubt it, but because it's so big, but you know, a randomized Zelda, or there might be even less people that have seen online play with the game. But I think what's really bringing people in is the interaction between me, you, and Matt. Because, I mean, we've done stuff before that's...
But not like on that scale. This actually...
Not on this scale.
Not on... Yeah, yeah. You're right. Like, not... Like, with me and you, we've been editing Pokemon closely, you know what I mean? Like... But, like...
Yeah.
Going and doing this is like on a different level, because like we're all playing it for one thing, and then you got 3 separate footage that you got to edit out, and like this is completely it's
I mean,
it is. I agree with you.
It's the, I think it's like the conversations and things, the funny moments between us, because there's a lot of stuff that I guess if this had been me on my own doing a playthrough, a lot of it would have been cut.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of stuff in there, like, I don't know, take the chickens, for example. Now, that was set up as a gag.
Yeah. That turned on you.
That part wasn't written, right? None of it was written, but I think it was like towards the end that Matt says, you know what, you should attack a chicken, and it kind of spiraled from that. But the fact it turned, I mean, those are great moments that, as I spoke about during the interview, was I want to share these moments and look back in 10 years and laugh at them again. You know, when I remember what it was like to play those moments with my friends. And this is the first series, I think, on the channel for me, outside of the Chameleon Twist thing, that, I mean, with Chameleon Twist, it was a little bit scripted, at least the commentary was, but this is just 3 friends playing a game.
Yeah.
Some of it's cut, yeah, but I mean, this is 3 friends playing a game, and, you know, everyone's got a different view. Like, this is your first time playing. I'm a bit of a veteran at this game. Matt's a bit of a veteran at this game as well. So it's like watching how we all interact with each other, how we explore this world, and it's fun. It's fun to watch because it's the only thing I've actually watched back after the editing, and I'm like, you know what, that is pretty good. That is funny. That's good stuff in there.
Yeah, it really is. It really is good stuff.
So yeah, I'm definitely proud of that. I'm proud of a lot of stuff, but definitely proud of that one.
Now
and
the first episode is still my favorite. Like Matt sitting there in the thing, just hawking and puking and stuff, and you're trying to end the episode, and he's sitting next to you going,
yeah. Excuse me.
That was hilarious. that was the perfect ending.
Yeah.
So.
I think for me, if I had to pick a moment, and it's quite tough because there's a few I know about that's coming up. For me, I think I would still say the chickens, because
yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. It was for me. It was a bit too long. The setup was too long, but that is. Even that, what's there, I think it's like 9 minutes long or something. That was still cut down because obviously there was a lot of waiting around and stuff like that. But that segment cut down for the joke to be set up. I think the audience, everybody knew it was coming. For those that's played the game, I don't know if you even were aware that while you were playing that Matt and I were setting you up for this. I don't even think you were aware.
Well, see, the cool part about that scene, though, is, like, they were aware that I was going to get my ass whooped by these chickens, but they didn't know that, like, if you drop a bomb, the chickens explode and go everywhere, and then
that's right.
thing, they freaking attack everybody. That's what really surprised all of us, because, like, I was getting hit, but then I picked up that bomb and threw it down, and they just went everywhere. And next thing you know, you guys are screaming and yelling because they're attacking you too. That's what made it so funny. And like by the time it was done, we were all getting our butts kicked in the middle of the freaking stream. It's like, oh my god, that was hilarious. I still laughing over it. I was like, that's funny. That's quality right there.
What I really like, though, in that entire thing isn't just the part where it starts to turn on us. I think my favourite part is how you're having the last laugh. You can see your character still getting knocked down at the fence, but all you say in the outro in the last, 20 seconds or so is all you can hear is just you laughing while getting knocked down.
Yeah.
And that just sets it completely, because you got it turned round on me and that was just funny. Yeah. It's moments like that. That will. When looking back in about 10 years, that will stand the test of time, I think.
Now, on Wednesday, you want to get into that and do some gaming and everything for it?
Yeah, Wednesday's the only. Yeah, Wednesday would be good if you're able. Wednesday would be really good.
Well, I've got to do that interview with old John, so I need to be up, and just don't attack me at 5 a.m. like you did last week.
That was a combined effort.
Yeah, I know.
That was a.
It needed to be done, I guess. But
all right. So what would be the earliest for you then that you would be more comfortable with?
Well, I've got to do the interview with old John, so after that I can reach out and see if you guys are still online, getting ready or whatever. That's going to be around 11 o'clock whenever your time, whenever I start. So it'd be about 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock works for me. I'll mention that to Matt as well. That would be ideal. I don't even have to leave on Wednesday. I don't have, like had an appointment to go to last time. I'm in the whole day, so
okay.
1 works for me, definitely.
Because now you said that you're almost done with your series, aren't you?
I've I've pegged. I've got an insane amount of series to do this year. I've picked out 15 games that I want to do this year. And
with Zelda.
Oh, with Zelda.
Yeah. How many more times did you need to do this?
I am not sure, because a randomizer, you can never really tell how it's going to go. But we are. I would certainly say we're over the halfway mark anyway. So. Okay. I would say, I mean, I've only just started editing episode 9. We need. I don't know. It's hard to say. If not this Wednesday or Sunday, I would say at least another week to 2 weeks on it. But I really want to try and get it all wrapped up by Christmas or New Year at the latest. I don't want to carry this into season 4. I want this to end this year. So we'll be done. We'll wrap this up however we need to this month. Now, if that means we need to come on a little extra as we get closer to the end of the month, I guess, we haven't really got a choice.
Yeah.
We'll try. We'll come on. But
just remember that you do have Christmas, and let's see, Christmas is
on a Monday. It's on a Monday, 25th.
So,
yeah.
So that's good.
I mean, I'll not be.
New Year's Day is on a Monday as well. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, this will be done by New Year's. I'm not planning on carrying this into season 4, because season 4 will have a separate randomizer. Which I won't be looking into for a while, but I have asked around to try and get more collaborations going. There is maybe 1 or 2 others that I've considered. I will not put you through the same torture twice, don't worry. I think once is fine. I might get you to come back for another one at some point, but we'll let you breathe for a while. No Zelda next year for you.
Thank goodness.
But I think when you do come back to another one, if you want to, next time you'll have a bit of an upper hand because you'll have experience with the game.
Yeah.
And I don't think you would like the next one anyway, because we're going to put a mod in the game where if one player dies, everybody falls.
Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those. So,
I don't know if you guys would like that, because that suck, because I ended up dying quite a bit, so.
Do you know, I think get yourself a mug of coffee, get yourself your favourite drink, right? Whatever you want to do, like coffee or water or whatever you want, right? I have got a Pepsi Max here, right? Mm-hmm. So we'll play a little game at one point. Watch every one of the episodes in your own time, and for every time somebody dies, it's probably going to be Matt or you. Take a drink. You know, I want to say that at least I think I can account for every episode. I could be wrong, but every episode I think Matt dies. It's like South Park. It's like, oh my god, who killed Kenny? You know, it's like that's Matt's thing, and it surprises me the most because Matt usually does pretty well at these things. We played the last randomizer together, and I don't know if it's the double damage that's taken him by surprise or what, but yeah, he's suffering really bad. He's struggling quite bad. Trying not to die. So, but it's funny to watch. So, but yeah, enough about Zelda, because I feel like I talk about Zelda way too much, more than I'd like. But
I talk about Zelda way too much. Then
more than you're used to.
I just okay. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I you go. I want to hear.
Oh no, I was like, that game drives me freaking nuts. It's every time I try to play that game, it was like, even back when they came out with the first ones, like the Adventures of Link.
Mm.
I've always had issues. I don't think before now I've even tried to make it through the first level
Yeah.
on the first game, like the first game back when I was 17. 16.
On the original Nintendo, the 1986.
Yeah. 70. Yeah. No, actually. Yeah, because back then it was pretty expensive to get those things. So they took a few years before we could actually afford the game console. And I think by the time we actually had our hands on the game, it was freaking dawning. So my brother-in-law was the one who actually started all that crap.
Mm.
And like, he was obsessed with freaking Zelda. He liked Mega Man, and then the Mario Kart. He would play Mario Kart, that race, just over and over again.
Who doesn't like Mario Kart? So Mario Kart is fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's the name of that other racetrack game where you have the cars and then you can like freaking flip and go over into the other lane?
Oh, I don't know.
Was
Could
that
be many
Mario
of those.
Kart where you could do that, where you could actually cheat?
I think there might be ways to do it. Yeah, Mario Kart 64. I'm sure there are ways to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got a question.
What?
Oh, you're not. Sorry. I thought you were finished.
I'm done.
It was just to see. Like, I remember you mentioning that. Is it your sister and her fiance at the time that were big fans of Zelda? Do they know? Does anyone do they know? And does anyone else in your family know that finally you are playing Zelda?
They know I play Pokemon. I can't let people know all the bad stuff. It was bad enough.
Pokemon
It's bad enough they know I play Pokemon. They don't need to know nothing about this Zelda stuff, man.
Yeah. Why not? Why? You know.
You got a reputation to uphold, man.
So okay, I'm curious. Then you've got me curious. What have they said about you playing Pokemon?
They to be honest, I mean, like, they didn't really react at all. I was like, serious. Like, all the crap that I talked to them about when it comes to Pokemon, because these are the younger ones. Like, they do the card games and everything. They're obsessed with Pokemon, you know. And then like, I was always growing up on D&D, and I have a nephew, Jake, who's into role-playing games too. And these guys would just talk shit on him because he was into D&D and everything. And I was like, hold on a minute. I was like, you guys are freaking how old now and you're still freaking playing Pokemon? And I'd start freaking bashing them about Pokemon. So now all of a sudden Uncle Roger's freaking playing Pokemon, saying how great it is and shit. And they're like, no reaction at all. No pot shots, no nothing. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the same could happen for Zelda. The same could happen for Zelda.
No, they must never know. And see, it's not the younger ones that need not know. It's the older ones. It's my sister and her frickin' fiance, her boyfriend.
Would that be like admitting defeat? I mean, if you admit that you even remotely slightly like the game, that would be like admit.
I wouldn't even admit to you that I like the game. I mean, seriously, you know, come on, seriously, you know. It's like if I did that, that'd be like every fiber of my being just torn out of me. You know what I mean? I can't deal with that. That's just too. Zelda is the one game that I just can't say that stuff about. Not openly say it. I can handle the Pokemon thing, but not Zelda.
Not Zelda, no. Because that'd only drag you back to do more.
it has a psychological issue going on there. You know what I mean? Like for older people who were around when that game first came out and later had to play it over and over and over and over. Like the stuff you play, that's high tech. You know what I mean? For me, that's high tech. That's like the new shit. Like I'm talking about.
But it's much. Yeah, it's much better though. I did play the one you're talking about. In fact, I completed that as well. It's on the channel as well, and I did that as a Christmas challenge. I don't know if you remember. It was one of the Christmas challenges I did. That game is insane. It's worse still that I had to go through the whole game with just the wooden sword, so I couldn't allow myself any upgrades. It is so hard to get through that, and I am so surprised. That was my first time completing that game as well. For that video, I'd never finished that game before, so that amazed me even more. But there's Zelda 2, Link's Adventure, or Adventure of Link. That game is like the Dark Souls of Zelda, and I can't look at it.
Yeah,
I just can't. It's one of those. I mean, I've been asked, "Can you play Zelda 2? Can you play?" And I'm like,
no.
No.
Someday.
Someday.
Yeah. And see, that like Mega Man. Okay, I'm okay with playing Mega Man. If you guys want to get something going there, that would be an excellent game to play when it comes to that kind of forte. Like back then, people who usually played Zelda played Mega Man and Mario Kart and stuff like that. I'm cool.
I mean, I could do Mario Kart. Yeah. I'm not clued up on Mega Man as such. I don't know if there are multiplayer mods or it already has multiplayer within it.
No, I don't know if you can do multiplayer. It's been so long, I don't know if you could do multiplayer with Mega Man. So
yeah,
I'm not aware.
It would have to be. Yeah, it would have to be on the same scale. You know, like if we were the way you're talking about doing Mega Man the same as Zelda, it'd have to be on the same kind of scale where it was doable. Yeah. I've always seen Mega Man as a single player thing, and I've never really played any myself, but for any version of that I've seen, there is a challenge though that I enjoy watching occasionally. It's completing the whole of any Mega Man game without taking any damage. Now,
that would be interesting.
Yeah, and I've seen it, but I'm like, no, thank you. You'll not find that in any of my calendars.
Well, the first speed run was actually on the original Mario Brothers, right?
No, I didn't know that. No.
Yep.
That's interesting.
The portals and stuff, like there's so many portals on that game to get from level 1 to level 8.
Oh, you mean like in general level skipping? Yeah, that makes sense.
How fast can you get through? And I remember like it started dying off more after Mario World, but like they even went into doing it with Mario Brothers 2. With the ship and all that up in the sky. But like after they came out with Mario World, I think is when they slowed down on it and stopped doing it. But like doing speed runs on the original Mario Brothers might even be a good idea too.
I mean, if that's something that you want to do, I have never really played the original Mario. I've dabbled with it, but never really played the NES originals. I think my first proper Super Mario adventure would have been Mario 64, and I've got all 120 stars on that. I'm done. I've washed my hands of that game. I enjoyed it, don't get me wrong. Brilliant game. Tough in some areas, but for me, I was more of a Sonic guy than a Mario. So if ever I'm going to attempt to do speedruns, I would take on Sonic more than I would Mario. I mean, I wouldn't say no if it was a challenge, for example, but I wouldn't be very good at it.
Both of them. I gave up on both of them like a long time ago too. I think the last time I played Sonic was, well, when they came out with Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. and all that. And not like the old ones, but like the new ones where they throw the barrels.
Yeah.
When they came out with that one. That was...
Oh, I love Donkey Kong Country games. They're brilliant.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country, that was it.
I did the first one, was it last year, I think. I'm really wanting to do Donkey Kong Country 2, so I'll do that at some point. I don't think it'll be this year, maybe the next one, but I really want to get into that. And the music in that game as well is awesome.
Yeah.
But before we get to, we're getting really carried away, and I don't have a lot of time, but the airship thing, which is something we're going to be working on, because we're talking a lot about challenges anyway. As Zach mentioned before about doing voice work, I think I might mention it to you, or was it Matt? I don't know. It might have been last week, but you know how, like, I don't know if you saw the video that came up as a test, where you had the screen with all the clouds, and then the clouds would disappear, revealing whatever the square was. And there was like text boxes, the characters would pop up on screen, so like Infamous would come in. I'm hoping to have all of whatever, like, I want your real-time reactions to whatever the squares are. I'll write it in the text boxes, and then you guys are going to speak those lines on the video. Are you cool with that? You don't need your face on it, you just need the voice.
Alright. We can do it.
So the start date for that is January, so it'll be not too long after, I guess, you're tidying up all your Infamous Arcade stuff by that point. I don't know if you're planning to do all Infamous Arcade this month, what's left of this month, but it's like jumping from that to Airship.
Alright. Yeah.
Only because Airship takes so long to kind of get together, you know how it is, and then there'll be whatever challenges that you face in between.
But yeah, we can, I mean, I can get the Infamous Arcade done within the month. I wasn't aware that you wanted just the 8, so that was good to know, so I can get the list done. And plus, it's good that I did do the Defender, because like you said, there actually is 9. So, because of the extra day in the month, there's. I was just checking that, and just use the Defender for the first one, and then I'll go into the next one on the list, because you got that listed up there or down there, so I can actually get that started. I'll do Contra and then Ultra Beast. I've got one level of Contra already finished.
Oh, nice. I'm looking forward to that, to be fair, because that's one of the games I've always been intrigued to play. I've tried it myself, but never got very far. I think I got to the, I don't know what level, but I got to the first version of a level where you get to see behind the character rather than side-scrolling. And there was like laser beams and stuff you had to dodge, and I died there so many times. I was like, fuck this game.
There are so many different versions too of it. This one is like the old school Contra. Just so you know, like when you start out with the frickin' cannons trying to shoot you from up and down, and then the guys are running at you, but they're not like huge, you know what I mean? Or it's not fast paced like in the one me and my son was doing. This one this one's the old one. Where does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it might be the same one I might have played, because it starts off, I mean, I don't know I know there is a lot of Contra, but I don't know how many start the same way. The one I played was start off in the jungle, I think. But it is.
Yeah, it's in the jungle. I believe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was the Xbox 360 Live Arcade version, which I believe was ported from the arcades. That's the version I tried to play, because back in the day I was a bit of an achievement hunter, so I would try and play whatever games I could to boost my gamer score. That just so happened to be one of them, and I don't think I've ever looked back. After dying so many times, I never looked back. But I would be down to playing like a 2-player on that. I'd probably get you killed, but at some point, I'd definitely play 2-player. Like, I don't know if we share credits or whatever. I don't know how it works, but if relying on player 2 to stay alive means that you get to get through the game, you may not want to look at me as your tag team partner then, because I'm gonna ruin it for you.
It would be worth doing. I mean, I think it would be worth doing. So it's, if any way that it goes, it's not like a huge issue. You know what I mean? we don't have to like do multiplayer or anything like that. It is a good game to get going. Something that it's basically a cult classic is all I'm saying. It's kind of like what I said on Defender, you know what I mean? Like, to be honest, it is true. That was the game that all the people my age freaking stole quarters from their parents from, so they could go to the arcade and get a high score. You know what I mean? For Defender, and when you went to the arcades, your whole reputation seemed to depend on how well you played Defender. And I know that sucks in today's world, but that was just the way it was back then. You know what I mean? Everybody freaking loved Defender. And it's like, if you were playing those games, you had to know how to play it. Just plain and simple.
That's fair. Yeah. It's I mean, there's movies based on that kind of thing, I'm trying to think of the name of the movies now, but there are ones that base themselves, like video game movies, where the kid in the video game, in the movie, is trying to get that high score, or he gets a high score and he becomes famous or whatever. There are.
Well, look at Tron.
Tron.
Look at Tron. You know what I mean? That was the game of all time. When it came to video games, everybody freaking loved that movie because of the game. It wasn't it wasn't the other way around. And I think that's what a lot of people today have a misconception of. It wasn't the movie that made the game; it was the game that made the movie. And today you can't even find an emulator that plays Tron, and that right there is weird to me. I can find games to play a lot of other games, but Tron and the arcade version of Star Wars.
I wonder. I don't know if it's maybe a licensing thing, the ROM, or is it just? Did the ROMs exist?
I don't know. I haven't. I even tried to find Crash Derby, and Crash Derby is just it's gone. Nobody can play it. Nobody recorded it. Nobody kept it. Nobody even tried to make a ROM of it, so it's gone. I mean, it's sad, because that was another arcade game where people would go in and there'd be 4 players. And you'd have to be on 4 corners of the arcade, and it was just a crash derby. You just started crashing into each other, And
Yeah.
when the car caught on fire, your guy got out and you had to run across the field, and then the other players had a chance of running you down.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of arcade titles out there that just, I don't know, that have just disappeared into the ether. You know, it's a shame.
Yeah. So.
But you know, if give me a call when you want to play Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I want to play Gauntlet as well. I mean, that's definitely something. Brings me to my next question, actually. Have you ever played the original Doom?
Hold on a minute. You're talking about the ghost ship Doom, right?
The
Doom.
Doom with the demons, yeah.
Let me
Kind of
the old Doom, the computer version.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Two discs.
I think. Yeah. It's there's something I've been wanting to do for a while, and this is something that goes way back before we even started the channel, because we were trying to do this way back. Oh god, we're probably talking about 2017, 2016, something like that, something crazy. For another channel that we had, and we were limited to 4 players. I think the Xbox 360 had set it up that you could have up to 4 players in your party. It was co-op, it was on Nightmare difficulty, which meant that your enemies kept spawning back in all the time, and we called it Doom Nightmare Run.
Mm-hmm.
And the purpose was to get from level 1 to the end of the game successfully. You know, there was so many keys to grab and whatever, but the thing is, your health doesn't last as much. Like, you could get hit once or twice, and then you just, you know, you die, and then you respawn, whatever. I think there's unlimited lives and whatever, but it gets annoying eventually getting killed all the time, especially if you have the keys. But the great thing was you were relying on your team.
Yeah.
You know, if one person was hiding in a corner but they had the key because one person in the group got the key, as long as that person stayed alive with the key, that person then became the one to protect, to try and get to the door, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, there is a mod for up to 72 players for Doom, and it runs on its own kind of server thing. Now, I'm not saying we'll get to 72 players, that would be nice, but we won't. I'm looking to get as many players in on this as possible to officially reboot the Nightmare Run, because we never finished it. It's all the episodes of Doom, which I think there's 4 of, but each one has 8 levels in.
Mm-hmm.
So if we could get a mass group of people in on this, I'd love to be able to do that for like the second half of this year. I know that's a long way off, but by the time you organise something like this, you get a list of names. We would probably need that time to organise that and get it all set up and working and stuff. My initial thought would be to have everyone on the team, but we might even go beyond that, and whoever wants to do a collaboration with us as well, if that's something you think you'd be.
It sounds
down for.
interesting. I mean, it does sound interesting. So, if you want to give it a try, we can do it. But you'd have to figure out how to put everything together, you know?
Yeah, I've got the program for it, and I haven't. We downloaded this program in particular because we were going to reboot it when we started the channel up in 2020, and it was Scone, Cosmic, and myself that was looking at it. And we kind of got it to work, but it was kind of a complicated thing to get right. I think since then they've obviously made improvements and whatnot, so it's worth another look. But I will definitely look into it closer to the time. Or not closer to the time, but maybe once I have cleared myself up some space, I can look at it and then get back to you on that.
This is actually
Ask along to this thing.
This is actually a good idea that we're talking about this stuff. You know what I mean? Because that's something that we do need to do. We got to come up with some, basically try to go different directions. You know what I'm saying? And come up with some new content and everything. Because I'm even noticing that now, with the well, we were talking to you about what is it, Zelda. I'm even noticing, because you've been bringing it up about, and I've noticed on your channel how your ratings are going, or your views are going up, and even they're even doing good when I do just regular live stream on mine. They're getting 25 hits and stuff, and that's something new on my channel. I've never done Zelda, so I've noticed that on there as well. And
I mean, this is going back to something you were saying earlier about maybe keeping it on the down low. I mean, Zelda's boosting you a little bit. You might want to think about playing it more often.
Being honest, I mean, I've got to wait, because being honest, your Super Mario 64 was a better suggestion. It's still up on the top 5 for the entire year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's holding its weight against Asura's Wrath and freaking Modern Warfare. Okay, I mean, and I'm talking that's a big accomplishment right there. I mean, really, it is. I'm completely blown away with it. I mean,
I wonder if that's got something to do with the fact that it was re-released on the Switch.
I can't say anything better about freaking Super Mario. You were right on the nose when it came to it. It was a good game. That was another game you had me do, remember, in the challenges and stuff. I'd never played it.
So it was, yeah.
And I can probably get the analytics on it real quick, and that way I can be precise on it. Okay. That content crap is ridiculous. It says the intros, but here on your top content this period for the last 28 days, okay, is Asura's Wrath episode 12, 13 and 14, and then Super Mario 64 is number 6. Okay, and then King of the Monsters is number 8, and that's within 28 days. But in 365 days, I've got Asura's Wrath 12, 13, King of the Monsters 2 fell, which is 3, and then Super Mario 64 is 4. And it took Call of Duty Modern Warfare Part 2, alright, by...
Yeah.
The Super Mario 64 Part 10 got 1,059 views, and Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare Part 2 got 990.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is insane, but in a great way.
Yeah. And then Super Mario came back and got the 6th place, then the 8th place, and then the 10th place. King of the Monsters fell. My fails got 9th place and 3rd place. So within this whole year, frickin' Super Mario literally took the show.
Wow. And it's weird to think about, because the game is older than most that you've played on the channel compared to some,
Yeah.
and it's still holding up. Wow, it's
And mind you, I've also played frickin' Red Dead Redemption, the first one. I played Need for Speed, Most Wanted. I played Need for Speed, what is that? Heat, that other one where frickin' it doesn't even have a storyline, you just race.
yeah.
I've played those three. I mean, I
Is
played
it Burnout?
Huh?
Is it Burnout by any chance? No.
I can probably figure it out real quick. It was Need for Speed. I've got everything in a playlist, so I can pull it up real quick. Payday 2, I played that. I've done Gears of War 3, Control. You know, and when I'm bringing this up, just realize that frickin' Super Mario 64 outdid every single one of these. Hot Pursuit remastered. That's what it was.
Yeah.
I've done Shadows of Mordor, Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit. I mean, it goes on and on. And I even did Subnautica, you know, and well, Subnautica really wasn't that popular. A lot of people had arguments with it. But Need for Speed Most Wanted, did Def Jam's Fight for New York, Red Dead Redemption, The Elder Scrolls Online. I've done, what else? Forgotten Realms. I've done my whole storylines and stuff for them. I haven't done Baldur's Gate or anything, which is Forgotten Realms, but I should go and do that. I've done Neverwinter Nights, which is frickin' Forgotten Realms. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing touches that game is my whole point. Like, Super Mario 64 is the champion. I mean, it's not number one. Don't get me wrong. Asura's Wrath, you know, it went viral. But when it comes to the entire year, man, Super Mario took the show. And
Yeah.
there's just no way of disputing that. I was really amazed.
It's great. It's great too, to be honest. It's still getting that much love. What? How many years on? Maybe. Well, it was 96, I think. So almost 20 years.
96.
Almost 20 years.
96.
Oh, 30 years.
06,
30.
16.
Yeah, 30 years. My bad.
Yeah.
Nearly 30 years.
Going on 30 years.
Jeez, oh.
You know, that's
But,
amazing.
Yeah, it really is.
And the only one that came close to competing with it is Asura's Wrath and King of the Monsters. But I'd say
There you go.
Asura's Wrath is the only one that came close. That was only because
There you go.
it got first and went viral. It hit 39,000 and for episode 12. And
That's the finale, isn't it?
yeah. And then
Yeah.
the 13th episode was 2,121. And then the 14th was the finale. And that one was only 726. But nobody wants to see the finale for that. They want to see the fight.
So, was it the fight? I was going to ask, what was so big about that particular part in the game that everybody came to view that? That was going to be my question, but I guess
it's
the big fight.
It's pretty insane, to be honest with you. It really is. the fight scene. The thing about Asura's Wrath is it's kind of like a freaking crazy anime slash Buddhist slash Hindu video game. So you've got like freaking ancient astronaut crazy bullshit going on that game, as well as all of what I just mentioned mixed in. You know what I mean? Like, they're flying around in spaceships and shit, but at the same time, these spaceships are like all related to mantras and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
sounds pretty crazy.
it really is. It's fun. It's not hard. The game's not hard at all, but it's really fun to play. That's the best way I can say it. But it gets a lot of attention. I was really amazed by it.
So on Super Mario 64, I mean, we were talking before about doing a co-op on that. That's
I'd love to do that.
Well, I mean, I was going to do it as well, but due to how extensive this year has got, I did put up a post about whether, like, I guess I was going to do it if nobody else wanted to, and then look for a partner to, play the game with. But Dr. G was the first one to respond and said that she'd be happy to do it with Matt. So that's now been passed on to them. But, if that one does really well, we can always do another one, because it's going to be like the randomizer, I guess, where you can bring in more than one other friend. So, but yeah, I think Super Mario 64, the numbers are crazy, so that is one to look at. I mean, I'm not so much, I guess I'm not really bothered about how popular something is. I just play whatever I enjoy, and if there are new ways to enjoy that, like having friends play Zelda, because that was a dream for me back in the day. It was a one-player game, it was an adventure, the story was cool, whatever, but having your friends come in is like a dream my 9-year-old self had back then. It's now a reality today. So if I could if there's mods for, say, GoldenEye 007, and you can all run about as secret agents and do stuff, whatever, I'm down for it. Any game that has a mod that especially has multiplayer mods within it, I'm there. So
that one that we've been using for the randomizer on Zelda, do they have other games?
They have, well, you're not going to like this, but they have Zelda Majora's Mask, which is a sequel to Ocarina of Time. They have Banjo-Kazooie, which is a game made by Rare, same creative group or team, or company, however you want to say it, that made GoldenEye and Donkey Kong Country and whatnot. I don't know how it works, I've never tested these games out, but it works for Super Mario 64. Banjo-Kazooie, not sure if the sequel for Banjo-Kazooie is involved in that. Zelda Majora's Mask, and I believe, I want to say, a game called Mischief Makers, which was on the Nintendo 64 also, although I never played that either, so I don't really know. I know they exist, I know that the possibilities are there. I just have never played any of them outside of randomizer. I tried the Mario one. I tried to set the Mario one up, and I was using a different emulator at the time. It kind of worked for a moment, and then it didn't. It was a bit janky, so I've never used it since then. But rumor has it there are ones out there, so I mean, you get them on YouTube as well. So if you look it up on YouTube, you'll get like Super Mario co-op as well.
Yeah.
Pretty
And,
interesting.
I agree with you on that and everything, but like the numbers for me is on this one is really outstanding. I mean, I would say the same thing if it wasn't for the actual. I mean, how great this game did. You know what I mean? Like, you're not hearing me freaking stand up and jumping and shouting about freaking Pokemon Yellow, are you? You know.
Oh no.
And I enjoyed it. I did. I enjoyed playing it after I was done. And I can openly say it. But I mean, you're not hearing me compare Pokemon Yellow to freaking or like I'm to Super all these other games. Like I am with Super Mario 64. Which, being honest with you,
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like it as much as I did Pokemon. Being honest, I mean, I enjoyed playing Pokemon more than I did Super Mario 64.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it surprises you. I mean, we're all on this planet with different tastes. Because if we were all the same, it'd be pretty boring. But
Well,
it's
you know what the problem is, though, right? Like, you guys are like young bucks. You're youngins. You you guys played the new stuff, where, like, with my generation, we freaking aren't used to the stuff you're playing. You know what I mean? And like, you guys are freaking used to being the old guys because, like, freaking people like, well, younger people who are in their 20s and teens, you know what I mean? They're not used to Super Mario 64.
So we're like the fathers of gaming, and you're like the grandfathers of gaming. Is that what you're trying to say?
Basically, yeah. It sucks hearing it, but thanks. I appreciate that.
And now the beard makes sense.
I mean, like,
You're the wise.
the games that you have me playing, in all honesty, I mean, they're not what I grew up on. You know what I mean? It was like, it just, they weren't there, and it's for me, it's actually a different setup. You know what I mean? It's not the same as what it was whenever I remember doing all that stuff. So it's just different is all that it is. It's nothing bad or nothing good, just it's different. And getting used to it. I'm still having to get used to the games that you guys have played. I mean, I'm not used to like, your stuff is actually newer for me. I'm not used to all that stuff when it comes to older games.
It's a whole era of gaming that you probably skipped out on.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is fair,
I never played, those games. Sonic used to annoy me. I mean, it used to annoy me because you held down on a button and you spun, and then, like, it seemed like you were cheating. You know what I mean? Because you just sped through the levels. Whereas Mario Brothers, you had to jump on top of things and freaking go through pipes and stuff like that. Where Sonic, you sped through it and you had to do the loops. And
you clearly never played through Sonic well enough then, because there's a common thing, and I agree with this, where Sonic and underwater levels do not mix very well. There's a level in the first Sonic game on the Genesis. I don't think it's the Mega Drive, not the Mega Drive, the Master System version. It's the Genesis where you're going through the labyrinth zone, and that place is just a nightmare. It's a nightmare. It's just water-filled nightmare. So and Sonic goes really super slow in that when he's underwater. Plus, there's traps and obstacles and everything. So it's a bit more like Mario there because everything's slowed down and you need to take your time and navigate and whatever. But I mean, if you gave up in the early stages of the game where you're just looking around things, then you clearly didn't get to the you missed something. You missed something special.
I may have beaten it. It's just been so long ago. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I didn't give up on it. Like I actually played. I had to play freaking Sonic because, like, with Sonic the Hedgehog, everybody wanted to play Sonic the Hedgehog. You know what I mean? It wasn't something you could avoid. You could avoid other games, but for some reason, like, that was the game that you just couldn't get away from, no matter what. It was always there, always haunting your every move.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
It literally was like you could not get away from people wanting you to play that game ever. Like, I don't know if
it was my.
Oh, go ahead.
It was my first ever game.
Yeah.
It was Sonic the Hedgehog. I mean, it was my brother's console and his game and stuff. And I used to sneak when he used to go to like school and stuff. I was too young for school back then. I used to sneak on his console when he was away in the morning to go to school, and I would be like, "Okay, Sonic time." I learned to play games through Sonic. Although I got to that lava level, I think the second area where the lava chases you, or whatever it was, the second zone. And I, as a 6-year-old, no, I wasn't even 6. I think I was 4 or 5. I don't know. I was that young when I learned to pick up and play with the controller, and I could never get past that part with the lava. I always remember asking my brother to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was my first game.
I had to start playing Sonic back when I was about 19, maybe 19, and I remember my friend. He's my friend now. His name's Stephen Lee, and back then he was like 14 or 15 years old. And when I first met him, like, Steven was like this huge kid, dude. Freaking, he was like 14 years old, and I thought he was like right around my age and shit, right? Him and Mike Albrecht, who was just like Steven, they were both like these oversized kids, dude, 14 and 15 years old. And freaking Steven looks over at me and goes, "Hey man, you want to come upstairs and smoke?" And I'm like, yeah, dude, let's do it, because I'm like freaking 19. I was still smoking pot and everything. I'm like, let's do it. Let's go upstairs, Fucking, I get upstairs and these fuckers are like poking up into the closet and shit, and they pull out a baggie and there's like fucking cigarette tobacco in there, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? And I'm like, yeah. And then I stopped and I had to back up, and I was like, how old are you? And he said, I'm 14. I'm like, oh my god, dude. And from that day on, I had to play Super Mario's with him. Freaking 5 years younger than me, and he latched on to me, and that was how I had to freaking play freaking Sega with him.
Fair. That's fair.
That was the beginning of my Sonic the Hedgehog adventures.
An interesting start as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't think many start like that. But
he does. He goes, "Hey man, you want to smoke?" I was like, "Oh hell yeah, dude!" Like, I was all depressed because I had to be there and shit,
Yeah.
Nobody was there that was my age, and then these two come along. I'm like, hey, these guys look about my age, so it's ridiculous. So
I'm going to kind of wrap this up a little bit. I think we've pretty much covered everything for now, because I don't want to get too far into it.
Yeah.
We know what we're doing for the end of this year, which is just plainly Zelda randomizer, finishing that up. Then going into Infamous Arcade come January. I've got February with Final Fantasy 2, and March I think Matt's gonna do. I mean, I have no problem. I would even invite the idea of having, you know, a couple of things running per month rather than it just being focused on one. But we're only starting off early and everyone's trying to get into their rhythm and whatnot. So once we find our footing, then we can explore and look at, like, you know, days of the week in each month where it's like, okay, so Matt's got this day and Roger's got this day and I've got this day, you know. But to start things off, it's going to be a kind of slow build. So it's like you, then me, then Matt, and then in April, that's as far as the schedule goes right now, is up to April. It's the airship thing, which should involve every one of us. Now, I don't know what's happening with Dr. G's Pokemon Green playthrough. I would like to think that she'll surprise me and say that she's already started working on it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't really think that will be the case. I'm kind of expecting it maybe later on, kind of maybe around March even. If her and Matt split days up, then that's fine as well. I would like to ask you though, because we never really addressed the situation, and I don't know how much of the situation you know about Karma and what's going on with Karma, because I know that she briefly joined and then couldn't.
Karma, she kind of went her own way. So, like, she ended up, like, literally flipping out on one of my episodes. I was doing a history stream, and we were going over the Canaanites, and I should have known better than to frickin' do that with other people, because, like, when you cover that topic, it's really controversial, you know.
Oh, right.
And like, there's a part in the Canaanites where it talks about, like with religion, they believe that, like, these Canaanites sacrifice their babies to frickin' Baal, Moloch, and I pointed it out that there's no evidence archaeologically that that's the case. There's no proof that this Moloch Baal even existed, you know what I mean, archaeologically, and she just freaking flipped out, dude, because she started listening to people who were telling her that freaking, like, Jews ate babies and shit, you know what I mean? And or sacrificed babies and stuff, and, like, she didn't understand that these were, like, the blood libels, and that they're, like, really, really bad racist shit, you know. And well, needless to say, me and her ended up getting into a freaking fight, an argument on the internet over a history freaking stream, which didn't turn out too good. And we basically had to go separate ways, you know what I mean?
Right, okay. So that's the reason behind why she's left. Okay. I guess that. Yeah. You know,
and I'm like, dude, you know, and the thing is like, she's a black woman, you know what I mean? That's the thing that I don't understand why she believes that crap. Being a freaking black woman, I'm not gonna put up with that stuff. I don't agree with it, and I don't like it, you know.
She's
a great person.
Sure. Yeah.
She's a great person.
No, definitely.
She is. But I just can't.
It's just because. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I remember that upon doing the second interview, that she appeared in the panel for a while, and I'm assuming that the argument that you're talking about was before that, because she'd already left Team Retro by that point.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether you're still on talking terms with her, or just completely going your separate ways now, or how it works. Or
we say hi and we say bye, and that's about it. I'm okay with her. You know what I mean? As long as she can give that stuff up, and she is alright to be around me. I don't have any problem with it, but that's completely up to her. But that kind of behavior is not going to happen on any of my streams. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that kind of a person. You know me. I'm not going to go that direction, So
yeah, that's totally understandable. I don't disagree with you on that at all. So I mean, my question was only going to be, because initially I thought maybe she was really very busy with her own personal life, and I know she's got kids and whatnot, but
she said she had a job that she was starting on and everything, but like, and a lot of that could be true, but like, she's from a rich family. She doesn't have to work. You know what I mean? Where a lot of it really started was when Mr. Robot said some stuff in a stream about cryptocurrency, telling her and all of us, like, well, if you get ripped off on cryptocurrency, you get what you deserve. And she'd just previously been ripped off for like $2,000 worth of cryptocurrency. So she flipped out there first, and then started saying that he was Elon Musk trying to steal her shit. And it kept building up, and like, that's when all of a sudden she had a job and she couldn't spend time doing this and doing that, and I could see it coming. Like, she would come on, and if Mr. Robot was on the stream with us, freaking, she'd just go silent, and she wouldn't say nothing. So but there was a lot more going on, but
I see.
All of a sudden, she was backing out of wanting to do the gaming, and she had this to do, and and it's fine, but I can't get. She's got some mental problems that she has to deal with, and I just hope the best for her.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, same here. I mean, my question was going to be related to the Pokemon thing. If all this hadn't happened and whatnot, I was going to say, if we left the Pokemon playthrough to an unspecified time in the future, do you think that she would be down for that? But given some of the comments, things,
that's why I said all that stuff, is so that you were completely aware of what was going on there, and I just don't see it happening.
No, I don't think, because even if it, she's doing it on her own, whatever, I'd help her through. I feel like it's one of those that if she's got a lot of stuff going on and I'm looking to have it finished, she might never get round to finishing it, and it would just cause more stress for me. Yeah. So it's like, you better not starting what you don't think you can finish. So I mean, again, I hope that she's good and that everything in her life is going really well, but I guess I'll just look at it as a what could have been, because I spent hours, man, on that character that she wanted me to create. She was coming on with a list of demands, well, not demands as such, but
yeah,
kind of,
that's what they were.
I want my hair this way, can I have a lasso and you know,
Yeah.
leather pants and boots, and you know, can you make her more and I spent literal hours on this. In fact, it was probably the longest one that I had made, over 2 days, because when I put up the first draft, she's like, can you change this, can you change that? I was like, yeah, okay. And then like a week or two later, I find out she's not wanting to be part of it, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah, I know.
now I understand why. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And the reason why I had her on my streams was because she freaking seemed to be enthusiastic about it, you know what I mean? And every time I ended up doing a stream, she was always showing up. But like as time went on, you know, she went from being positive to just kind of flipping out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, like the stuff I told you, that started popping out in little comments here and there. And I was like, and even old John talked to her and said, look, you know, that's kind of not cool about that stuff.
So what's happening with her server then? Because I noticed that it's still running, but like, is her channel even still running?
I've gone on there and I've checked, and like she's made posts on YouTube. I think she made 1 or 2 posts on YouTube, but like on Discord, she's not even posting up there. It's and then like I don't know. It's kind of sad, to be honest with you. Like it really is.
Yeah. I mean,
that's just
sorry, on you go.
That's just the best way of saying it. It's just I really feel bad that things had to happen the way they did, you know, but it's one of those decisions that you got to make. You can't freaking avoid it.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, as I briefly mentioned in the interview that I did with you, and we started out with 5. There was, including myself, there was 5, and I mean, we came up with the idea. Well, there was a idea that was passed around in the late part of 2019. It wouldn't be to the following year that we'd really get things going, but at the same time, COVID was a thing. It just started. So one of our members, who at the time was the only female member, had to back out because her profession was a radiographer at the hospital, one of the hospitals in Glasgow, and therefore her time was taken up completely with, you know, the pandemic. So that was understandable. Obviously, we weren't going to see her, so you have to make changes all the time and expect things to go wrong. But as we got further into, like, we were just building, I've seen other members just drop off. And I've never openly spoke about it because Cosmic was the last one to drop off, I guess you could say, from the original group. I mean, it was just it just so happened that it was at a time where we'd established a new team anyway, so I'm not going to say I didn't feel the change or the loss with Cosmic dropping out, because that's not true. I mean, you feel it with anyone, but what's always affected me as we've went on is the not known. You know, it's always been clear to me that these decisions have been made. They've sat and thought about it or whatever. You know, like Sconey did the same. He actually felt excuse me, he felt ill for a time, and then he came back and then talked about coming back like on a more regular basis and never showed up at all. I've had Boots. Yeah, Boots also, he was getting married during, I think, the third season it was, and he didn't do anything for the third season at all because he said before that he wanted to take the year to save up and work extra hard in order to save up for his wedding. And I was like, yeah, I mean, totally, man, that's cool. And we haven't spoken in over 2 years, and I don't know why. He's never given me a reason why. I sent him a bunch of messages, he just ignored them. I don't know what went on there. And the same kind of thing happened with Cosmic, and it kind of happens a little bit with Scony, but Scony never read his messages anyway, so that's a common thing. But my point is, I think from this point forward, if anyone on the team wanted to leave, or felt like there's only so much more of this that I'm going to be able to do here, I think I'm going to at least make it clear to everybody, can you let me know well in advance before you do something like that? Because it's, unless it's like sudden, something terrible has happened, or there's an illness, it's something that's unpredictable.
Well,
then that's that.
There's something that I really believe in, and I've mentioned this to you before. It's this channel. This Discord channel is something that really we should look at, and take more seriously, because it's cool to have like YouTube. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. It is cool. You got your YouTube channel, first of all, that everything rotates around, right? But look at freaking here's a good example would be Home Away from YouTube, okay? Now, if you remember, freaking, it was what's her face? Bug. I have a blackout. It was
yeah. Just call this individual person X.
Yeah,
for the sake
X.
of the
No, she's the one who started it, right? And it hit off and it did really good, but then she walked away from it. Now she turns around and she started up that gaming cave, which has absolutely nothing to do with freaking YouTubers and streaming, and it's freaking hitting off great, you see. And all they do is they go in there and they play video games with one another, completely separate from YouTube altogether. You see?
Yeah.
So she's got like a standalone Discord channel that freaking relies completely on players rather than videos.
Yeah. No, I get that. Like, it's a good way to keep in line with a community, build a big friendship and whatnot. Like, I get that as well, and I really want to explore that on the Discord. But you've seen it yourself. Not many people interact.
Yeah.
They either don't appear online or don't turn on their notifications, or it's like half the time they're only bothered when they're called, kind of thing.
And see, that's our adventure, though. You see, that's what me and you have to figure out. We got to figure out how to get these people activated.
Yeah, everybody's got their thing that gets them going, and and other people are just like, it's a 5-minute thing for them, where it's like, oh, it's cool, I like this idea, whatever, and then it's like, yeah, don't really hear from them for like 10 times, I've learned in this.
Oh shit.
Stuff is going on.
Okay. Oh man. You there? I'm getting kind of a weird sound coming from. Yeah. I like, you should hear this. Let me go ahead and stop all this, and then I'll freaking come back on. Maybe that's the issue. We're having some problems, so Okay?
Yeah,
Like, you should hear this. You should hear this. I'm not even getting your mic real quick. Okay, say something real quick. Are you there? Wow. Team, yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, see, now I can't even hear you. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream and stuff since it's getting bad. And then we can come back and talk about this in a little bit. It's already like at I think it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours, so I'll just stop the streaming and everything. And we can keep talking. I think Rumble cut me off is what happened. What? Oh wow, YouTube even freaking was streaming.
Ah, there you are.
Oh,
You're
wow.
back.
That freaked me out. YouTube was even streaming.
Yeah?
I let me go in on YouTube because don't you? I'm gonna check my freaking Creator Studio, YouTube Studio.
I'm on your channel just now and I'm looking at your live videos and
Yeah, I don't see it.
yeah, I don't see it either. The last one you streamed was 5 days ago and that was the Zelda one.
Yeah. Well, let me see if that's on my main account too. No, it's not it. Well, what was the last one? That's my
The last one is Gaming with Infamous, Rapid, Matt, and me
yeah.
playing Zelda.
Yeah, so it didn't, that was weird.
Did it have like a pop-up window or something that said that your stream, something wrong with your stream?
I'm going through and checking the branded channels just because on the thing it'll show if it was just recently streamed or not.
Yeah.
Latest video, Infamous 2. No, that's it. That's weird how it did that.
Yeah.
That is really weird. So what I did is I went ahead and I bought the rest of it to stop. We're still streaming on we're still streaming on Rumble. Oh, so. But
Okay.
it should be good to go. I went ahead and I stopped it anyhow. We really needed to stop doing this. Oh. So.
Yeah, no, it's getting really late here for me. So
Yeah.
I mean, I've basically covered everything I wanted to cover with you. I want to get season 4 rolling. So the first 4 months of the year has a blueprint, if you want to call it that. Obviously, we know what we want to finish up on here, and of course, I wanted to know what your feelings were on certain things.
I'm
Go to
okay.
the Discord.
Just rest assured, I'm okay with everything. Okay, it's just like things have gotten hectic in real life with real life situations. For one, my mom, and we've discussed that, and
Yeah.
I'm having to like adjust. It's always about adjusting to situations, like with everything. You know what I mean? And this is what it basically comes down. I've got to adjust and try to wade through it. That's what it feels like. It feels like wading through water. Just take it as it comes in front of you. I know what we're doing. Like, we're having this conversation. I know what needs to be done, but I still have to make sure that I keep it focused on a day-to-day basis. This is what I got to do, and this is what I got to do today. You know.
Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. That's basically how my days are as well. Like, everything's it's already set, kind of thing. Like, I am either in work or I'm
Right.
going to be editing one day, or I've got an appointment another day, and it's, I have everything set out in front of me, and as long as I know what's still to come, kind of set out in front of me, like planned at least, or as well as I can plan it. Like, nothing ever goes to plan, or not everything ever goes to plan.
Ever.
But
Ever.
Ever.
Never, ever. Let's make
but
that
if I can
clear.
try,
Let's make that clear. Ever.
yeah.
I wish one time, things would work out right the way they're
Yeah.
supposed to. I wish that it did, but it doesn't ever do that. So
I tend to be. Well, I mean, I wish that.
you there?
Yeah, there's my trail of thought that's kind of going. That shows you I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I know.
What I really want is from the team, especially, like that means what I said. I really mean, like, I get that everybody has their own things going on. We all do. We all have, life outside of the channel. The channel is more of a hobby. But I would really appreciate if, don't see what Scony and Cosmic have done as an example, like just abandon and just drop and disappear. At least I would like to think that everybody here, we all communicate really well. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like this is the best version of the team. This is, like, we had the idea of a team before, but we were never a team. This here is a working team.
Yeah.
And I would like to think that going forward, if there's ever a time when someone gets up and decides, you know what, this is not for me anymore, they would at least give me enough notice so that we can say, well, okay, we'll work on this, and then, or at least, because what hurts the channel more, I feel, is like leaving things unfinished.
Yeah.
Cosmic has just dropped all and abandoned ship, and it's left me with projects that are, even to this day, still on the channel but unfinished because he's decided not to do anything else. And it's not just him, there's been a couple more that's done that as well, and I would just like to think that going forward, not using those as examples, everyone else would be able to at least some point tell me, I'll finish this up, but after this, man, I'm done. And I'd be like, yeah, fair enough. Thank you at least for
being honest,
for giving me the yeah.
And I want to apologize about that stuff with Karma too, because like it was a big deal freaking to find somebody who actually was willing to freaking come on and do stuff with us. I mean, it's not too many people. You're the thing that you're doing that's really unique is the fact that you're able to freaking get people to do these challenges. I mean, I've rarely found anybody who can do that, and then when she was willing to do it, it just kind of made things pretty cool, But then, like, all of a sudden, she just turned, like at the snap of the finger, she just like changed, and I seen it coming, but I was too. I really should have said something. Don't get me wrong, but I didn't, and I felt bad about it but at the same time, I felt bad about what was happening to her, and she can't see that for herself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I appreciate you, saying that, but I don't hold you responsible for karma
I know.
and our decisions. But I mean, at the same time, now at least I understand why. And
Well, you're my friend
I think-
too, so for me it wasn't just the fact that me saying that frickin' I'm responsible, but you're my friend, and it's my place to apologize to you. That's what friends do. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying it as well, is because I apologize for that. You know, as a friend, I
appreciate that. Really, I truly do.
you know.
And I think, I don't know. I think with how I spoke about the people that I worked with before, and the people that I'm working with now, there's such a difference. At least everybody here who's on the team has or knows how channels work. Like you've got your channel, the goblins have their channel, Zach has his channel. Everybody feels the weight and the pressure of their own channels, and therefore that's the kind of team is going to be stronger, because everybody knows what it's like. It's all the ones who don't really know or think it's just fine to kind of
Play around.
not speaking for karma here, but like I nobody else has told me or given me any other reason than just to assume that they're just dropping out because that's what they want to do. They've never spoke to me or said anything else. It's just like pulling the plug and that's it. But I think I can go forward in confidence, knowing that unless you each individually feel something is happening in your own lives that you need to step down or back out or whatever, like you're not just going to drop the same way that they have. And I think I'm more confident now to plan more, because I'm not worried that someone's just going to drop off. And when that happened with Karma, before I knew what the story behind it was, it made me kind of like weary as to like, who do I then invite next into this team?
Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I mean, it's crazy.
But I know with Zach,
I'm feeling the same way. Like with these streams right now, I'm backing off of them. I know that everybody that I've been doing it with freaking is seeing it too. But like I tell Tan and them, I'm like, well, things are gonna have to change. I can't have all this crazy stuff on here, because like I go through different topics and a lot of them are pretty strange, and with that comes strange and weird people, and I mean I stopped doing a lot of that stuff a long time ago because I didn't like the way that it was, and I got caught up into the video games and stuff. But at the same time, I want to have the opportunity to do interviews and stuff like that. I love that stuff, so I'm kind of caught in between what I want to do and what I don't want to do.
Yeah.
Because I
agree.
I don't want to be 60 years old playing frickin' video games for views and shit. I know everybody frickin' thinks that's mean to say, but look, dude, I'm 50 years old. You know what I mean? If you're 30 or 20 and you got frickin' all that years behind you, or ahead of you, I mean, you don't have to worry about that stuff. But I'm 50 years old, man. I've only got maybe 10, 15 years still good in me,
Oh, no, I don't. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but, I think I think for me, this is like I don't even know what I would say this is. I'm enjoying it right now.
Mm-hmm.
That much I know, but I don't want this to be the thing that defines my life. Like, I want to have my own family, have kids, whatever. You know, just do more than this. Not that I'm not enjoying it, but
Yeah. I'm enjoying it too, don't get me wrong. Okay, I am enjoying it, but like when it comes to video and making content, I want more, you know. I don't want it to just pertain to video games and stuff like that. I love working on Blender. I love doing the graphics, stuff like that, you know. And you know, I enjoy freaking doing interviews with people and freaking doing the content that I've come out with. I've done it even the whole time that I've been doing the gaming, you know. I actually slowed down on the gaming so that I could do that stuff. And it's just weird how all that ends up. It really is.
I'm gonna...
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree with what you're saying. I wanted to ask you this one question because I'm going to do an interview with you someday. Like, I know you're the one that's hosting all these interviews, and that's great, but I don't think anyone's ever really given you an interview. At least I don't know anyway, if maybe Zach has or what. But I spoke. You're the only one on the team I'm going to tell about this because I haven't really, I've not really given it too much thought. I've got like a base idea for what I want to do, but Retro isn't the only channel I'd like to have as, you know, something that I leave behind. I want to do something similar to what you're talking about there, and I'm trying to find what I've done with it. There we are. So the second channel that I've been thinking about is going to be a mixture between gaming or live gaming, but also podcasts and interviews. The gaming side of things it'll be live, whatever. This is the logo for it. So,
oh, that's cool.
We did actually have what is it? The old logo. We were trying this during season 2. It's a bit crap, but we tried something in season 2 and we couldn't stick to it. However, with what you've been doing has been giving me a lot of that kind of similar feelings again, you know, that process about doing these podcasts and stuff, and I want to be able, I think I've found the right person for it, which is you. And Zach obviously has now joined, and I think that he might get in on this eventually as well. Now, I'm not looking to start it up next year because we've already got enough going on, both in what we do outside of retro and channels in general, but it is something I would be looking to do. And if you wanted in on it as well, I'd be down for that.
I'd love it.
Because that would get us away from the gaming scene, you know, at least the playing side of it for a while. We can discuss a number of topics on there. And most, obviously,
a lot of the people that we've got who's supporters, who are like for real supporters, are the ones like aren't even doing, you know, gaming all the time, like Darker Things. I mean, do you realize how much Darker Things does support everything that freaking we're doing? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I mean, he actually is gung-ho on it, and his son is the one who's the freaking real gamer. He loves the game, don't get me wrong, but it's his son who does the gaming most of the time, you know? And, like, then you've got Zach. Zach does Disney. And that was the one thing too why I was thinking, do something with like Home Away from Disney. So there you go.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I meant to stop the screen share and I hit the disconnect call. Sorry.
I've done that too. But that's the reason why I decided to do it on Home Away from YouTube, you know what I mean? Because, so next roundtable is Old John, Wednesday, 5 a.m. He just asked if, I gotta respond. But yeah, you know
cool.
what I mean? It's like, you've got Zach who does that, you know what I mean? And it's like, he's actually freaking got good content. He that Disney stuff is pretty tight stuff.
It is. It really is. And I'm watching your channels grow, man, because I don't even have to click on your channel, other than the videos, obviously, through WLC, but on my channel, I have, what's that section called now? You know the bit where you have like the other channel, the other supporting channel?
Recommendations.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's the one. So yeah, I've got like 6 up there. I've got yours and Zach's as 2 of them. And of course it shows you a subscriber count underneath, and every day that they're growing, I mean, heck, you're 9 away from 300. You're catching up to where it took us long enough to get to 300, and
I don't know how that's happening either. When I was telling you that before, I mean, I'm not joking. I have no idea how that's happening at all.
I think it's due to luck mostly. I think as well, like the algorithm and the suggestions that YouTube make after watching maybe someone's video, and that Azura's Wrath, that's popular as hell. That 39,000 views, I mean, come on.
Yep.
Most of you are probably most.
I haven't gotten one that big. That's the first one.
Yeah, and that's awesome. I mean, even Zach, he's at 71 right now. I'm sure I looked earlier on and he was like in mid-60s. I'm like, in fact, it was only 2 days ago, 3 days ago, I could be wrong. Earlier this week, he was at 61. So he's jumped up at least 10 in the last week, I would think.
Yeah.
I would say. And that's great.
It's amazing, really. It really is. Well, let me see. I'll see.
I mean, there's also...
Now, I did the 365 days, but out of the lifetime one, Asura's Wrath has 39,558 views. Then Asura's Wrath Part 13 or 12, episode 12, and then episode 13 has 2,121.
Does it tell you though how your audience are coming across this? Because I know that certain videos will tell you like how they're finding that video, like whether it's through suggestions or links or
when it tells me the time period, it started happening on November the 8th at 8 a.m. First 170 days, 2,222. Typical in this period is 10 to 30. And then it started going up on November the 11th to 3,027 until December the 4th, where it was at 39,851. And that's...
See? It's all good. It's all good.
It just...
That's better than good.
It's really weird. The only thing I can say is I've heard that some videos do go viral where it just, bam, all of a sudden there it is. It hits like thousands, and I think you have to hit. Well, to go viral, you have to hit how many thousands?
What for? What, to become a partner in the program?
No, just for a video to go viral.
Oh, I don't know.
Like, I think it's 2,000 views or something like that.
I've got one live video I did last year during season 3, which is the only video to date that has ever had an exceedingly crazy amount of views. 1,946 views. Hold on, is there another one? No, that's the only one. And it's I was live streaming Yoshi's Story. Now I've done 4 of these live streams, but that one seemed to hit the most. And I can't even explain to you why. I think maybe the title had something to do with it, because it didn't get a lot of likes. It got 11 likes actually. Yeah, so it did get a lot. And 6 comments and whatnot, but I don't know. These things just have a funny way of happening all of a sudden, and I can't explain it, but it's great when it does.
Yeah.
And that's one thing I'm excited about.
The average percentage viewed on this one was 16.4%. The average view duration was 3 minutes and 22 seconds, which is good actually, because they're talking about the average. They average it out compared to all the other videos.
Yeah.
So that could be good. I don't know. I don't like the whole thing about averages and sums, because I know what that actually means. Like, you're not getting the actual view, you're getting the average view compared to all the other videos. So,
well, that's one thing I'm excited about this year. Going into season 4 is, and I'll talk to you about it next time as well if you want. But it's the return of live streaming on the channel, which is something I only did on season 3. It gives me a chance to do more games. But if you want in on that, of course I'd have to share the finer details of the channel, like the password and stuff, and the stream key and whatnot, which is not a problem. But if you ever wanted to just get on there and stream something retro, you just want to get in on that, then that's something we can look at. But that'll not be until after the airship thing. My cut-off right now is to focus on the first quarter of next year, and we've already got quite a bit to be getting on with, so I don't want to overload.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So let me get off here and let you go to bed. It's got to be what,
3 a.m. almost.
Oh my god. You need to get some sleep, man.
I know. I've been working myself into a sleeping pattern now that I'm back to work, and it was starting to work there, but now I'm just going to throw all that to shit. So I guess the next time I'll
get an alarm clock.
Yeah, well, I've got my alarm on my phone, but
yeah, get a real one. Don't mess around with the phone and stuff like that. Get you one sitting right up next to your bed. It goes beep 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 beep.
The thing is, man, right? I set an alarm for work yesterday morning. I got up about 6 a.m. and to go to the toilet and go back to bed. But as I got back to bed, I couldn't sleep. I was awake. My alarm wasn't due to go off for another 2 hours, and I couldn't sleep. I must have had 4 hours sleep that whole day.
Yeah.
And it was killing me. So I'm going to try and work myself into a routine. Once Well, I would say once the editing's done, but it never gets done.
Never.
You're always doing another video.
It's always.
Yeah, we can also talk about that as well. Whatever you want to take on board for the channel, because I don't think you've been able to do much since Pokemon editing wise. So
yeah,
we'll talk about that next time.
I'm fine with that too. Don't worry about it. Like whenever the editing comes, I know it's gonna come. You know what I mean? So it's not like it's something I'm like sitting back just waiting for and upset, because nobody should be upset because they don't have to edit. That's kind of ridiculous, Like seriously, it is. If I was upset because I'm not editing videos, there's something wrong with me, dude. That's a mental problem right there. So it's all good, man. You do what you gotta do, and we can keep in contact and make sure everything's straightened out, and we'll do it day by day. All right.
Sounds like a plan. In that case, I will take my leave here, and I shall speak to you on Wednesday to continue the Zelda thing.
All right, man. And you get some sleep, get ready for work, and I will talk to you later.
Oh, lucky for me, I'm off until Thursday. So, but I'm going to work on getting some sleep, though.
Yeah, go get you some sleep, man.
Yeah.
All
right.
I'll see you later, bud.
See you later, man. Nice talking to you again.
You too. All right. So I still am streaming. Sorry. I first need to get on my Jitsi, because what I forgot to do was do an ad for OSS. This is for Pirate Radio and Jeffy Ryder. He's getting ready to start the Christmas season with a Operation Secret Santa Claus project. So I am going to set that up, put the video in there, and let you guys watch it before I end this, because I should have done it at the beginning. So let me go ahead and get it going. Alright. So give me a second. Jitsi's supposed to be firing up. That's where I got the video, and I really shouldn't have it on there. I should make it available somewhere else. I get lazy. The TF. Alright, so there we go. This is the video for Operation Secret Santa Claus. I'm just gonna play it and we can go from there.
Looking to lend a little hand this holiday season? Do your part in helping out those in need. You might want to consider getting involved on some level with Operation Secret Santa. Here's a quick overview. Formally kicking off on December 15th, Operation Secret Santa, that's hashtag OSS, is a world grassroots, strictly people-driven, Christmas charity, telethon-styled internet campaign. Referral marketing, or what's otherwise known as word of mouth, drives the project's big red sleigh, with all money, donations, and the like going directly to the needy who are selectively sponsored. The four main categories of participants we're looking for include 1. Live streaming web show hosts speakers, producers, and performers. 2. Operator matchmaking elves, making their lists and checking them twice. 3. Secret Santa sponsors. And 4. People in any place around the world living in need, worthy of a little Christmas hand up. This year's organizers are presently working on mobilizing and building upon last year's preliminary success, with donation levels capped at a suggested price value limit of $1,000. If you've any further questions, be sure to drop by WPRPN.com or check out our groups on both Facebook and Minds.com via a keyword search of simply Operation Secret Santa, hashtag OSS.
Merry Christmas, everybody! Merry Christmas!
Okay, so let me back out of there and be done with it. Okay. Boom. I think we got it. Heck yeah. I believe so. So I've got all of the videos ready to go. They are available on Rumble, Minds.com, Odyssey. I even have one on Twitch, which I can show you guys. Well, it's all through there. So, with that being said, I am going to go ahead and end this and be done with it. I believe that part came through all right without having to use the footage that Jaffe had for his, but later on I'll do it. As long as you heard his voice, you heard what he had to say, then that's fine. So with that, I am going to call this quits and end this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, give a thumbs up, leave a comment. I love comments. I seriously do. So, I mean, not just saying that. I love to have conversations with you guys, so talk to me. With that being said, I'm going to stop the stream. Then I'll upload this to YouTube after I'm done. It's going to be on the podcast, so talk to you guys later.